Peas, Carrots and Six More Feet, the Peas and Carrots series, Book 3, written by Hannah Lynn, narrated by Rafe Beckley. Chapter 1. Two sharp knocks rang through the door. Eric wasn't going to open his eyes. He couldn't. His head throbbed from tears and drink, and a smell that may or may not have been his own body odour was causing him to gag each time he breathed in. He was in no fit state to talk. Whoever was outside would go away, eventually. They always did. "Eric, you need to get up." He opened his eyes, only to close them again. "Eric, I know you can hear me." There was a pause. Eric rolled over and pulled a pillow over his head. "I'll be back in 10 minutes, Yvette said. "You need to get yourself sorted, or I'm coming in there. You understand?" Another pause followed as Yvette waited for a reply. Eric smacked his lips together. His pulse thumped in his ears. She could wait all she liked, he thought. He was saying nothing. Finally, the sound of footsteps retreated down the hallway and into the bathroom. At the click of the lock, Eric opened his eyes. The onslaught of light burned through his retinas. The curtains were drawn, and the light was no more intense than an average May morning, but to him it was blinding. He squeezed his eyes shut again and tried to shake away the headache that was crushing in around his temples. Eric didn't want to be awake. Being awake meant letting thoughts into his head, thoughts that clamped around his chest and caused every nerve in his body to burn with a pain so furious and so overwhelming he didn't understand how he was still alive. How was it possible to be alive when you hurt this much? How was it possible to feel this much pain and survive? Susie was dead. She had been next to him, the car's crumpled metal body keeping them separated, but he could see her. He saw it all. Behind him, the driver of the red car stumbling about, blood oozing on his forehead, struggling to stand. Eric didn't care about him. "Susie!" Eric had screamed as her head lolled to the side, a thin trickle of blood snaking its way from her nostril. Shattered glass scattered across her body, and the hiss of the deflating airbag leaked into the air around them. "God, no! No, 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 please, God, no! Susie, please!" Eric pushed his body through the shattered window, barely able to breathe from the invisible vice around his lungs. "Susie, you need to wake up! You need to wake up!" Eric reached through the glass, hands outstretched, but the man with the busted leg yanked him backwards. "You mustn't touch her," he said. "You can't do anything. You need to wait for an ambulance." "No!" Eric screamed. "Susie, please wake up! Please! You need to leave her there. Get off me!" Eric swiped at the guy. The man held him firm. Eric swiped again and again. "Get off! Let me go!" He could feel the tears and taste the salt. The man's face was contorted with pain as Eric fought against him, thrashing and kicking and thumping at him to let go. Eric elbowed his ribs, his groin, even his leg where blood was seeping through the denim of his jeans. "She's my wife!" Eric screamed. Still, the man refused to let go. "She's my wife! I need to get to her!" That was when Eric realized, even if he did get to her, there was nothing he could do. He had already done enough. His vision went, followed by his knees. 10 minutes is up. You need to get sorted." It took a moment for Eric to realize that the owner of the voice was not outside the room, but looming over him, with great feather earrings dangling from her ears. "Eric, are you listening?" He groaned and rolled over. His hand landed on something cold and smooth next to him. A bottle. He extended his grip only to have Yvette snatch it up before he could check if there was anything still left. "Lydia's only taken Abby out for a short walk. They'll be back soon, and she can't see you looking like this." "Abby?" Eric snapped upright in bed. The effect was instant and nauseating. His head swirled as if his brain had been liquefied and its melted remains left sloshing about inside a hollow skull. The smell didn't help. There was no way that could be him, he thought. No one could smell that bad. He steadied himself with a hand against the bed frame and frowned. Why are they coming back? I thought Lydia was going to take her. I thought they were going to do something together. Why is she coming? I said she couldn't come. Really? Yvette marched across the room and pulled open the curtains. Eric recoiled at the light. You're going to stop her going to her mother's funeral, and Lydia too. You expect her to miss it, to miss her own sister's funeral. She tutted, but it was more than just the average tut. It was laden with disgust and disappointment, and Eric was certain that he deserved every bit of it. She looked old, Eric thought, as Yvette fixed him with a glare. Old and tired, and now she had to bury her daughter. And he had to bury his wife. Have a shower and sober yourself up, or it'll be you who's not attending, she said, then added, I'll have breakfast ready in 20 minutes. Tom and Lydia are going to eat here too, and we'll all go to the crematorium together. The service starts at 2. Eric bristled. You think I don't know that? I know what time my wife's funeral starts. Yvette pursed her lips, but for once didn't offer a reply. She had been talking less and less recently, to a point that even Eric could tell. She probably didn't think there was much worth talking to him about any more. Taking her silence as compliance, Eric reached down the side of his bed and felt around with his outstretched hand. When the floor offered nothing, he re-angled his body and pulled open the bottom drawer of his dresser. He had been keeping a store there, not loads, but enough, and away from Yvette's prying eyes and nosy do-gooding. If you're looking for your drink, it's all gone. Yvette's cheeks pulled in as she spoke. I got rid of it. Again. A dense silence stippled the air between them, which Eric took to mean she was either going to storm off and slam the door, or else lay into him yet again, though instead she sighed. The bags below her eyes grew visibly as she dropped herself down on the end of the bed. Her shoulders slumped and her hands rested in her lap. Another sigh was expelled from between her lips, even longer and heavier than the first. This has to stop, Eric. You've done your wallowing. You've got a daughter to think of. You know I don't drink in front of her. No, just around her constantly. You think she can't smell it on you? She's not an idiot, Eric, and you're pushing her away. I am not. His nostrils flared as the muscles along his jawlines tightened. So you think you're being supportive? You think you're being the kind of father she needs in her life right now? Grumbling incoherently under his breath, he looked down at his hands and picked at some invisible dirt under his nails. This was why he preferred the screaming and door slamming, because every conversation he had nowadays ended with him feeling worse than he had before, even when he didn't think that was possible. Drawing a long pull of air in through her nose, Yvette levered herself up to standing before brushing down the small patch of the bed on which she had been sitting. She turned towards the door, then stopped. I don't suppose you'd be sober enough to tell, but have you seen a ring lying about anywhere? A diamond one? Eric continued his wordless mumblings. Yvette waited, lips pouting, eyes scowling. Well, thank you for all your help, she said, moving towards the door. It's much appreciated. When she was halfway down the stairs, she stopped and called back up to him. You need a shower, she said. You smell disgusting. Eric picked up another pillow and held it over his face. Maybe if he smelt bad enough, she'd stop coming in and bothering him. Despite the desire to while away yet another day in bed, Eric knew that today, of all days, it would be an impossibility. After one last check of the floor and bottom drawer, he grabbed a towel from off the back of the door and headed for the bathroom. If bathrooms could have talked, Eric knew for a fact he would have asked his not to. At the beginning of the year, Eric had had the misfortune of walking in on his mother-in-law in a compromising position with a 20-something plumber, an image he thought would be ingrained in his mind for the rest of his life. Occasional flashbacks of lacy underwear and spine-shuddering groans still, now and then, leapt into his consciousness, But now there were other images seared in his memory, ones of twisted metal and angry tears and Susie's lifeless body pulled from the wreck of her car. Those were the images that would be with him for all eternity, of that there was no doubt. Clenching and unclenching his fists, Eric focused on the task in hand. A shower. He could manage that. As it happened, the shower did help with some things. It lessened the odor and the need to gag, and it cleared the crust from his eyes that had been hazing his vision for days now. But it sharpened other things, like his awareness of the need to shave and the fact he looked like absolute crap. It also sharpened his mind, his memories. A small coil of long blonde hair was slowing the flow of water down the plug hole, and half a bottle of lavender and jasmine shower gel sat above the soap tray. Eric flicked off the lid, lifted the bottle up to his nose, and inhaled. A dull throb spread its way up through his sternum. Slowly the throb began to burn, searing through his skin until it was all he could focus on. It gripped and tightened around his chest and ribs, squeezing them. For a second he thought that his legs might buckle, the same way they had so many times in the last 2 weeks. But they held, and, with his hand trembling, he placed the bottle back on the shelf, then adjusted its position until it was back in the right place. When he stepped out of the shower, he rubbed himself dry, then picked up a razor for the first time since the accident. The ambulance had come with its sirens on, lights flashing as it turned down the street and raced towards them. The paramedics dashed from the front, bags in hand, but they were too late. Eric knew it. "It's my wife, please, she's my wife." One of the paramedics pulled him to the side as the other got to work. Someone else tried to drag him away, to stop him watching as they heaved her body out of the twisted wreck, but he pulled himself out of their grip. "Do something!" he yelled at anyone who could hear. "Do something! You have to be able to do something!" "Sir," someone spoke to him, the voice floating and calm, like they couldn't see the chaos unraveling in front of them. "Please, sir, you need to come with us. Is there someone you can call? Is there someone you want us to call?" "Call? She's my wife. She is my wife. Who else am I meant to call? There is no one else. There is no one else." Eric half-heartedly ran the razor across his cheeks. It was a surprise to see that the quick shave made the outside appear better, even if the inside was still a train wreck. He returned to his bedroom, towel wrapped around his waist. Yvette had tidied, and judging from the job she had done, he must have been in there longer than he had thought. The window was open, filling the room with a cool, clean breeze, while his bed and the clothes that were strewn on the floor had all been straightened up and all the empty glasses were gone. Hung up by the window was a freshly ironed shirt and his funeral suit. Eric stepped towards it and ran his hand down the seam. He had worn the suit only 3 times, once for each of his parents, once for an elderly friend that had died the year before, Norman. After he had died, they had bought his house, the house they lived in now. The house of dead people, Eric mused. He had never had to go to a funeral for someone younger than himself. Never did he once suspect that the first time it would happen would be for his wife. Attending Susie's funeral had always been an impossibility to him, like being a grandparent. Of course, there was a chance it would happen one day, but at this point in his life it was all such an abstract concept he had never really given it a second thought. Now he was standing in the bedroom they had shared, preparing to say goodbye. Eric pulled his arm into one of the sleeves and stared at himself in the mirror. It wasn't just Yvette who had aged recently. His skin had taken on a greyish hue, his eyes were bloodshot and shrunken from all the drink. Had he passed his reflection on the street, he wouldn't have recognized himself. He would have probably crossed to the other side of the road, too. Still, he continued to dress, mindlessly moving from one garment to the next. After knotting the tie around his neck, Eric stared some more. This was it. This was how he was going to say goodbye to his wife, to the love of his life, looking like an undertaker or a cheap wedding musician. He pulled on the bit of nylon around his neck. And in a skinny tie. Why did he not own a thick black tie? Why was the only plain black funeral-worthy tie he owned from the days when C&A was still considered the height of fashion and men wore bell-bottoms in a non-ironic way? He tugged at the tie and loosened the knot before pulling it off altogether and throwing it to the ground. No chance. Not a chance in hell. Opening the wardrobe, Eric rummaged through to the back. It was the first time in 2 weeks he'd had any kind of definite drive, and if what he was looking for turned out not to be there, he didn't know what he would do. He tossed one garment to the side, then the next, before finally finding the item crumpled at the back, having slipped off its hanger. He sighed with relief, pulled it out of the wardrobe, and dropped it onto the bed. Susie had bought the shirt in Camden Market years beforehand. Eric had never been a great fan of it. "It looks like the Y-fronts my uncle used to wear," he had said when she picked it out for him. "I never knew your uncle was so fashionable," she replied, holding it up to him to get a gauge of the size. "It suits you." On reflection, it wasn't anything like the neon-patterned underpants his uncle would strut around in, much to the disgust of Eric's father. Most of the material was black. It was a decent enough cotton, and the paisley pattern was thin and delicate. "Please wear it," Susie would say, almost every time they went out. "You look so good in it." "I said I didn't mind if you bought it. I never said I was going to wear it," Eric replied. Sometimes he would give in and wear it anyway. Truthfully, it wasn't the most offensive item he owned. Throughout the years, he had collected quite the array of novelty T-shirts and superhero socks, but at other times he'd put his foot down and opted for something more his own style, like plaid or stripes or just a good old T-shirt. He slipped his arms into the sleeves, then buttoned it up to the top before reaching for his black funeral tie. His hand hovered momentarily above it before he changed his mind. Another quick rifle through the wardrobe found a turquoise one, another of Susie's gifts to him. She always loved turquoise. He wrapped it around his neck and took yet another glance in the mirror. It didn't match, not even close, and he didn't care at all. Downstairs, Yvette was busy in the kitchen. A large spread was laid out on the dining room table, which had been moved into the kitchen after the visit from a baseball bat-wielding thug. Countless varieties of cakes and sandwiches obscured the wood, easily enough for 50 people, if not one more. "I thought you said it was just Lydia coming for breakfast," Eric said to Yvette's back as she stirred a pan of scrambling eggs. "It is," she said. "Then what's all this for?" Yvette turned around to face him. She was dressed in a knee-length skirt with a floaty top. The style was typical of the fashion that Yvette had recently adopted, hippie with the mildest hint of seniority. The colour, black, was not. Eric watched as she scanned him up and down, from his jeans to his turquoise tie and back again. "You look good," she said. "A much better choice." Eric glanced down at the table. His stomach growled, but the last thing he wanted was food. What he wanted was a drink. A large one. "I've made some coffee," she said. Eric's eyes went to the drinks cabinet. Yvette shook her head. "We'll need all that for the wake. Besides, you're the host." Eric snorted. "I don't think anyone's going to begrudge me having a drink after burying my wife," he said. "Maybe not. Then again, perhaps—" Yvette let her sentence drift into the ether, where it sent prickles of annoyance tingling down Eric's spine. "Perhaps what, Yvette?" She turned back to the pan and began to stir. "Why don't you go and check the order of service?" she said. "You might at least pretend you had something to do with this funeral." The sudden change in tone pierced Eric, just as it was meant to. As he swiveled on his heel, ready to disappear back upstairs, the doorbell rang. It was just the doorbell, no different to the hundreds of other times Eric had heard it ring over the last 2 weeks. It had the same pitch, the same ding-dong melody, and the same short reverberation time, yet with it came a cool draft that set off goosebumps on Eric's arms. "You need to get that," Yvette said. "She needs you to get that." Eric's heart drummed against his rib cage. The thumping rattled up through to his eardrums. "I've forgotten something," Eric said. "I just need to run upstairs. You answer it. I'll be back down in a minute." In a flash, Yvette had crossed the room. Taking his hand in hers, she offered one heartfelt squeeze. "No," she said. "I've seen her already today. She needs to see you. She needs you." Something constricted around Eric's throat. He wanted to say something, find a more viable excuse, defend his reasoning so that Yvette couldn't possibly say no. But he didn't have any reason, other than being a coward. "She needs you," Yvette said. He nodded, rendered mute by it all. In truth, he really was trying, but in the 15 days since Susie's death he had been failing as a father, and he knew it. It wasn't that he didn't want to be there for his daughter. He did. He desperately did, but how could he look at her after what had happened? How could he look at her and tell her he loved her and that he would do everything he could to protect her when he was the one who had done this? He was the one responsible for Susie's death. Looking at Abby was too much to bear, and so he had started with the excuses. The house needed fixing up. The allotment needed seeing to. Not that he actually did any of those things. He couldn't recall the last time he had stepped foot on the allotment, and he didn't even care. Every time Abby would ask to join him, and Eric would be forced to construct some feeble excuse about why she needed to stay with her grandmother or aunt or a neighbor even. Anyone but himself. He just couldn't face Abby. Not yet. The scary thing was, he didn't know when he'd ever be able to again. Chapter 2. Eric could barely recall seeing Abby that afternoon in the hospital. He had rung Lydia in the ambulance. He couldn't remember what he had said, and she had arrived with Tom and the children, including Abby. "Daddy!" Abby had run into his arms. He lowered himself to the ground and wrapped his arms around her. He had tried to hold her as tightly as she deserved, as tightly as she had needed, but his arms were numb, leaden with disbelief and guilt. "She'll wake up though, won't she, Daddy?" Abby had said, her big, pleading eyes the exact same shade as Susie's. "No," Eric said. "No, she won't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, baby girl. Mummy's gone. She's gone. She's dead. Mummy's dead." And that was it. That was how he had comforted his 9-year-old daughter in her hour of need. No sugarcoating, no softening remarks about angels watching over us and being in a place where there's endless cups of tea and biscuits. He hadn't even asked if she needed anything or given her the chance to wish her a final farewell. He just told her she was dead. "We can take Abby back with us tonight if you want," Lydia said as they stood in the hospital waiting area. Green plastic chairs and a smell of antiseptic shrouded all of Eric's other senses. "We can bring her back in the morning, or whenever you need. You just let us know." Eric nodded mutely. It was Yvette who stepped in. "No, she needs to be at home with us," she said. Eric nodded again. They could have said anything. He was just going to keep on nodding. Still, when they left hospital, Abby was in her Uncle Tom's arms, not Eric's, and when her eyes lifted from his shoulder and for a brief second fell on her father, Eric lowered his gaze to the ground. Shitty husband, shitty father, all round shit. Since then they had been passing ships, and he was the one deliberately setting the course. The doorbell rang again. Yvette had dropped his hand but had made no attempt to move to answer the door. She wasn't going to, he realized. This was all on him. "Go on," she said. In tentative half-steps he made his way down the hall to the front of the house, where he lingered at the front door. A moment later he reached forward and opened it. "Eric," Lydia said, and grasped him in an embrace. It was far too tight, suffocating. He stayed there for what he considered long enough before he began wiggling his shoulders until she got the hint and let him go. Tom. Eric reached out a hand to his brother-in-law, who took it, pumped it once, and then also moved in for a hug. This one was thankfully shorter. "Let's all go inside, shall we?" Lydia said, manoeuvring herself around Eric. He stepped back and gave them all room, keeping his eyes down as the children passed him. Eric had already seen Abby that morning. She had climbed into his bed around 3 a.m. when the nightmares had started, slipping under the covers next to him and curling up in the crook of his arm. He'd pretended to be asleep, even when she spoke his name. Eventually, she had drifted back off and he had held her, trying not to wake her with his shuddering sobs, which lasted until the dawn chorus broke the silence of the night. When Abby woke, an hour after the birdsong, Eric once more pretended to be asleep. Eric knew she would go to her grandmother. Yvette was better at these things than he was. Now in the hallway, she had stopped directly in front of him. Her dress, Eric noticed, was turquoise. "Good color," Eric said. "Is it new?" Abby shook her head. "Mum bought it for me. Before." A dense lump forced its way up Eric's throat. "We match," he croaked out and lifted his tie. "We do," Abby said. The late breakfast was a near silent affair. Yvette had gone all out on the fry-up, but the boys were the only ones who could manage to eat. Eric watched Abby as she pushed a piece of bacon from one side of her plate to the other, while Lydia took endless sips of her orange juice without even pretending to touch anything on her plate. "I invited Lydia, Tom, and the boys to stay the night," Yvette said, when after 5 minutes sat around the table nobody had spoken. "I hope you don't mind, Eric." "What? No, that's fine." He was staring at an ink blotch on the wood. This table was meant to be their best, their dining room table, but Susie had been using it as a temporary office for the last few months. They had had such high hopes for moving to Burlham, more family time, less work, yet for the last 2 months of her life, Eric felt like Susie had been glued to one desk or another. His eyes began to water as he continued to stare at the ink splotch. She must have spilled something on it. He reached out a finger and touched the mark. "Actually, Mum, we are going to have to leave after the wake, I'm afraid. We'll help you tidy up and everything, but we've got to go to Birmingham tomorrow." "Oh?" "Tom's mum has had a bit of a fall. Nothing serious, but she could do with us going up and helping out around the house." "Oh." Yvette made no attempt to hide her disappointment. "But if you need us to go and grab anything, or you want to borrow the car before we go." Eric shook his head. "We'll be fine, thank you." He hadn't even thought about getting in a car, not since he watched his wife die in one. Even the sight of his prized Aston Martin would see his whole body roil in guilt and shame. "Excuse me," he said, pushing himself up and backing away from the table. "I need to go and sort some things." It was time to change all that. In his hidey-hole of the driver's seat, Eric turned the bottle around in his hand. He could see it would be bad taste arriving at his wife's funeral half-cut, even if he was the reason everyone had to attend a funeral anyway. So for now, the lid remained sealed, although after the funeral, that he would make no promises on. The brashness of the garage lighting was lost inside the cocoon of the car. Instead, dappled light, muted by dust, clouded Eric's vision. He breathed in the smell of the woodwork and the leather and ran a hand across the dashboard before returning it to the neck of the bottle. Had Lydia not brought up the matter of cars at brunch, Eric probably wouldn't have remembered he had stashed a bottle away in here for emergencies. He couldn't even remember when he had done it. It was irrelevant now, though. He had a replenished supply that Yvette would not be getting her hands on. Sally, Eric's late father's limited edition Aston Martin DB4, was Eric's most prized possession. What a ridiculous notion, he realized, prizing an inanimate object. As an atheist, he thought religious people were off their rocker, worshipping great unknown beings with mystical powers that they might only see when they die. But how much better had he been? His car? His house? For so many years, that number on the bank balance was what had mattered the most, and by the time he understood what was important, it was too late. It shouldn't have been too late, of course. They should have had longer together, but they didn't, and that was Eric's fault. Eric's mind wandered to Abby. It wasn't fair. No child should grow up without their parents. Not when that parent loved them as much as Susie did. He had stolen that from her. No wonder he couldn't bear to look her in the eye. It felt as though his ribs had been torn from his chest one by one. He glanced at the bottle in his hand. He knew he should talk to her, but what could he say? That Susie would always be with them? That she was watching over them? It was bullshit. There was no one watching over them. How could there be? He unscrewed the lid and took a long sniff. Maybe the answer was in there. You don't need that. Eric started as the passenger door to the car swung open. A moment later, Lydia squeezed into the passenger seat. Besides, she said, it's already gone 10. If you really needed a drink, you'd have had one by now. Speaking from experience, are you? Yes. Eric raised his eyebrows skeptically. Lydia was every bit the condescending older sister with her backyard hens and full organic lifestyle. The closest she ever got to letting go and breaking free was turning the central heating on 3 days before the start of December, and that only ever happened in cases of extreme frostbite. The chance of her understanding the need to lose yourself so completely was exactly 0. Whatever. Eric shook his head and fixed the lid back on the bottle. Lydia took it from him and slid it down into the footwell beside her feet. When her head came back up, she was biting down on her bottom lip. It's true, she said. First, when I was a teenager, something happened and well, it wasn't a long spell or anything, but it set the scene for future years. When Tom and I were first married, I had 4 miscarriages in 2 years. Then I was made redundant. We lost the first house we bought together. It wasn't a pretty time. I found an easy way to forget. That time was harder to dig myself out of. Eric studied his sister-in-law. Her face was set and steady. Truthful. I didn't know that. No, well, it was well before you were on the scene, and it's not something I tend to discuss. Susie never said anything. We're sisters. That's what we do. Keep each other's secrets. Why do you think there's hardly ever alcohol in the house? Because you're cheapskates. Lydia laughed. Eric felt his lips twitch too. He might have even managed to smile had Lydia's laughter not come to such an abrupt stop. I get it must be hard, she said. I can't imagine. I know how much I'm hurting. She was my baby sister. I was meant to protect her always. That was the deal, and I failed again. You never failed her, not like this. She thought the world of you. You have no idea, Lydia said. Trust me, she deserved better than me. Her eyes glazed as they drifted away and out of the car. A second later she sniffed and straightened herself, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. You're breaking Abby's heart, Eric, she said. You can see that, can't you? She's heartbroken. She feels like she's lost her father, too. Eric's fist clenched around the steering wheel. That's not fair, he said. I'm not trying to be fair, Lydia replied. I'm trying to be honest. She's a little girl, a baby girl, and she lost the most important person in the whole wide world, and now you're making her feel like she's done something wrong. I'm not a good person for her to be around right now. I'm not in a good place. You're the only person it's good for her to be around, Eric. The only person. You are who she needs. Not like this. Your worst is better than any of us can do. You see that, don't you? You have to. Eric loosened his grip around the steering wheel and dropped his head with a sigh. You need to do something, Eric. You need to show her that she comes first in all of this. Of course she does. Well, it doesn't look like that. Not from where she's standing. Do something, Eric, please, she repeated, before it's too late. I'll try. Trying isn't going to cut it this time. Only a year ago, stepping into Abby's bedroom had been like stepping into some fuchsia-invaded candy land. Pink unicorns and teddy bears, pink lampshades, curtains, bedspread, everything had been pink. Everywhere he had turned, Eric had been faced with yet another shade of rose, magenta, or blush. There had been the occasional train set or yellow toy stethoscope to add some variety to the mix, but it had been a little girl's room, his baby girl's room. Not any more. There were still a lot of pink things, of course, her ballet clothes and shoes hung up on the outside of the wardrobe door, her favourite teddies, some of the pictures that Susie had commissioned from her artistic friends. But the walls and bedspread were purple now, and white curtains hung from the rail. Jeans were currently the clothes in favour, with trainers and a hoodie, not frilly pink dresses. Abby was lying flat on her bed, flicking through the pages of a book. Her eyes lifted now and again with hints of a smile. Eric watched her from the doorway. She looked peaceful, almost happy. If he didn't speak, he thought, if he just left now, then he could keep that image of happy, peaceful Abby, and he wouldn't have to face the truth. He was on the ball of his foot, ready to turn and retreat to his own room, when Abby's head jerked up. "Dad," she said, "everything okay?" "Abs?" His first 2 attempts at speech got jammed somewhere around his larynx. On the 3rd attempt, his eyes fell upon the book on the bed, and a few words managed to croak their way into existence. "What's that you've got there?" he said, taking 1 step into the doorway. "Just something Auntie Lids gave me." "Can I see?" She shrugged. Eric moved across to the bed. Just like his room, this one needed airing, and he had no idea when her sheets had last been washed. Hopefully Yvette was on the case. Even when Susie was the only one working, bed linen was still on her household chore jurisdiction, meaning he had no idea when they would have last been cleaned. Shaking his head clear of dirty laundry, he leaned over Abby's shoulder to get a better look at what she was studying. It was as if he had been dunked head first in salt water with his eyes forced open. Eric gasped, audibly, painfully. The images around him, the bed, the window, his daughter, all blurred into one peripheral haze. Tears were causing the haze, he realized, tears that needed to be sucked back down before Abby saw. Tears he had to hide to prove to her that he was strong, that he could do this. But the lack of air was making it harder to do. The lack of oxygen in his lungs, the lightheadedness that came with it. He was going to pass out, or vomit, or both simultaneously. "This was her first day at school. Auntie Lydia told me." Abby spoke with her eyes still fixed on the photo. "She was so excited. Apparently she went to bed the night before with her uniform on just to make sure she wasn't late. She's even littler than I am, look." Eric's heart hammered. Oh, yes. He heard the words emitted from his lips, although he had no idea how he had managed to make them. "And then she cried when Granny had to pick her up at the end of the day. She loved school." "Is that so?" He was trying to hide the quiver in his voice. "She was pretty, wasn't she? She was really, really pretty." For the first time, Eric looked directly at the photo. The edges had lost all their colour, but it was clear from the foreground that she was standing in front of a house. Her feet were pressed together, the laces tied in perfect bows. It was only when Eric managed to draw his eyes away from the faded images of a pig-tailed Susie that he realized Abby was looking at him, waiting for an answer. "What was that?" Eric asked, attempting yet failing to swallow back the tears as they escaped down his cheek. "Sorry, yes. She was beautiful. The most beautiful." "Can I?" he said, indicating the space on the bed next to Abby. Abby nodded mutedly. She shuffled across, keeping the book firmly in her grip as she moved, and made just enough space for Eric to lie down beside her, belly on the bedsheet. As he struggled to find a comfortable position, he remembered this was how Susie read books with Abby at night. Eric preferred to sit up and avoid getting cricks in his back and neck, but the girls could lie belly down for hours, flicking through page after page, laughing at the rhymes they had memorized by heart. You look like her, Eric said quietly, scanning his eyes up and down the page of photographs. You think? Most definitely. Look, you have the same shaped mouth and eyes. A sad and slanted smile creased its way across Abby's lip, and a thin glaze began to glisten in her eyes. She blinked it away with far more grace than Eric. There are some baby photos too. Do you want to see those? The pummeling in Eric's chest continued. Yes, he said, I do. Abby flicked back a few pages to the front. This one's my favourite. I love the costume. I think Granny picked it out. I agree, Eric said, marvelling at the choice of feathers and sequins for a 6-month-old baby. But who's the fat little boy? Abby thumped him on the shoulder. That's Auntie Lid's. Eek, Eric said. A small chuckle expanded in the air between them, only to evaporate before it had had a chance to really sound. Abby was still looking at him, Eric realized, waiting for answers he didn't have to questions he didn't want her to ask. I think I like this one the best, he said, creating a diversion from the silence and pointing to a small black and white image of a baby. She was chubby and round, maybe 3 months old, and laid in a rocking chair wearing only a nappy. That one really looks like you. Really? Definitely. He had meant it as another passing comment, but the more Eric studied the photograph, the more he realized it was true. Look, he pointed. She's got the same dimples that you had, and the same big ears. I don't have big ears, Abby protested, clamping her hands to the side of her face. You did when you were a baby. Let's see, Abby said. She flicked from the page of the smiling baby towards the back of the book. The corners of the pages, Eric noticed, were already well thumbed, with watermarks and fingerprints littered across the paper. Are there photographs of you in here too? Uh-huh, Abby said. And you, and Granny and Grandad, there's everybody. And Auntie Lydia made it for you? Yes. An ache rose through Eric's sternum. This was what he was meant to have done, not Lydia. This was his job, but it hadn't even crossed his mind. He had been too busy worrying about himself. Oh, said Abby, her face crestfallen as she landed on another page. I really did have big ears. Eric reached over and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, tickling her skin a little as he did. Yep, you were my little Dumbo, he said. And look, dimples too. You two could have been twins. Abby's eyes returned to the photo. I did look like her. The sadness in her voice echoed in the room around them, and it was only as her face fell and the ache once more began to spread that Eric realized he had been smiling. I miss her, Abby said as tears rolled down her cheeks. I miss her and my heart hurts. I know, Eric said, unable to control his own surge of tears. I miss her too. Will it get better? Will it stop hurting? I hope so, Eric said. I really hope so. Chapter 3. Eventually, the tears stopped. It wasn't that he wanted to stop crying, merely that he had run out of tears for now. His eyes and head and every part of him had been cried dry. Still, he lay there, cradling his daughter while she released her insatiable supply of heartache. Only when she was almost asleep, exhausted from all the pain, did she finally stop crying. A light knock rapped on the door and brought them both back to the present. I'm sorry, Yvette said, looking genuinely apologetic as she spoke, but it's gone one. I thought you might want to think about making a move. Eric manoeuvred himself up to sitting and noticed the damp patches spread across the now crumpled paisley shirt. It would dry, he thought. We'll just be a couple more minutes, he said, motioning to Abby with a nod. Is that okay? We'll be downstairs, Yvette said. Abby rubbed her eyes, then took the book and placed it onto her nightstand. She swung her legs over the bed, preparing to leave. Eric caught her by the hand. Wait, he said. I have something for you. She turned back and tilted her head expectantly. Now that he had said the words, Eric knew he couldn't go back, although his rattling pulse implied he desperately wanted to. He dug his hand into his pocket and clenched it around the small, cold item inside. It wasn't meant to be like this, he thought. This isn't how things like this were supposed to be passed on. But nothing about this was the way it was meant to be. Lydia's words were on replay around his skull. Do something, Eric. Show her she comes first. Do something, Eric. Do you know how I proposed to your mum? Eric asked, picking Abby up by the waist and shuffling her into a position which faced him. Did we ever tell you that? Abby twitched her nose and considered the question. Wasn't it on a Ferris wheel? A Ferris wheel, yes, Eric said. Your mum loved Christmas, and I thought that would be a great place to ask her to marry me, on a Ferris wheel, high above the city where she could look out over all the pretty Christmas lights. And she said yes. She did, Eric said, but you missed a step. Abby straightened her back and leaned a little closer. When you ask someone to marry you, you have to give them a ring. Like a wedding ring? Exactly like a wedding ring, only you have to give it to someone before you marry them, so you call it an engagement ring. An engagement ring? Abby's head nodded as she whispered the word, her brow furrowing as if searching for a hidden memory. There's a photo of it in the book, she said, reaching across for the thickly bound leather folder. Auntie Lydia said it was the biggest diamond she had ever seen. She said it was another word, too. Ostend. Eric gritted his teeth and said nothing. Abby found the page she was looking for. Look, she said. That's it, isn't it? Eric's stomach lurched. It was a photo of the pair of them, taken outside in a pub garden. The image was a close-up on their faces, but with their hands twisted together and resting on the table in front of him. Susie's eyes were scrunched closed, head tilted back and mouth wide open in a laugh. Eric gazed adoringly at her. Summer '05, it said beneath it. The year before they married. Something dense began clogging Eric's windpipe and obstructing his breathing. Daddy, are you okay? Eric shook his head, then changed it rapidly into a nod, remembering the whole purpose of this conversation. Well, that was the ring we got after I proposed, Eric said, trying not to let his eyes get drawn down to the multitude of smiling photos he so desperately wanted to weep through. I let your mum help me choose that one, but the one I gave her when I asked her was different. The story was true. Eric had known he wanted to marry Susie after the first month, possibly even the first date, which took place in a smoke-filled London bar where a Duran Duran cover band were playing and the menu was limited to chips, beer and Babycham. He knew the chances of anyone of her caliber ever looking in his direction again was as close to zero as odds got, and he wanted to make sure there was a ring on her finger and a walk down the aisle before she realized how much better she could do. But trying to pick out a ring had been a nightmare. He tried contacting Yvette and Philip to ask for permission and discuss the possibility of using one of Susie's grandmother's heirloom rings to propose with, but getting hold of the pair of them when they were on a cruise ship was about as easy as finding a torch and working batteries during a power cut. That, combined with Lydia's assurance that Yvette was not going to hand over those rings until she was 6 feet under, had forced him to try another route. He considered using his mother's, but the dated style would have never been right for Susie. Friends had given widely differing opinions as to what she would want, but he knew Susie. She'd never say she didn't like anything. She'd have accepted whatever he gave her graciously and lovingly. The last thing he wanted was for her to be spending the next 50 years walking around with a ring she thought looked like a gumball machine gift on her hand. With that thought in mind, Eric went directly to the nearest gumball machine. It's a mood ring, he told Abby. The same ring I gave your mum, and it cost £1. A mood ring? Yup, it means it changes colour when you're feeling happy or sad. Eric slipped his hand out of his pocket and opened his palm. The cheap metal was as thin and bendy as it had been all those years ago, although by some apparent miracle still silver in colour. The round stone stuck out from the middle like a bubble blown from a bubble wand, with similar shades of blue and purple swirling on the top. Abby stared, transfixed. "Is that it? Is that the mood ring?" "That's the mood ring," Eric said, trying to force down the frog in his throat. "This is the ring I gave to your mummy when I asked her to marry me." Abby reached out her hand to touch it. Eric stopped her. He took her hand gently, holding her by the fingers. "It's yours now," he said, slipping it onto her middle finger and squeezing the metal tight. "You need to make sure you take care of it. You understand?" Abby nodded. Silent tears tumbled down her cheeks as she continued to gaze at the stone. "It's turning red," she said. "What do you think that means? What mood do you think that means?" Eric drifted back to the memories where those same words drifted from Susie's lips. "It must mean we're in love, don't you think? Either that or I'm cross that you gave me a cheap metal ring," Susie had said. Eric laughed. "It's love. Red has to be love." And then he had kissed his future wife. "I think red is what it shows when you're feeling strong," Eric said. "When you're feeling brave." Abby stared at the stone a little longer before shaking her head. "I think red is what it shows when your heart hurts." The funeral went by in a haze of thanking. With Abby gripping his hand, Eric was jostled from one place to another. He thanked people for coming, for their thoughts and prayers, for their kind words. He thanked them for sending cards, for sending flowers, for sending wishes. Every other word that came out of his mouth was thank you, and every moment of it he felt like an absolute fraud. There was only one noticeable absence from the mourners, Philip, Susie's father, although in truth Eric was relieved. He had enough drama of his own to deal with. When the service began, he fixed his eyes on the casket in front of him. "Pack your bag, Eric. This is it." The words went over and over on replay in his head, the last words his wife had said to him before she sped off in reverse without even a glance to the road behind her. He remembered something someone said to him when Yvette and Philip had separated. It would have been better if they'd died, people had said. They didn't have a clue. A kaleidoscope of emotions turned continually within him as he sat in the front seat and listened to Lydia, then Yvette, then a couple more friends talk about his wife. Not that he had a wife anymore. He was a widower. Alone. His heart went from numb to soul-searing agony and from disbelief to complete destitution 100 times over. And then it was his time to stand up. His time to speak. As Eric took to the lectern, his hands shook. His knees trembled and his mouth and throat turned so dry that his tongue stuck to the back of his teeth. With a single piece of paper in his hand, he stared out at the mourners in front of him. If he had his way, he would pull this whole place down, he thought, and make sure he was at the center when it happened. He coughed twice to clear his throat. "Susie hadn't planned her funeral," he said. "I guess we all thought she would have a lot longer left with us." A lump floated upwards in his throat. He swallowed it back down. "So, with that in mind, I thought I would like to read something we had read at our wedding instead. I know some of you were there, but many of you weren't. This is what we wanted to be. This was how it started." He glanced down at the paper in his hand. Reading the poem had been Yvette's idea. At the time of agreeing, Eric hadn't really thought about what it meant, only that doing as Yvette said, would be one less thing for him to have to think about. She had printed him the paper, too. Eric realized, as his eyes scanned down the lines of black ink, that he had probably not seen the poem since his wedding day. "The Secret of Togetherness," he said, by Peter Jefferson Clarke. "Togetherness is tough. Togetherness requires two separate people to remain individuals, with each of them acting as one to support the one another." He thought of the night before Christmas Eve when Susie was hammering in nail tack after nail, fixing their carpet to the floor. They acted as one then, sorting the house, But what about when she was working every hour, stuck up in her little office, or when he was working every hour in London? How much had he supported her then? How much had they acted as one back then? Togetherness means letting go of the little things so that the bigger picture can come into view. Togetherness is always putting each other's mutual interests ahead of your own individual gain. It is letting the other person know that your love is unconditional of mood or temperament or anything outside of yourselves. It is always being there for one another. Eric paused again. Did he do that? Did he let Susie know that he loved her unconditionally? He was certain he did, but did he tell her? Had he told Susie he loved her as she and Yvette had bundled off into the car to head to Lydia's? He couldn't remember doing that. What about on the phone when he told her she had to come home so he could talk to her and tell her what he had done? He definitely couldn't remember saying "I love you" explicitly then. No, he didn't. And would it have counted? How could it have counted after what he'd done? How can you promise someone that your love is unconditional after you've kissed another woman? The poem didn't mention that at all. It didn't mention anything about kissing anybody else. Eric's pause elongated. People were staring at him, of course they were, but not just because they were listening. One or two turned to another. Hushed whispers drifted their way to his ears. It didn't matter, though. He would get back to the poem in a minute. He just had to remember the last time he told her he loved her. The night before, he thought, as tears weaved their way down to his chin, but again, he couldn't remember it. Why couldn't he remember? Why couldn't he remember the last time he told her he loved her? It is appreciating the little things they do for you and not holding grudges for the things you feel are against you. Eric's head jerked to the side, suddenly aware of the hurricane of tears that continued to stream down his cheeks and the pressure on his fingers. Lydia was at his side, holding his hand, reading his poem. It is laughing together at things which would otherwise break you apart. It is knowing when to talk and when to stay silent. It is understanding the difference in the silences you share. With Eric muted, Lydia read until the end, then guided him back down to his seat on the front row. Another hand slipped into his. Abby's. She squeezed it as hard as she could go. Eric let it go. After the service came yet more thanks from more people who Eric was forced to endure. While Yvette and Tom rushed off to sort the food, Eric lingered. The crematorium had been big, with various hidden nooks in which he could hide. There would be none of that when he got home. Even at the crematorium, he'd had difficulty shaking one particular shadow. "Why don't you go with your grandmother?" Eric said. Abby was staring at the ring on her finger, the colour having not changed from the same deep red all morning. She pressed her lips together and shuffled her feet along the floorboards. "What? What is it?" Eric said. Abby lifted her head, her eyes full of tears. "I want to be the last," she said eventually. "I want to be the last to go. I want to be the last to say goodbye." Something blocked the air to Eric's lungs. He nodded in quick succession. "Me too, honey," he said. "Me too." Together they found a seat to the side. Silently they waited for the space to empty. When all the footsteps had faded and the doors closed, Eric turned to his daughter. "Are you ready to go home?" he asked. Abby stayed motionless, eyes forward, fixed on the empty space in front of her. "Another 5 minutes," she said. Eric sucked back the tears. "Another 5 minutes." When they arrived back at the house, people were already tucking into Yvette's canapes. Eric crept in through the front door, his hands on Abby's shoulders as she walked in front of him. "You hungry?" he said to her, while nodding politely to the sympathetic nods and pats on the back. Abby shrugged. "Let's go into the kitchen. Your grandmother will probably be in there, and you should probably eat something. Besides, he thought to himself, I need to get a drink. It appeared that Yvette had not been the only one busy preparing food that morning. The table was far fuller than when he had left the house, with everything from cucumber sandwiches and wraps to homemade scones and jams. Centre table, Eric noticed, was a large, loafed carrot cake. His heart flickered. Last time he had been to a funeral, it had been for his friend Norman, and the loss had hit Eric hard. He hadn't expected the next one he attended to be so soon. He certainly didn't expect it to be in the same house. His eyes were drawn back to the carrot cake. It looked exactly like the one Cynthia, Norman's wife, used to make before she packed off to travel the world. Another friend he had lost.
Do you want me to cut you a slice?
Eric spun around. Cynthia? Her hair was back to vibrant auburn, and a small smile lifted gently at the corners of her lips, although her eyes, like everyone else's, were laced with sadness. You came. A dull heat burned in Eric's chest. You came back for this. I thought you were in Australia or New Zealand.
I was, and I did. But it was time I was heading back anyway. People to see. I can't run away from life forever now, can I?
Her smile faded, and deep crevices etched themselves around her eyes.
I'm so sorry,
she said.
I was heartbroken when I heard. Poor Abby. Are you holding up all right? Truthfully now, how are you doing?
Eric took a deep breath in. The normal trope line about surviving each day as it comes came to his lips, only to disappear back within him. I feel like I'm dying, he answered honestly. I have no idea how I'm supposed to get through this. No idea. Cynthia nodded sympathetically.
I understand. I do.
The two stood locked in silence. It was impossible to say when the pair had grown so close, probably after Norman's death, although possibly before. There was something about the non-judgmental way in which Cynthia viewed the world that reminded him of his mother, an optimist and yet a realist, compassionate to the core and ready to fight to the death for something she believed in. Eric was about to lead her through to find Abby when a small woman with a bleached crop of hair appeared at Eric's side. Her lips twisted apologetically before she turned to Cynthia. Sorry, you don't mind, do you? She said, indicating her desire to steal Eric away for a conversation. Cynthia shook her head.
No, not at all. I was just about to disappear.
She looked at Eric.
I'm keen to meet this mother-in-law of yours everyone is talking about. I hear she's quite a character. Perhaps we could arrange a get-together later in the week.
That sounds great. I think you two will get along fabulously, he said, then leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, after which she promptly disappeared into the sea of black.
Eric.
The woman Eric was left with was of elfin proportions. Her black sweeping poncho and skinny trousers were far too fashionable to be placed within a 50-mile radius of Burlham. Still, it took Eric a solid minute to place her. Sam, he said, taking her by the shoulders and doing the obligatory kiss on both cheeks that he had become so accustomed to in the last 3 hours. How are you?
Missing her, she said. Every day I'm looking at my emails waiting for one to come through for her. I don't know if I'll ever stop.
I know.
14 years I've been her agent. 14 years, can you believe that? That's got to be longer than most marriages last, hasn't it?
Longer than mine, Eric said. We only got to 12. The woman's face flashed fuchsia.
Eric, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to imply.
It's fine. I was being flippant. Honestly. Her eyes hovered on his, the look of concern still at the forefront. Eric had had a lot of looks of concern over the past few days, and it was getting harder and harder to look each one in the eye.
Well, I just wanted to let you know that we're here if you need us, the whole team. Susie was like family to us, and if you have a minute or you want to discuss...
Eric's mind wandered off as Sam continued to talk at him. He scanned the scene, oblivious to the woman's heightened look of concern or actual words that she was saying. It was a bizarre mix of people that had come to pay their respects. Hank and Jerry were busy talking to one of Susie's old school friends, while Tom and Janice exchanged solemn looks over cheese scones. Greg, his old colleague, was currently helping Ralph remove his 2-year-old's hand from the fire grate. Fortunately, it was May, otherwise the kid would probably be requiring an emergency trip to A&E, although it wouldn't be the first time for Ralph and his brood. There were writers and artists from Susie's old days, and mums and dads from the more recent years. A selection of men and women dressed in purple robes, who Eric assumed must have been part of Yvette's coven, he used the term loosely, were helping themselves to her vegan meatloaf, although Eric tried not to look too closely. The only other time Yvette had invited that particular group of friends over to their house, it had ended with a viral YouTube clip of Eric chasing naked pensioners across his lawn with a frying pan. Still, he was grateful they had come to support Yvette. All in all, there must have been at least a dozen people crammed into their kitchen, and easily double that number spilled out into the dining room, living room, and conservatory, and Eric reckoned he knew 50% of their names at best. There were teachers from the primary school and the entirety of the allotment committee, and if he knew this village at all, they weren't going to go until they were certain that his fridge was stocked, his carpets hoovered, and most probably his underwear ironed.
So what do you think?
The abrupt silence that followed caused Eric's eyes to fall back on Sam, who was currently looking up at him expectantly.
Sorry,
he said. I missed that. What did you say?
I was just saying how it was such a shame that the—
What? Eric's attention was severed again, this time as he caught a glimpse of chestnut hair and a flash of familiar blue-green eyes in the conservatory.
You have got to be kidding me. You have to be fucking kidding me.
Chapter 4. Susie's agent, Sam, was entirely forgotten as Eric barged his way through the mass of black jumpers and jackets and plates of sandwiches and scones. He had to have been mistaken. He had to. He was exhausted. His mind must have been playing tricks. There was no way in hell she could possibly be there, he thought, as he stood on yet another pair of polished black shoes. There was no way she would do that, not after everything. Not after the mess that she caused. His pulse was soaring, pumping the blood through his veins with such ferocity it pounded in his eardrums. Yet, despite his reasoning, Eric knew what, or rather who, he had seen, and the moment he was within touching distance, he grabbed her by the elbow. Maintaining as best an air of normality as he possibly could, Eric dragged Fleur straight out of the conservatory back door, into the garden, and down into the alley by the side of the house.
What the hell do you think you're doing here?
Eric spat. He was shaking with anger. He could feel it, every single muscle in his body on fire. Fleur blinked, her doe eyes and lashes fluttering up at him.
Eric, I don't understand.
You don't understand? What the hell are you doing here? This is my wife's funeral, her wake. Fleur was shaking her head in confusion, a thin veil of tears building on her lower lids.
I just came to say goodbye. Susie was my friend.
Eric laughed. It was harsh and bitter and sounded so unlike his normal voice he could barely recognize it, but he knew the sentiment was what he felt. Pure repulsion. You weren't her friend.
Eric?
He was trembling so much he couldn't even manage to speak, and while Fleur was trembling visibly too, he didn't give a damn. She sniffed repeatedly as she cast her gaze to the sky, but despite her attempts to thwart the inevitable, in less than a minute the tears in Fleur's eyes reached their capacity, and one by one escaped and slipped down her cheek. She wiped them away with the back of her hand.
Eric,
she spoke through staggering breaths.
I'm sorry about what happened. I am. I thought you and I thought we—
There is no we, Eric said, the bitterness embroiled in every syllable. There was never any we. Fleur's mouth clamped shut. Her chin bobbed up and down in the rapid succession of a nod. Several times her lips puckered and pursed like she was considering saying something again, but Eric was on her, less than a foot away, teeth bared and ready to draw blood.
I should go,
she said when she eventually opened her mouth again.
I should leave.
I think that's the first sensible thing you've said in a long time. After offering Eric one last pleading look, Fleur crossed the patio and disappeared into the house.
Ah!
He screamed, clenching his fist and bringing it down against the neighbour's fence.
Fuck, fuck, fuck!
His teeth ground top and bottom, the heat of anger burning away in his veins.
Fuck it!
The wooden spike of the fence post speared into his hand. A warm, wet trickle of blood pooled within his clenched fist. He flicked his hand, marking the paving slabs with his blood spatter.
Fuck it all!
After a parting kick at the fence, he closed his eyes and sucked in a long, deep breath of air. He expelled it, then took another. He could stay out here, he thought, for a couple of minutes at least. No one would miss him. No one would think any worse of him. He glanced at his hand, which stung as he flexed his fingers. It didn't look bad enough for stitches, but it needed cleaning. Perhaps a plaster or something too. With a rub of his knuckles, he turned around, ready to walk back into the house. "So, are you going to tell me what that was all about?" Yvette said. "Or would I be better off asking for someone else's opinion?" Eric blanched. Tears leaked down Abby's face as Lydia and Tom said their goodbyes. "We're only a phone call away," Lydia said. "You can ring any time, okay? Day or night, and you can have sleepovers every other weekend if you want." Abby looked to Eric while she fiddled with the mood ring, still fixed fast on her middle finger. "I'll be okay," she said. Eric nodded his head, sensing for once what she needed. "She'll be okay," he said. Shortly afterward, she fell asleep on the living room sofa, the wake still in full flow around her. Sam had had to disappear early too, waving her phone by means of an apology. By that point, Eric was too disorientated to even lift a hand in response. It was as though his whole house was filled with a fog that only he could see. He knew people were talking, to him, at him, around him, but when their mouths moved, it was as though they were detached from the sounds they were making, and their voices reached his ears as nothing more than a muffled hum. The only word he ever managed to hear was Susie's name, amplified past all reason, blaring out like a foghorn at him. Finally, people dispersed, and numbers dwindled. However, one of the strangest scenarios of the whole afternoon came when Eric headed back into the garage to retrieve his stash from Sally, only to discover someone else had got there first. It was the sobbing noise that alerted Eric to the fact he was not alone, and he thought momentarily that Abby had slipped away for a little privacy. On reflection, he realized that Abby had her own room to go to if she wanted privacy, and that her voice was a full octave higher than the one currently wailing away between his lawnmower and spare tire set. "Pete," Eric said, discovering Susie's ex-husband crumpled on the ground, with Eric's secret bottle almost a third of the way through. "What are you doing?" Pete's head came up from his lap. Snot and tears had dribbled down into his beard, while white chalk marks from the walls had dusted his black jacket. "Eric," he said, stumbling to his feet. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause you any trouble. Is this yours?" He held the bottle out to Eric. "You found it in my house, so the odds are fairly good, wouldn't you say?" Eric took the bottle and downed a mouthful. It was exactly what he needed, sweet and burning and numbing. He savoured the moment, then took another. In the 12 years Susie and he had been together, Eric had never had the displeasure of meeting her ex-husband. He had heard about him, obviously, although not in the way he expected some women spoke about their lying, cheating ex-husbands. Rather than that, Susie would tend to clam up when talking about Pete. A pained expression would form on her face, at which point Eric would always try to distract from the situation. "I'm sorry." Pete took the bottle out from Eric's hand before Eric had even realized. "There were just so many people, asking how I knew her, and it's hard to say you're the ex who screwed up her life, Eric tensed. "You didn't ruin her life." He sucked on his teeth. "Susie had a perfectly happy life after you. We had a perfectly happy life. Abby, Susie, and I. We had a great life." Sensing his error, Pete knocked back another double shot's worth. "All I meant was, I was just saying that
with a press of his lips. I have 2 girls now. Did you know that? He handed Eric back the booze and slipped his phone out of his pocket. 11 and 9. I can't believe how quickly they grow, how quickly they... He stopped again, pressing his lips into a thin, flat line. I should go, he said. My wife's picking me up. She's probably waiting. He turned and crossed the garage, placing his hand on the door handle before turning back to face Eric. Do you think she forgave me? He said, his eyes shining with even more desperation than Fleur's had only moments before. I know what I did was terrible. I do. But I was young. We were young. Do you think that she ever really forgave me? Bile and whiskey churned in Eric's stomach. What did he know of Susie's forgiveness? That he didn't deserve any, that was for sure. That had that car not come hurtling around the bend, he might have ended up no different to Pete, a wasted ex, wallowing in all the mistakes he had ever made. She was Susie. Eric croaked out the one reply he desperately wished he could hear. She forgave everyone. How many of those have you had? Yvette asked, gesturing to the whiskey glass in Eric's hand. Hank, Jerry, and Janice had been the last to leave, although Eric's ex-colleague Greg and his new wife stayed around to help with a lot more tidying up than Eric would have predicted. The whole thing had gone on far too long for his liking. After the incident with Pete, he had headed back into the wake, armed with the remainder of the bottle. No one had said anything. No one would have dared. He never used to drink whiskey before, only gin, but a love of gin was something that he and Susie had bonded over, and even thinking of pouring a glass without pouring a second one to accompany it caused a blistering sensation to spread its way up from his sternum. Does it matter? He replied, glancing at the glass in his hand. Yvette pressed her lips together in a line. Well, everything's sorted in here, she said. Are you going to stay down long, or do you want me to lock up? I'm not sure. Well, shall I lock up the back at least? If you want. And do you want to carry Abby up to her bed? She can't stay down here all night. For Christ's sake, what is it with all the questions? Yvette recoiled. Eric didn't care. You honestly think I'm going to let her sleep down here all night? I was just asking. A year ago, a visit from Yvette was about as regular as the bowel movement of a fried chicken addict. Now she lived with them. He could barely go for a piss without turning around and finding her hovering over him. I'll carry her up now, Eric relented with a sigh. He moved to stand, only to catch his right foot on something invisible. His leg wobbled around before he managed to steady himself on the door frame. Perhaps I should take her up instead. For God's sake, Yvette, I'm fine. Will you just back off? Still huffing, he marched out of the kitchen and through to Abby, seething every step of the way. He had carried her upstairs after far more drinks than this before, and no one had ever batted an eyelid, he thought. Christmas Eves, New Year's Eves. How many other nights had Abby fallen asleep in front of a film, and Eric and Susie waited until they had polished off half a bottle before taking her upstairs, to imply he wasn't capable of looking after his own daughter. Who the hell did she think she was? Striding into the living room, he swept up Abby in his arms. Eric, back off, Yvette. He could feel her watching him even as he took the first step. He clenched his jaw and padded upwards, each step louder and angrier than the last. When he reached the top of the staircase, he heard a sigh of relief expelled from down below. His shoulders tightened. Let it go, Eric, he said to himself. In the bedroom, he laid Abby down on the bed. She had already changed out of her funeral wear into a pair of leggings and a long-sleeved top, so there didn't seem any point in waking her to put her pajamas on, not when she was so fast asleep. Instead, he simply pulled the blanket over her. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of the yellow and green photo album on the table. It spanned her entire life. Childhood photos, teens and early 20s, Lydia's wedding, their wedding, the shell suits, the bouffant hair, hoop earrings, diamante earrings, elasticated waists, and giant bum bags. over 3.5 decades of memories and bad fashion condensed to fit between two faux leather pages. Eric flicked to halfway. Their wedding. They had picked a day in early September. It was less cliched than summer, and therefore cheaper too, and they hoped that the last of the mid-year sun would keep them warm through to the afternoon. It didn't. The whole day was wet and freezing, with winds like they'd never experienced before. Leaves were ripped from the trees, and the rose petals that were thrown as a replacement for confetti were hurled straight back into the eyes and ears of guests. At one point, as Susie and Eric stepped outside for photos, a gust of wind whipped Susie's veil up and over, wrapping itself around her throat. Strangled on her wedding day, they had joked. Married for 20 minutes. That would have been a record. The memory rose and churned up in his stomach. He flicked back to the front. She did look like Abby, Eric thought again as he ran his fingers around the image of baby Susie. Her eyes had exactly the same expression Abby had when she was a baby too. She still had, in fact. Quizzical. Questioning. Eyes that saw through to his soul. With the tears beginning to build again, he moved to another page. Next came images of their first house in Islington, taken at a moving-in party by the looks of things. Surges of nostalgia rolled through him as he perused the photograph. The house had been in a complete state when they had first bought it, not dissimilar to this place. Everything they had done themselves. Well, not the electrics, but the flooring, plastering, plumbing. And it wasn't like they had YouTube to go to back then. Susie would borrow books from the library, or else beg more manually minded friends to help them. No, Mummy, Mummy. Abby's whimpers rattled around the room and she twisted in the sheets. Please, Mummy, please. Eric closed the book and watched as Abby kicked the sheets from off her body. How the hell are we going to do this? He whispered as he clumsily tucked her hair behind her ears. What the hell are we going to do? He waited a minute or two, continued to rub her arms and shoulders until she fell into less restless slumber. Then he answered his own question by heading downstairs and opening another bottle of drink. When he woke the next morning, there was a moment. Outside, the birds were bringing in the dawn and the sheets rustled against his skin. Warmth filtered its way in through the curtains, the light from which dissolved the last dregs of his dream. What was it he was dreaming about? He couldn't quite catch the image. It was moving constantly away from him, teasing him. A clattering rang its way up from downstairs. Eric's stomach knotted. He should have got up first, he thought. It should have been him who got up first to make the coffee. Susie never worked well until she had had her first coffee. All it took was her name. The moment it flicked into his head, it was like a boot to the gut. Eric sat up, gagging, coughing, whiskey-filled bile spilling out of his nostrils. His hand reached over to her side of the bed, still cold, unslept in for over 2 weeks now. The argument hit him next. The vehemence in her eyes, the distrust with which she viewed him as she reversed the car without so much as a glance in her mirror. That was it. That was how he had said goodbye to the love of his life. That was how he had driven her to her death. He leant over the side of the bed and searched for something to be sick in. When he found nothing, he reached down and grabbed his shirt from the previous day. Green, acidic vomit sprayed out of his mouth. He let the last bit dribble down his chin before wiping it off and throwing the shirt back on the floor. He picked up the bottle and shook it. There was still a bit in the bottom. He must have passed out before he finished drinking. He pulled off the top and lifted the bottle to his mouth. "Daddy?" Abby stood in his doorway. "Daddy, is everything all right?" "Abby, my darling." Yvette appeared in the doorway, sweeping Abby up into her arms. "Let's go downstairs. I've just put some sausages in the oven. They'll be ready soon. We'll let your dad have a little more rest, eh?" Yvette's voice was the epitome of calm and understanding. She ushered Abby out and directed her down the stairs, then glowered as she pulled the door to Eric's bedroom closed. Eric stared at the bottle in his hand and sniffed. It wasn't like there was a lot there to drink. It was hardly going to get him drunk. He lifted the glass bottleneck back up to his mouth and held it there. He hesitated, sniffed again, then downed the lot. The alcohol hit the back of his throat in exactly the right spot. The vapors rose back up to catch in his nose. His eyes pinged awake. No harm done, he thought, and tossed the bottle down the side of the bed. It clattered as it hit the floor. Eric looked down to find another one flat against the carpet. It must have come from last night, he thought, although he couldn't remember drinking it then. Possibly it was earlier in the week. Groaning, he reached out and stretched his arms. The headache struck right between the temples. It was a sharp headache, like twisting screws turning deeper and deeper into his skull. He rolled over and pressed his head against the pillow. He would get up soon, Eric told himself, as he squeezed his eyes shut in an attempt to lessen the pain. Nothing did. You need to do something, Eric told himself as the alcohol began to take effect on his thoughts. That's what people tell you, isn't it, that you need to stay busy? He conversed back and forth inside his head. He would tidy the room, he thought. That was a good place to start. Then he should probably head out of the village, get a change of scenery, maybe even take Abby to the cinema. Cinema. Another word that sent him spiraling down. A single word was enough to spark 1,000 memories catapulting between his synapses. Their first trip to the cinema to see a horror film that Susie had insisted she would like, only to scream all the way through it. Another cinema date, this time in their early marriage, where Eric had cracked a tooth on some hard-boiled pick-and-mix sweet. Susie had been gutted. She had wanted to see the film for weeks. Instead, they had had to leave the cinema and go in search of an emergency dentist. Then there was Abby's first cinema trip, and their first one to the cinema down here before they had moved to Burlham. That had been a good time, all staying in the sailboat's chintzy rooms, eating greasy fish and chips by the river. A surge of adrenaline rushed through Eric's veins as he tried to remember the last film she had seen. They went to the cinema with Lydia and the boys about a month before Christmas, but was that it? Was that her very last trip? She had talked about taking Abby, or even arranging a girls' evening with Fleur. Eric flung the name from his thoughts before it had a time to take hold. How could he find out? It felt important, like it was something he needed to know. The adrenaline gave way to a crash of emotion. Everything Susie had done over the previous few weeks had been her last, and she hadn't even known. The last time she brushed her teeth or swept her cheeks with blusher. The last time she had emptied the bins or stayed up past midnight typing away on her computer. Her last sandwich, her last cappuccino, her last trip on a train, in a plane, in the passenger seat of a car. The list went on and on, swirling around in his head. The last time she had taken a glass of gin from Eric and put it to her lips. The last time she had pulled the covers off him in the night as he slept. The last time she had handed money to the big issue girl outside the co-op. Eric's mind whirled. An infinite number of lasts, and he wanted them all back. He needed them all back. He needed his last kiss goodbye, his last hang-up on the phone call. She shouldn't have gone. She should never have gone. Eric. Yvette knocked on the door, although she was in the room before he had even had a chance to stop his head from swimming. I'm going to take Abby out. Eric squinted, looking for his phone or watch. What's the time? It's still early. It's 10, she said, and I have my first dance class today. You do? Yvette pressed her lips together. They stayed that way, pushed together at an awkward angle for an extended length of time, before opening by half an inch. Even then it was a full 15 seconds before she spoke. Yes, she said. I reminded you about it last night. Eric sat up. Something twinged in his shoulder. He bit down against the pain. Don't you think it's a bit soon? He said, levering himself up to standing. Soon? You, starting work today. You only buried her yesterday and you want to start work, the day after your daughter's funeral. Yvette ran her tongue slowly across her top lip. She was playing the delay game. Eric could feel it, trying to make him feel bad for something when he'd done absolutely nothing. Susie was her daughter, for God's sake, and she was acting like everything was normal. "No," Yvette said. "I don't think it's too soon. This is what Susie wanted me to do, remember? She wanted me to start teaching these lessons. I am trying to carry on my life the way Susie wanted me to. Can you say the same?" Eric's jaw locked. "I'll be taking Abby with me. We're going to Hank's for lunch. We won't be back much before 3, I don't suspect. It would be nice if you managed to stay sober that long." As it happened, Eric didn't manage to stay sober that long. He had had every intention of abstaining. He even got as far as looking up the cinema times on the computer with a view to taking Abby that afternoon. He was still on the wagon when lunchtime came about, and he took the sandwich Yvette had wrapped and labelled in the fridge for him. Then, deciding it looked like a warm enough day, and considering the number of memories enclosed in the house, he decided to eat outside. He had barely sat down on their planked wood picnic table when the thoughts started again. It was the shed that had tripped the switch, the garden shed where Eric had hidden Lulu, the red setter puppy, for a full hour while he waited to surprise Susie with her gift. Susie had been surprised, but not in a good way. An argument had broken out, and she had insisted that he take the dog back. And he said he did. He almost did, but instead he had given the puppy to Fleur. That was it. That was the start of everything. One little lie about returning a puppy, and his whole world came crumbling down. With a trembling hand, Eric pulled open the shed door and scanned the inside. One of the toys he had bought was there on the floor, covered in dust bunnies and spiders and goodness knows what else. Next to it, he spotted a bottle of Hank's homemade moonshine. "Almost like it's meant to be," he said. The stuff was lethal, barely fit for human consumption, and exactly what he needed. Eric shook the bottle and gave it a proper swill about before tipping it back to his lips. A puppy. That was what it came down to. If Eric hadn't got the puppy in the first place, he would never have been able to give it to Fleur when Susie told him to get rid of it. If Fleur hadn't had the puppy, then Eric would never have gone around to her place that night in order to see it. And if Eric hadn't gone around to Fleur's, then the kiss would never have happened, and Susie would never have driven off the drive in a full-blown rage, too upset to even look for any oncoming cars. Eric took another pull from the moonshine bottle. Even drunk, it tasted like piss. Still, it was better than being alone with his thoughts. A cold breeze roused him from his sleep. Eric shivered as he yawned, then frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. His head went from one side to the next, and on catching sight of the shed next to him, realized he was still outside. He groaned as the bottle of moonshine resurfaced in his memory. The sun was slinking its way over the horizon, casting the clouds in purple shadows, while smells of rushes and damp earth rose from the marshland behind. He stumbled to his feet and moved towards the back door. Only one step in, and he froze. The moonshine bottle must have fallen out of his hand when he passed out. Shards of glass spattered the ground by his feet, causing his stomach to lurch. There had been much more glass then, of course, 100 times more at least, but even one shard of broken glass was enough to send his mind spiraling back to the scene of the accident. This was what it was like nowadays. He had barely been awake a minute and was already desperate for the next way out. Knowing there was only one cure for his current situation, Eric made a move towards the shed, hoping that he might find another bottle of moonshine or two tucked away under the strimmer and the wall plugs. His fingers were on the handle when he stopped, listened, cocked his head, and listened again. "Abby," he said. The laughter was unmistakable, a low-pitched giggle that rattled with a heartiness of someone over 5 times her age. It made no sense, and yet he heard it again and again. His heart leapt. 2 weeks and he hadn't seen Abby so much as smile. Now she was laughing. He bounded towards the house, pushing back the throbbing behind his eyeballs, thoughts of moonshine gone. Yvette could be back to doing her naked Wiccan dancing for all he cared, if it meant hearing Abby laugh again. He twisted the handle to the back door and stepped inside. Yvette was standing by the kettle, pouring herself a cup of tea, while Abby was kneeling on the ground. The laughter had extended to an uncontrollable giggling fit. Eric looked down at his feet to see the cause. "Isn't she beautiful, Daddy? Her name's Lulu. She needs a home. Can we keep her? Can we, Daddy?"
Chapter 5. Eric couldn't feel his feet. He couldn't feel his hands or his stomach or any of his other organs that under normal circumstances he wouldn't have even considered being able to feel anyway. Still, at that moment he knew he couldn't feel them. It was like his body had separated from his mind. He was outside of it all, watching the colour drain from his skin, his eyes bulging from their sockets, while Abby rolled around on the floor, allowing the red setter puppy to clamber all over her and lick her face. "Abby?" Yvette had stepped away from the kettle and was kneeling down on the floor next to the pair. "Why don't you go and take Lulu upstairs to your room?"
"But I want Daddy to see her. Can we keep her, please? Please, Daddy. Granny said we could."
"Upstairs, Abigail. Your daddy and I need to talk." Abby's eyes went pleadingly to her father. He stared, mouth open again, pulse racing, unable to find a single word. "Come on, Abigail, my darling. I'll take you." Yvette looked to Eric for some kind of response, but he offered none. A moment later, multiple footsteps pattered up the staircase before a single set padded back down and Yvette reappeared. Eric staggered to the fridge. "You need to sit down." Yvette's hands were on her hips, her expression firm. Eric didn't care. "Yvette, this is not a good time. You're going to say that to me, honestly. I just buried my daughter. You remember that, don't you? I had to arrange my daughter's funeral." "Yvette?" "No, don't you dare Yvette me. Not again. Something is going on here, and I want to know what." "I lost my wife." "That's not what I'm on about, and you damn well know it." Eric ran his tongue over his top lip. His toes dug into the floorboards as he avoided making any form of eye contact with his mother-in-law. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. "I can stand here all night." "You're being ridiculous." Eric stepped forward with the intention of shoving Yvette to the side, but he was drunk and she was far stronger than most women of half her age. He tripped backwards over his feet, barely managing to catch his balance on the table before he fell. Still, his knee smacked a chair leg which reverberated with a thud. When he looked up, Yvette's scowl was still firmly in place. "Maybe I should just go and ask that Fleur woman then," she said. "Maybe she'll tell me what's going on." A flash of fear shot through him. His eyes flickered up, accidentally meeting his mother-in-law's. "So I'm right then," Yvette said. "Well, you should know that whatever it is, it can't be any worse than I'm imagining. So, either I hear it from you, or I hear it from her." Eric stared at Yvette. The colour and heat drained from his cheeks, and the throbbing behind his eyes, which had momentarily subsided, returned with a vengeance. "I'll get us both another glass then, shall I?" Yvette said. His confession was met with silence. Yvette was staring at him, probably only seconds away from standing up and slapping him, or worse. It didn't matter. He deserved it. He deserved everything he got. Eric Sibley was responsible for his wife's death. There was no punishment enough for him. He didn't know how he had expected Yvette to respond. He hadn't planned on telling her, but her silence was worse than any shouting could ever have been. That's what Susie would have done too. That was why it hurt so much. The silence expanded further. It stretched and stretched, elongating into an all-consuming bubble which he wished would swallow him up whole. "So," Yvette said, finally breaking the tension, "you're to blame for Susie dying." The words struck like a hammer to the chest. He coughed.
His throat narrowed. Yvette smacked her lips together. "And you blame me too, then?" she said. Eric blinked. "What? You blame me too? You think that I'm responsible?" Eric shook his head, rubbing his temples with his palm. His mother-in-law was infuriating enough when he was sober. Apparently being drunk only made things worse. "Did you hear me?" Yvette said. "You think that I'm to blame for Susie's death?" "No." Eric rubbed his temples a little harder. "I just told you it was my fault if I hadn't kissed Fleur." "But if I hadn't come here, that thug would never have rung the house. You and Susie would never have got into the argument." Eric closed his eyes. The alcohol was still swimming in his system, causing his head to sway. Yvette was making no sense. Nothing was making any sense. "If I hadn't come here," Yvette repeated, "then that man would never have called the house." "That's ridiculous," Eric slurred. "No, it makes perfect sense. I mean, Philip, he has to shoulder a lot of this blame too, mind, if he hadn't got that silly girl pregnant." "No." Eric rose to his feet. "You're not listening." Yes, I am. And it makes sense. All these things we did. I did. Philip did. They're why Susie's dead. We're responsible." "No, you're not." "Yes, I am." "No, I am. I am responsible. I am the reason Susie is dead." "So am I." "No, you're not. Stop doing this." Yvette sprang to her feet. She opened her mouth as if to shout, then closed it again a little. "Don't you see," she said, her voice not much more than a whisper, "that if you're to blame, then so am I?" Eric covered his ears with his hands, rocking back and forth. Yvette reached over and touched his shoulder. "Eric," she said. She tugged at his forearm, but he didn't let go. Whatever it was she was about to say, he didn't want to hear it. "Eric," Yvette said again, "please." "No, you don't understand. This is my fault." "This is no one's fault, Eric. This is nobody's fault. Please don't make it yours. And please, don't make it mine. I can't take that. Not now. I can't. Yvette stopped. For more than a minute, Eric watched his mother-in-law. Twice he reached out his hand in an attempt to comfort her, but withdrawing before any contact was made. The third time, he placed his palm against her shoulder. She lifted her head. "It was an accident," she said. "A horrible accident. But what I did was stupid. What you did was stupid. That was all, Eric. You were a fool. I can hardly judge you for that. Not after how I went running back to Philip." Eric scoffed. "I'm no better than him." Yvette's chin jutted firmly forward. "He got a young girl pregnant in our place of work, right under my nose. Then he won me back over just so he could steal all my money and run off with her and their bastard child again. You really think you're no better?" Eric shrugged. "No," Yvette continued, "we're not having any more of this. Do you understand? You were an idiot and a crappy husband at times. That does not make you responsible for Susie's death. Why was the driver going so fast in the first place? And how many times had you emailed the council asking them to put a sign at the end of the road? You want to blame someone, blame them. At least your anger would be a little better served that way." Eric's throat had constricted. No air was getting in. "But," he tried one last time. "No more," Yvette said. "You hear me? No more." She took their glasses, still both half full, and poured the remaining contents down the sink. "Now then," she said, wiping her hands on the front of her skirt, "what are we going to do about that dog?" Eric took the steps slowly, probably the slowest he had ever taken a staircase before. After Yvette had made them both cups of coffee, which to Eric tasted weak and bland without the presence of something to give it a little more kick, they had discussed the matter of Lulu. She can't stay. She can't, Eric insisted. She has to go back to Fleur. Fleur's gone, Yvette said. What do you mean, gone? Yvette gave a quick, single-shoulder shrug. Hank said she had decided to go back to London. Because of me? I think there's more to it than that. Something about not being able to find work down here, although I expect your little dalliance didn't help. It wasn't a Eric cut himself short. There was no point trying to defend himself. He didn't deserve it anyway. Hank said he'd take on the dog until she could be rehomed properly, Yvette continued. Well, she can't be, not here at least. Fine, then you tell Abby that, because I'm not going to be the one. Eric's back molars ground together. You were the one who let her bring the bloody thing home. Because you were the one who was too busy being drunk and wallowing in his own misery to be a proper father. No, if you want to take the dog away from her, you're going to be the one to do it, Yvette insisted. A dull pain flickered in Eric's chest. For all his married life, he had insisted that Susie was nothing like her mother. She certainly didn't look like her and was nowhere near as flamboyant, but at that moment all he could see was his wife. You need to do it now, though, Yvette said, before she gets even more attached. Eric grunted. It was the closest thing to an answer he could give. Standing on the top step, he listened. You'll like this house, he heard Abby say. Granny makes really good cakes and I'll take you out for walks every day. It's a shame you didn't get to meet my mum, though. She would have loved you. We can look at photographs together, though. I miss her. You must miss your mum, too. Hank said you're not even half a year old yet. At least I had my mum when I was little. I wish I had her now, though. Eric gulped. He twisted his shoulders, momentarily considering a retreat back downstairs, but he stopped himself. Yvette was right. The longer they were together, the more attached she would get. He knew what it was like for him. He had barely laid eyes on the red-brown ball of fluff before she had stolen his heart. Had she not, they would probably not be in this mess in the first place. A burning reignited in Eric's chest. There was no way around it. The dog could not stay. Chapter 6. It's not her fault, Eric said to Yvette as they sat around the dining room table. He forced himself to swallow a mouthful of couscous. It was dry. Everything tasted dry. What he needed was some form of lubrication, preferably with a proof above 30%, but he was trying, despite the headache and mouth that felt like the inside of one of Janice's gardening slippers. She's a dog. She can hardly be held responsible for what happened. Besides, Abby had already grown too attached. So she's staying. For now. Even with his hand on the doorknob, listening to Abby's coos and laughter, Eric had been firm with his resolve. There was no way that Lulu could stay. It wasn't possible. How could he keep an animal when every time he looked at her, all he thought about was the effect it had had on him and Susie? How could he walk her every day knowing that his desire to see her had ultimately resulted in the betrayal of his wife? It wasn't possible. Abby, he said as he pushed open the door, we need to have a talk. It had been instant. The flood of emotions he had expected came, but not, as he had predicted, with anger. Maybe it was the smile on Abby's face, or how seamlessly Lulu appeared to have found a position resting on her lap. Maybe it was the way her tail thumped on the ground, so absent-mindedly blissful. The reason didn't matter. His chest swelled and ached, and all the tears he had tried to drown through drink tumbled down his cheeks. The minute Lulu lifted her head from Abby's knees and looked him in the eyes, he knew. The pair remained, eyes locked, for nearly a minute. Lulu beat her tail on the ground twice. Dad, Abby said, lifting her gaze from the dog to speak to her father. Are you okay? Eric coughed and sniffed, trying not to cry yet again. We're going to need to go and get some dog food, he said. Routine proved the key to Eric's survival during the next 3 weeks. That and keeping himself busy. It wasn't easy. He woke up at 6:30 and let Lulu out into the garden before waking Abby up and making them breakfast. Cooked breakfasts worked better than cereal. It required his attention, and anything that kept him distracted from that first morning drink was a good thing. After washing up and checking that Abby had properly cleaned her teeth, he and Lulu walked her to school. With summer just around the corner, there would be plenty of time before he needed to consider the prospect of a car again, which was a good thing, because at that precise moment he wasn't in the right frame of mind to consider one at all. From dropping Abby off at the school gates, Eric then went for his long walk of the day, taking Lulu around the marshes. It was tricky, finding a place to go that didn't cause him to freeze with grief. Anywhere he and Susie had cycled together was out, along with any of the routes they had taken in Sally too, and that wasn't considering all the places they had walked in the years they had visited before they had taken the leap of moving to Burlham. Still, he found a couple of walks, across the railway line and down towards the marina, over the camping ground into the next village. He could escape for a couple of hours at least and while away the time throwing sticks for Lulu to fetch. His afternoon distractions came closer to home. In the house, he had started on the kitchen in earnest. Susie had wanted to paint the room yellow, only Eric couldn't remember what type of yellow she had decided on. It might have been primrose, but then again it could have been buttercup. Primrose and buttercup certainly sounded familiar, but that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Too sickly were the words she had used to describe some of the shades they had looked at, but had that been buttercup or primrose? Perhaps even both. Yvette thought primrose was the sicklier of the two, Eric thought it was buttercup, and Lulu sniffed at both the samples with equal displeasure. In the end, he had gone back to the store and bought a large tub of lavender grey. That way he definitely couldn't get it wrong. When he'd done as much as his shoulders could take, he would fix himself some food before picking Abby up from school and heading over to the fields for Lulu's second big walk of the day. Lulu acted as a buffer, Eric discovered. He would watch over the pair as they chased each other up and down the fields, silently grieving for all the moments that Susie would never see. But it was bearable. In the evenings he could talk to Yvette about a rabbit that the dog had seen and chased, or a throw Abby had done which had forced Lulu right out into the estuary. He was surviving, which was better than he had hoped for at some points. During one of his afternoon walks, Eric was gazing out at the fields, remembering the first time he had brought Susie to Burlham to meet his family. It hadn't gone well. His mother had welcomed her with open arms and gleaming smile. His father had commented solely on her divorce and lack of formal education. She had taken it all in her stride. She set the places for dinner, placing herself opposite George, and spent the whole time questioning him on everything from cars to carrots. He hadn't had time to get his insults in. Afterwards, he commented to Eric that she was overbearing and over-opinionated. Eric responded with a comment about pots and kettles. "I heard you had a dog," a voice said, disturbing Eric from his thoughts. By now, Eric had become well accustomed to the greetings of fellow dog-walkers and even knew a couple of dogs by name. For some reason, recalling the animal's name proved infinitely easier to Eric than recalling those of the owners. This was one person, however, Eric hadn't expected to see. "Christian," Eric said, and reached out a hand. The solicitor looked a far cry from his normal, badly suited self. Instead, he was dressed in a pair of ripped board shorts and a 1994 Glastonbury T-shirt. His shoes were caked in a thin layer of mud, and the twist of a headphone cord dangled around his ears. "I am so sorry about Susie," Christian Eves said, reaching down and letting his spaniel off the lead to go crazy with Lulu. "I came to the funeral. I hung around at the back, if I'm honest. I didn't come to the wake. Didn't feel it was my place. I hope it was an okay occasion, as okay as these things can be." "It was—" Eric searched for the words. "As expected." For a minute, the pair cast their gazes out over the field. Eves's spaniel had found itself a massive branch that Lulu now desperately wanted. Abby was playing umpire to the pair. From this view, she could have passed for a normal, happy 9-year-old, although it was hard for anyone who knew her not to see the change. When he asked her about her school day, the only replies he would ever get were, "It's fine," or "Okay." Her love of playdates had diminished, and the only time she ever looked genuinely happy was around Lulu. Most of the time her head was in a book, no doubt her most plausible reason not to talk, and the less said about her temper, the better. So, Eves cleared his throat in a more business-like manner, shooting Eric back to his plywood-furnished office and his father's will reading. "I was looking through a bit of paperwork today," Eves said, his eyes still forward on his dog, almost as if he were deliberately avoiding eye contact. "And it turns out I got something a little bit wrong." "You did?" Eric said. "What?" "Well, it turns out there's a bit of ambiguity to your father's will." "Ambiguity?" Eric's temperature took an upward turn. The last time Christian Eves had been informing Eric about his father's will, it had been to explain all the various conditions and constraints it had come with. He had contingency after contingency put in place. It had involved beefed-up bailiffs and had been an altogether unpleasant experience. As far as Eric knew, his father's wishes were anything but ambiguous, and the last thing he needed was more stress right now. "Well, yes," Eves continued. "As you know, the inheritance of the car came under the condition that you tend the allotment every week for 2 years." "I know that," Eric said. "Well, initially I assumed that the 2 years meant from when you started, from your first visit to the allotment. And, well, the will doesn't actually specify that. It could well mean from the date that your father visited me to draw up his will, or at the very least the date that he died." Eric shook his head, confused. "I don't get it. What is it you're trying to say?" Eves pressed his lips together. He twisted his neck around to face Eric, making eye contact for only the second time in their conversation. "What I'm saying is that it's yours. I'm not going to check. No one's going to check. The last thing you need is this nonsense going on. The car is yours. You can do what you like with it. I'll bring around the paperwork tomorrow." Eric blinked. He could feel his eyes filling. "This isn't some sick joke." "No, I can assure you it is not." Eric pressed his lips together and gave a short, sharp nod. "Thank you," he said. Eves's eyes were back on the field. "Don't mention it," he said. Then he put 2 fingers into his mouth and whistled at an impressively loud volume. "Help!" he called. "It's time to go home." "Help?" Eric said. "You named your dog Help." "My family has a peculiar sense of humor." "That's fantastic news," Yvette said when Eric told her about the car that evening. "Maybe you and Abby could go for a drive." "And Lulu," Abby said. "Not a chance," Eric said. "I am not having her devalue my car by slobbering all over the upholstery." As if understanding exactly what had been said, Lulu hopped up from below the table onto Eric's lap and planted a slobbering lick on his chin. Yvette's cheeks sucked inwards. "Talking about cars," she said. Eric rolled his eyes. Cars were on the list of topics that Eric had been actively avoiding, along with cash flow, work, his or Yvette's, summer holidays, and any moment further forward in time than the evening of the exact day they were on. However, currently, cars were on the top of Yvette's list. While summer in Berlin was fine, walking Abby to school in the midwinter was far from ideal. "The new one's arriving next Tuesday," Yvette said, pulling a pan of something brown and sizzling out of the oven. "I dealt with the insurance company myself. I thought it would be easier that way." "You did?" Eric's muscles twitched. Yvette's meddling had been the bane of his existence since her arrival here, from piercing Abby's ears to changing the breakfast cereal. Here she was, at it again. A familiar, impulsive heat rushed through him, and he opened his mouth, ready to read her the riot act about taking control of his life and sticking her nose in where it wasn't wanted. But he didn't. He closed the mouth and met her gaze. "Thank you," he said. Thank you for doing that.
You're most welcome. She reached up into the cupboard and pulled down 3 plates. Before I forget, you haven't seen a ring lying about anywhere, have you?
A ring, like mine? Abby said, lifting her head up and holding out her hand, the bauble stone now a gentle amber colour.
I hope you didn't wear that to school, Eric said, lowering his cutlery to his plate. You know what I told you about keeping it safe?
I didn't, I promise. I put it on when I got home.
Her unwavering eye contact meant she was either certainly telling the truth or most definitely lying. Really?
Really?
Good. We can't get another one of those. If you lose it or break it, it's gone forever.
I know.
And I don't want you wearing it when you're messing about with Lulu either. The last thing I want is her to swallow the damn thing and for me to have to go sifting about in mountains of dog. It's a diamond one, Yvette said, steering them back towards the original source of conversation, with emeralds on the side. I thought it was in my jewellery box that I brought with me from the ship, but I can't find it, and I can't for the life of me think where else it could be. You'd recognize it if you saw it.
Eric smiled internally. He was certain he would. It sounded like the exact ring Yvette had refused to give him in order to propose.
You did leave the boat in rather a hurry, Eric said, keeping his thoughts about the ring to himself. Any chance you could have left it there?
A series of creases formed along her brow.
I'm certain I was wearing it when Philip and I went to the theatre in London, but to be honest, the longer it's missing, the less sure I am.
Eric frowned and tried to pick his words as delicately as possible.
I hate to sound pessimistic, but you don't suppose he took it, do you? He did take the rest of your money after all.
Philip? Yvette shook her head with absolute certainty.
No, definitely not. That was my mother's ring, she added. Even Philip couldn't have stooped that low.
He did miss Susie's funeral, Eric reminded her.
Yes, well.
Searching for a new route to direct the conversation, she glanced at Abby's ring, finding the orange stone even brighter than it had been just a moment before. A small smile crept upwards on her lips.
Abby, she said, do you know what else is that colour orange?
Yvette's reasoning behind the bright orange convertible Beetle was that it would hold no memories of any sort, and to give her dues, it was true. Eric had never in his life possessed such an outrageously coloured vehicle. The choice of car had initially jarred with Eric, mainly because he had never envisioned himself as the type of man who travelled around in a modern soft-top, let alone owned one.
Really? You really want me to drive around in a car that colour? Well, if you don't want to, I'm more than happy to. Besides, it's not like you leave the house that often.
I think it's Satsuma orange, Abby said, ignoring the burgeoning argument as she ran her hand along the shiny new bodywork.
Then Satsuma orange it is.
Yvette clasped her hands together. And now we have an orange car and an orange dog.
We do indeed, Eric replied. We do indeed.
Lulu looked up from the ground and wagged her tail.
I guess you and I might have to do some rally driving together, girl, Eric said.
When Abby was at school, Lulu would stick to Eric's heels like they were thick as thieves. She was there beside him at the kitchen table, ready to receive any scraps he may have going spare, and more than once had followed him into the toilet to watch him do his business. Whichever room Eric was in, Lulu would be feet away. It was only when Abby came home that he realized Lulu's affection towards him had been a time filler, some way to pass the hours before her real owner got home.
Did you let her sleep in your bed again?
Eric said a week after the car's arrival as he stripped the covers off his daughter's bed amid a cloud of red fur. She gets lonely on her own, Abby replied indignantly.
It's in the same room. And why have you got 3 of my socks in here? And why are they covered in drool?
Because she cuddles them, Abby said, and looked at Eric like he had just made the dumbest comment of any parent in the world throughout the existence of all parents. Socks weren't Lulu's only penchant when it came to Eric's clothes.
Abby,
Eric yelled up the stairs almost every other morning,
your dog has eaten one of my shoes again.
Abby would appear at the top of the stairs, Lulu at her heel, and both of them would look at Eric with their big puppy eyes. "She's really sorry," Abby would say. "Granny says she likes your smell."
"Well, if she does it again, I'm getting a kennel and she'll be sleeping outside."
"Okay,"
Abby would say, rubbing Lulu's ears before skipping off to her bedroom. They were all well aware that that was as much punishment as either of them were going to receive. Eric hadn't so much as raised his voice to Abby since her mother had died. He couldn't, despite the fact he desperately needed to. "You need to go in and see the head teacher," Yvette said after picking Abby up from school one afternoon. "Why, what happened?" Yvette pointed her gaze to Abby, who was currently looking only at her feet. "Abby," Eric said, "what's going on?" Abby shifted her weight from one foot to the other under his gaze.
"Nothing. I just hit someone, that's all."
"You hit someone?" Eric's voice hitched in surprise. Abby was the girl who rescued earthworms and cried at the cartoons whenever anything remotely sad or happy happened. "Why? What happened?" Abby's feet continued to shift about. "Abs?" Eric pressed. Abby sucked a lungful of air in through her nose before planting her hands on her hips.
"He's a bully. He'd stolen Kimmy's Kinder Egg and he wouldn't give it back."
"So you hit him?"
"I asked him first," Abby said, "twice, but he refused to give it back. And it wasn't like it was a hard punch."
The next morning, Eric sat in the head teacher's office as he relayed what Abby had told him.
"From what I hear, Mr. Sibley," said Mrs. Woodhouse, "Abby didn't even say a word to the boy. She just walked up and punched him."
"That doesn't sound very likely," Eric said. "From what I've heard, the boy is a bully and a thief."
"Mr. Sibley, I have not called you in to cast aspersions."
"But I am right, aren't I? What was it Abby said he stole? A Kinder Egg?"
"Well,
And you weren't actually there to see if she spoke to him or not."
I can assure you—"
"This is ridiculous. I've been called in because my daughter was sticking up for her friend."
"That is not why—"
"Perhaps you need to take a look at your bullying policies," Eric said, pushing up from his seat. "Because if it comes down to a 9-year-old girl to make sure that other children aren't being picked on, then it looks like there might be an issue." He reached out a hand, which, after a quick hesitation and a very sour expression, Mrs. Woodhouse shook. After a couple of quick pumps, Eric moved to retrieve his hand, only to find it still held firmly within her grasp.
"Mr. Sibley," she said, "I like Abby an awful lot, and I know what happened to her mother is going to have a tremendous impact. Have you thought about counseling for her?"
"Counseling?"
"I think it might help."
Eric tensed. Not only had he been brought down here for no reason whatsoever, now someone who knew absolutely nothing about their life was doling out their own narrow-minded opinion. "Abby's fine. She has me at home and her grandmother. There's plenty of people around her if she wants to talk."
"Sometimes a stranger is far easier for people to talk to, and not just children. Think about it."
She dropped his hand, but left her comment hanging in the air between them. "Thank you for your time," Eric said, and turned and left, leaving the door wide open behind him. Chapter 7.
"Can we take Lulu to Danbury Woods?"
Abby asked her dad a week later.
"Pip Eddy says his family always do their dogging in the woods there."
"I'm pretty certain that's not what Pip Eddy said," Eric responded, making a mental note not to visit the wooded area for any late-night dog walking. Lulu had been with them a month and continued to keep them all busy, chewing through the water pipe to the washing machine and flooding the kitchen, eating an entire pack of Abby's wax crayons, which resulted in days of what Abby referred to as unicorn poo, and even managing to get into the utility room cupboard where Eric kept a series of incidentals, including small tools, masking tape, and boot polish. The latter had turned the pedigree red setter into a black and brown mottled mongrel. "She needs a shampoo," Yvette pointed out, just in case Eric couldn't see. "She needs to be put down," was Eric's reply. 2 months after Susie's death, when the label of puppy was losing traction where Lulu was concerned, Yvette brought up yet another matter Eric had been staunchly avoiding. "I've been looking at the finances,"
she said. "With the house and things. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't look good."
Eric hummed. It had been a tough day, probably the toughest since the arrival of Lulu. Abby had performed in assembly for the first time since Susie had passed away. The year group assembly was a special event, so special that the school had even managed to dig out some almost full-sized seats to place at the back ready for the parents. It wasn't like they had deliberately set out a place for Susie, but there had obviously been a fair fewer mums and dads than expected. Yvette had had a last-minute dance class request, and with money the way it was, she couldn't turn it down. Hank had had to take Jerry for an eye appointment after an incident with a blackberry bush, and it was too far to ask Lydia to come, just for a 30-minute play. As it was, when the moment of the assembly arrived, Eric found himself next to an empty seat. Every time Abby's eyes moved towards him, he could see the aching in her chest. The bare piece of folded plastic where her mother should have been sitting, a tangible reminder of what she had lost. He considered moving, but then he feared Abby might have thought he had left altogether, and he couldn't do that to her. She got through it, though, even managing to pull out a smile for her dance solo. Then there was the incident with the new supply teacher.
"You must be Abby's dad,"
said the sartorially stereotypical 20-something. Eric had gone up to the front of the hall to collect Abby. Other children were dispersing, hugging their parents and grandparents and receiving endless accolades for their mediocre performances. Eric and Abby got cornered. Even before she had started talking, he could feel it wasn't going to be good.
"Abby talks about you so much, and her mum, too. I heard all about her books and writing. I was really looking forward to seeing her. I thought that she'd come. Is she busy at work?"
Eric felt Abby tense beside him. Their jaws dropped simultaneously. Eric struggled to find the words, caught so unaware by the comment. Abby, however, seemed to have found the exact thing to say.
"She's dead, you silly cow. Don't you know anything?"
2 hours later, and Eric was up in Abby's room where Lulu's fur was soaked from use as a pillow. He had been sent straight to the head teacher, obviously, and she had wanted Abby to be present as well, but Eric had insisted, and so Hank had abandoned Jerry at the optician's and come to fetch her.
"Am I going to get kicked out of school?"
Abby said up in her bedroom, still stuttering through the tears.
"I didn't mean it. I didn't. I was just angry. How could she not know? Everyone knows."
Eric stroked his daughter's hair. "You are not going to get kicked out," he said. "I spoke to Mrs. Woodhouse. She's pretty cross. She said if anything else like this happens, she'll have to suspend you." Abby's eyes filled.
"Does that mean they'll kick me out?"
"For a little while, yes." Her mouth flew open in horror. Eric caught her before she could start sobbing again. "But that's not going to happen," he assured her. "You will not get kicked out." He stopped, taking a pause to consider his next wording. Abby noticed.
"What is it? I'm in really big trouble, aren't I?"
Eric took his daughter's hand. "You are not in big trouble, but your teacher has suggested to me that you need to speak to someone."
"Someone?"
"A counselor."
"Counselor? What's that?"
"It's a person that you can talk to."
"About what?"
Eric shuffled. "About Mum, and about me, about school, about anything you want to, and you can tell them anything you want, and no one will get cross." Abby's fingers fiddled with the ring on her finger. Currently the stone was a pearly green.
"Do I have to go?"
she said. Eric nodded. "I think you do." She continued to stare at her knees, pressing her fingers into the ring, possibly in an attempt to make it change colour.
"Can I take Lulu?"
she said eventually. Eric smiled. "I think we can make that happen," he said. Then he wrapped his daughter up in his arms and let her cry a little bit more. "So," Yvette said, forcing Eric away from his mulling and back to the conversation, "am I wrong, or are finances an issue?" Eric swilled his glass around. The drink was cola,
but he had poured it into a whiskey tumbler in the hope that it would lessen his desire for something stronger. It helped a little. After the meeting with the head, he desperately wanted a drink, but thoughts of Abby pulled him back. Twice he opened his mouth to respond to Yvette's question before closing it again. On the third time, he managed to speak. "It's not good," he admitted. "I've been looking at it as well, and now we're going to have to factor weekly counselling sessions into it too. I just don't want to dip into Susie's money. Her royalties are meant for Abby, for her future." "But without her money, there's no income coming in, so what do you suggest?" He returned to swilling the cola before lifting his eyes away from the glass and up to his mother-in-law. "I'm not sure. I've been thinking that maybe the best thing we could do is sell up and head back to London. I've spoken to Jack. He says there's a job there waiting for me if I want it." "What?" Yvette said, unable to disguise the surprise in her voice. "Are you serious?" "Possibly." "Then why didn't you say anything?" Eric took a draw from his drink. The ice clattered against the glass. "Because I'm not sure it's the right thing to do, not right now. What do you think?" "Me? One day I think a fresh start is exactly the thing Abby and I need. No school problems, no memories of this place. The next day I think uprooting her is only going to cause more stress." Yvette slowly scratched her head. "I'm inclined to think the latter. You going back to that job, working all hours, isn't going to help her in the least bit."
"But the upkeep on this place is massive, and money is money. We need some. More than we've got, at least."
"That is true."
"And we don't need all this space. You know, the ridiculousness of it is when Susie was alive and you were living here, the place felt so busy and cramped all the time, like I could barely find an inch to myself. Now it feels like a bloody castle, it's so empty."
"I know," Yvette agreed. She picked up a teaspoon from her saucer and began to stir the tea. The bag had already been removed, and Yvette never took sugar in any of her drinks, but she stirred away, eyes lost in the moving liquid. "I did have another idea," she said. "It's not ideal, but it's an option."
"I'm willing to hear anything," Eric said.
"No." 5 minutes later, and Eric's whiskey tumbler now had a very large shot of whiskey added to it. Yvette was still nursing her cup of tea, although her posture was far less relaxed than it had been a few moments before.
"No way," he repeated. "Absolutely not, under no circumstances."
"It makes perfect sense."
"We'll find another way. I'll work part-time. I'll get a job at the co-op."
"Eric, listen."
"No. That is Susie's office. Susie's space. There is no way I am letting it out to some yuppie for a few bucks a week."
"But it's good money. Commuters would pay a lot for a room in a place like this. And it's not like her room is being used. It's just there, collecting dust, hanging over this place like a shadow."
"No."
"When was the last time you went in there, then? Tell me that. Even if you don't let it out, the place needs sorting. You can't just leave all of her things there, pretending nothing's happened."
"You think that's what I'm doing?"
"When it comes to that room, yes. And don't get me started on her clothes in the wardrobe. It's not doing you any good holding on to those things."
"What are you suggesting, that I just throw everything away?"
"No, not all of it. But Eric, you've got to see sense. A lodger would bring in extra money. You would be able to take your time, find a job you want to do down here, and Abby wouldn't have to be uprooted."
Eric shook his head. "What kind of person would want to lodge in a house with a 9-year-old girl living in it? I can tell you exactly what sort."
"Then let the room to a woman."
"And look like I'm running some brothel?"
"Eric, you're being ridiculous."
"My answer is no."
Eric finished his drink and slammed the tumbler down on the table.
"If you want to get a lodger, find your own bloody house to live in."
He took the bottle upstairs with him and didn't even bother with the glass. His only intention had been to get drunk enough that he didn't have to think about things. He certainly hadn't planned on going inside that room, but now all he could think about were Yvette's words, how it needed cleaning, how it was a waste of space, how he was holding on and ignoring things. He pushed her words down with another gulp of whiskey. It could never be a waste of space, Eric thought. It was Susie's space. The door creaked open, pushing against the carpet the way it always did. "It'll be fine in a couple of months," Susie used to say. "The carpet just needs to wear down a bit." "I could always trim it with scissors," Eric would reply. "You could bloody well not," Susie would laugh, and then she would reach up her hand and wrap it around his neck and plant a kiss on his lips. But he never let it last long enough, he realized. He should have forced her to let him stay there with her. He should have forced her to stay. Visions of his wife, head down over a laptop, or else book in hand, scribbling away, swelled in currents through his mind as he bypassed the light switch, moved across the room, and switched on the table lamp. He gave his eyes a second to adjust. Yvette was right about one thing at least. The room had been collecting dust. 6 weeks since Susie's death, and the spiders had claimed official squatters' rights. Dense cobwebs hung from the coving, and a not insubstantial layer of dust had settled on all the books. Her laptop, closed, was dull with its dusty veneer. A crack lengthened in Eric's heart. Susie had always said she would write a horror novel one day. This would have been the perfect setting. He pulled out the chair and slumped down in it. The seat was warm as if she had only just been sitting in it, and the longer he sat, the stronger the sense of lavender and pencil lead became. If he closed his eyes, he could just imagine that she had popped out for an evening, perhaps gone up to London for a conference or something. No matter how tight money was, letting out this room was simply not an option, Eric told himself, and as long as he was the owner of this house, it was going to stay that way. That meant there was only one other option on the cards. Eric felt like a money-grabbing whore, like some black widow who had deliberately murdered his wife in a bid to pocket her fortune. The day suited the mood perfectly. Heavy black clouds closed in around the street as he waited for the bank to open. More than once he considered heading home and coming back down in the afternoon when the rain had eased off a little and the bank would definitely be open. But he didn't. If he headed home, he knew there was more than a 50-50 chance of his cracking open a bottle of whatever he had hidden away from Yvette and not coming back out again for the rest of the day. And the fact was, he needed to be there. "Not long now," he said to Lulu as she tugged on her lead. She was clearly confused by the detour to their usual routine. Despite the conversation with Yvette, the sudden disappearance of digits in his bank account had come as an unexpected shock. To start with, there were the funeral expenses. While Eric's father and mother, the only 2 funerals in which he had a personal insight to, had both prepared in advance for the impending departure, Susie had not. No money was set aside for such an event, no insurance policy set to pay out. Now that seemed ridiculous. So many times he and Susie had had the discussion about this exact situation, but there had always been something more important to do, another bill that took priority, a new car, a new sofa, a new holiday so that they could all unwind a little. Add that to the fact they had clearly thought themselves invincible. Not any more, though. Eric had never been more aware of his own mortality. His mainly inebriated state in the days immediately following Susie's death meant that all purchases to do with the funeral had fallen on Yvette. Clearly not wanting to scrimp on her daughter, and despite having no funds of her own, she went all out. Eric hadn't asked for an exact figure, but he had noticed the increasing dent whenever he went to the cash point to withdraw more for his next drinking binge. Then there were the house renovations. While their new bathroom suite was advertised at a reasonable $2.5 grand, Eric had learnt that fairly reasonable figure had been entirely absent of everything other than the toilet, taps, and bath itself. It didn't include delivery or labour, let alone the tiles, specific non-slip high-durability flooring, and major replumbing work that took over the entirety of their first floor. Thus, over the last few months, his savings had taken a battering, and with no job to replenish them, he had to make the decision to transfer all of Susie's money to his account. His nerves bubbled away as Eric took yet another glance at his phone. He was holding a briefcase. brown leather with a smell and patina indicative of a far wealthier time in his life. It had been an anniversary gift from Susie, although he couldn't for the life of him remember what year it had been for. 5 years, perhaps? Was that leather? Maybe it was 10. In the end, he decided it didn't matter and gave up thinking about it. There was a time when holding a briefcase had felt like the most natural thing in the world to Eric, possibly even more natural than holding Abby's hand. But that was the old Eric. Now holding a briefcase felt awkward and clumsy, like he was wearing a costume he no longer fit into. After placing it down on the ground and stepping a little further under the eaves, he went back to staring at his watch, wishing that there was some way to swallow back the sea of trepidation that was currently swelling around his insides. It wasn't like he was doing anything wrong, he told himself for the umpteenth time that morning. Susie's will had specifically said everything would be left to him, and even if it hadn't, legally he was entitled to it. But that was semantics. He wasn't actually meant to spend Susie's money. The plan was that he would put it away somewhere safe until such time that Abby needed it. University fees, a deposit for her first house, that was where Susie's money was meant to go. All Susie's years of toil and endless royalties had been intended for that. Now they were needed just to keep the lights on. Just one more thing for Eric to feel shit about. Susie was even providing for them from beyond the grave. He would have laughed had it not been so utterly heartbreaking. At 9:03, a rotund gentleman with equally round glasses and a small metal name tag bearing the name Dennis Hopkins appeared at the door. "Rather keen today, sir," he said, turning the lock and pulling the door inwards to let Eric in. "Some exciting checks to pay in." "I need to see my dead wife's account," Eric responded. The man's cheeks coloured to a perfect cherry red. "Oh, I am sorry, Mr. Sibley, isn't it?" "It is. Christian Eves said you might be coming by." There was a short pause, during which Eric tried to look as impassive as possible. Of course, the lawyer had mentioned to the bank manager that Eric would be coming. He had probably done it over a plate of hash browns and black pudding at the shed. After all, this was Burlham. Everyone knew everything. "If you'd just like to come this way," Hopkins said, leading Eric to one of the small partitioned offices at the back of the building. "We'll get all this sorted for you. Have you got all her account numbers?" Eric sat down and opened the small briefcase before pulling out a small bundle. "This is everything I could find," he said. "All the other accounts are joint." "Not a problem. I can change those over to you, too, assuming you've got all the legal documents." Eric nodded and pulled out another plastic envelope filled with papers. He wasn't even sure what they said, only that Eves had insisted he sign the bottom several times before he told Eric he would need to take them to the bank. After 10 minutes of tutting and tapping, Hopkins looked from his screen to Eric. "I'll just get these things printed off for you to sign," he said, then disappeared, only to appear less than a minute later with a ballpoint pen and a stack of papers. "Just at the bottom of this one," Hopkins pointed to a line below an awful lot of small print. He whipped out the sheet before the ink had even dried. "And if you can initial this one," he pointed to another line. "This one needs your initials and a signature, and if you could date this one, that one needs your name printed in capitals." It felt like an eternity of signing. No one ever told you that, Eric thought, as he signed away. You expect it to feel like the world has ended when your spouse dies. You expect the loneliness and the hollowness and the endless supply of mediocre casseroles that people insist on bringing around at whatever time of day they feel appropriate. You expect the mass of flowers. None of that had come as a surprise, but the signing, that was a surprise. And endless. "Great." Hopkins stood up from his desk. "Well, that's it. We're all done here. The old accounts have all been shut down, and everything has been transferred to a brand-new savings account in your name." "Thank you," Eric said. "It may be a couple of days before you can set up internet banking and see the numbers for yourself, but if it's not all sorted by the end of the week, come in and we'll have a look at it." Eric's stomach squirmed. He really didn't want to say what he was going to say next. Not in the slightest. What he desperately wanted was to find some way out of it, some way to thank the bank manager, turn around, and deal with the whole financial mess in the privacy of his own home. But he knew he didn't have a choice. His tongue felt like it had swollen to double its size as he attempted to get out the words. "Would it be... is it possible?" "Yes." Hopkins' eyes were magnified in his round glasses as they peered at Eric expectantly. Eric swallowed and tried again. "Would it be possible to see the statements now?" he asked. "I know you said I'll get the details through this week. It's just so I have a bit of an idea how much there is. I don't mean to seem crass. It's just, with the funeral expenses and the house." "No need to explain." Hopkins waved Eric's bumbling to a close. "No need to explain, of course. Of course. Hold on 1 second and I'll get those printouts for you now." Hopkins returned with a small stack of paper. Eric stared at the numbers on the bottom, his mouth growing drier by the second. "Are you sure this is correct?" he asked. "This doesn't make sense." Yvette had purchased some dandelion and burdock drink at the local farmer's market. It was a disgusting beverage, sickly sweet and medicinal, yet at the same time savoury and cloying. Her hope had undoubtedly been to alleviate some of Eric's desire for alcohol, although the only similarity it had with a decent Scotch whisky was the way it was most certainly destroying brain cells. Nonetheless, Eric took another sip. The vileness of the taste at least distracted from the spinning currently going on in his head. "Well, surely there's some mistake," Yvette said, the reams of paper spread out across the dining room table in front of them all. If anyone had walked in, they would have been forgiven for thinking Susie was on one of her editing sprees. That was unless they looked too closely and saw that the red ink had been used to highlight numbers and not words. "It's not a mistake," Eric assured her, hands around the burdock bottle. "I've asked for the statements too, every one for the last 2 years. They're over there." Yvette gave the pile a quick skim. "What about other accounts? Did you ask about the other accounts?" "No other accounts," Eric said. "I got him to double-check." "What about other banks, then? She might have used another bank." Eric shook his head, momentarily forgetting what he was holding before taking a sip and being forced to fight down a gag. "You know, Susie, she liked things simple, ordered. One bank, that was it. No heading round town to every street corner or having to remember 20 different PIN numbers just so you could check which account to pay for the shopping from." "Then what does this mean?" Yvette asked. "I don't know," Eric admitted, "but there were credit cards too. Mostly paid off, but still a bit on them." The fact the numbers on Susie's bank statements were barely any healthier than his own was only half the shock. More concerning was the lack of money going in. "I've been through it all, and from what I can tell, the last time she had any sort of payment from the publishing house was nearly 6 months ago," Eric said. "Surely that can't be right, can it? I know they work on funny times in the book world, but 6 months? They can't expect a person to go that long before being paid, surely. How do they expect them to survive?" Yvette shrugged. "Maybe they froze her earnings when the accident happened," she suggested. "Could they have done that?" Eric scratched his head. "But that was nearly 2 months ago, and surely someone would have said something to me first." He picked up one paper and then the next, hoping that the reasoning behind Susie's distinct lack of funds would become obvious on the 20th reading. "So what are you going to do?" Yvette said, coming to stand beside him and placing a hand on his shoulder. Eric sighed, puffing his cheeks out as he blew. "I'm going to have to ask the only person who may have a clue," he replied. Chapter 8. There were moments, getting off the train, elbowing his way through ticket barriers, standing in line for a skinny latte, that Eric could have believed he'd slipped back 2 years, back to a stage when London was his life, one of the suited and booted who strode down the street with a phone to his ear, not giving a damn about who he walked into as he tried to make the dash to his favourite sushi restaurant. But he wasn't heading towards the office. He was heading somewhere he'd never been before. During their wooing days, Eric had frequently met Susie for lunch dates or coffee breaks, but given that they worked on almost opposite sides of the city, they had always picked somewhere central, convenient for them both. As such, in 13 years, Eric had never once stepped foot inside her agency. The butterflies in his stomach reminded him of a first date, a rather twisted and confusing first date. Fortunately, Susie's agent, Sam, had been able to reschedule so that she could fit him in the day after his visit to the bank. He was grateful. Sleep had been hard enough to come by since Susie's death, but last night felt like a record. All night he had stared at the ceiling, wondering what he was missing. Was it just another bank account he didn't know about? Or was Susie really hiding something from him? Eric shook his head, clear of the thought. This was Susie, who prized honesty above anything else in a relationship. There was no chance she was hiding anything from him. Hopefully this meeting would get it all cleared up so they could get on with their lives without money troubles and mysteries hanging over them. Sam appeared downstairs in the foyer only moments after the receptionist had rung up to tell her that Eric had arrived. Wearing a grey poncho and pointed shoes, she looked every bit as elfin as she had at Susie's funeral, although here, in the streamlined waiting chairs and exposed filament lighting, she looked far more at home. "Eric," she reached up on tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek. "It's so good to see you." He followed her lead to see how many kisses were required in this situation. They settled on 2. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me at such short notice." "It's no problem at all. Come on up." Sam waved at the receptionist, who, without appearing to move, managed to swing the glass doors open. "I was surprised you called. I'm sorry I had to dash off like that at the wake. You looked like you had enough to deal with." "Please don't apologize." Eric followed her into another lobby full of elevators and posters on how to save the environment by bringing your own coffee cup to work. "I had a few things on my mind." She offered the same sad-eyed, sympathetic nod he had seen 1,000 times in the last 8 weeks. "Of course. How's Abby doing? It must be hard for her, for all of you." "It is," Eric agreed, "but we've got a dog. That's helping."
"A dog?"
Her lips pinched into an exaggerated O shape.
"I'm so jealous. One day, when I move out of my apartment."
The elevator opened before them. Eric stepped inside.
"I've considered getting one plenty of times, but I don't think it's fair, keeping one all cramped up without a garden. And I want a proper dog, you know, not one of those silly yappy things."
No sooner had Sam stepped inside than the door closed. For once, Eric mourned the absence of elevator music.
"I'm just down here," said Sam as they exited the elevator a few floors up.
Sam led the way down a series of corridors filled with people on phones or holding their refillable cups of coffee. From somewhere out of sight came a series of low, rumbling laughs.
"This one's me,"
Sam said, opening the door to her office and stepping back to let Eric pass. Eric took a moment to survey the chaos. No wonder Susie and Sam got on so well. The glass windows of the office had been entirely obscured by books that had overflowed from the bookcases and desk space. A buckled chair was propped against a wall, holding yet more books, and the carpet, or what space was available on it, seemed to have been decorated mainly with coffee mugs and china plates. In any other situation he would have said it was a cesspit, or at the very least a highly unproductive working environment, but it fitted with here, with Sam, with Susie.
"Please sit,"
Sam said, clearing a pile of books off a chair and placing them on top of another already precarious pile.
"Sorry it's a little untidy. One day I'll get around to sorting it. I guess I'm a bit worried what I'll find under some of these piles if I look too closely."
She laughed, though it was tight and faded rapidly.
"Tell me, what is it you wanted to talk about?"
Eric cleared his throat. He had practiced the conversation several times in his head, and once to Yvette, to ensure he didn't sound too pushy or confrontational, but now that he was here, in the moment, the speech, or at least the starting part of it, appeared to have evaporated from his mind. "It is about money," he said. Sam's lips disappeared as she pressed them together. The tension in the room rose notably after just 4 words, but there was no way Eric could leave without answers. So, ignoring the drumming in his chest, he continued, I was given her bank statements from the bank and, well, it doesn't seem like she's been paid for quite a while. Paid? Sam's head tilted to the side. Yes, well, like royalties and such. There doesn't seem to have been any payments from the publishers in quite some time. Sam's head remained at the same jaunty angle, although an added frown line had formed directly between her eyebrows. I'm sorry, Eric, you're going to have to help me out a little bit. I'm afraid you've lost me. What would you expect the publishers to be paying her royalties for? What for? For her books, of course. But they've been out of print for nearly a year. Whether it was the instantaneous whitening of Eric's skin, or merely the momentary thought that happened after the fact, it was apparent from the wide-eyed look of shock on Sam's face that she knew she had said something wrong. You didn't know? She reached her hands across the table, although Eric mindlessly drew his own back. But how? Why, I... Sam reached yet further across the desk until her hands were firmly over Eric's. After a brief hold, she released him, leaned back into her chair, and sighed. I tried. I can promise you I tried. But the industry's just not what it was. So they just dropped her? There just wasn't the market for them. But... Eric rubbed his temples. All the late nights working, the scraps of paper, none of it made sense. But she was working on things, he told Sam. Editing. Sam lifted her hands. I know she was doing editing work. I was passing what I could on to her, and I think she got a couple of mentoring jobs from what I heard. From what you heard? You know what she was like, stubborn. Didn't want people to worry. She paused, her top teeth biting down on the top of her lip. Eric, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. He nodded mutely. The numbness of the last few weeks had at last been replaced by something new, something fiery and hot and all-consuming. She was lying to me. Eric needed headspace. He had stumbled out of Sam's office, barely even able to string together a coherent goodbye as his mind spun one way and then the next. There was no way around it. Susie had lied to him, lied to all of them for nearly a year. He exited the building, dropped his briefcase on the ground, and screamed. Oh! His fist punched the air repeatedly. Several passers-by eyed him suspiciously before giving him a wider berth. How could you do this? How could you do this to me? His first instinct was to head for the nearest pub, but a quick glance at the London prices resulted in him getting on the first train back to Burlham. But he wasn't going home. He couldn't. Despite the lies Eric had frequently told Yvette, that afternoon was in fact his first trip to the allotment since Susie had died. So much foliage had grown over the beds he couldn't even tell where he had planted his seedlings. Jerusalem artichoke was shooting up everywhere, and his tomato plants were so obscenely thick it was a miracle any of them had managed to get any sunlight at all. It was a good thing Eves had let the condition of the will slide, Eric considered. Otherwise he would be adding Sally to the list of loves in his life he now no longer had. He picked up a trowel and half-heartedly began to dig around, before changing his mind. He didn't want to tend things. He wanted to destroy things. You lied to me, he screamed as his boot made contact with the edge of one of his DIY raised beds. You lied to me! The ends of his once best work shoes scuffed and marked. Why didn't you tell me? When his toes throbbed from kicking, he picked up the trowel and began to hammer at the wood. It didn't make any sense. The trowel wasn't going to break anything. But nothing made any sense. After all, her self-righteousness, her fastidiousness for telling the truth, and she had been lying to them all. Bad day. Eric's face was in a snarl as he twisted around. This is not a good time, Hank. I can see that, but I've got a sack full of potatoes for you here if you want them. Only babies, mind. I was just getting out a few. Hank limped over with Scout's tail thumping against his good leg as he walked. "No chance of us getting through all of these. Seem to have hundreds of things on the way." "Then let them rot," was Eric's reply. Hank sniffed. "Sounds like a bit of a waste. Perhaps you could pass them on to your sister-in-law. It's her that makes that frittata, isn't it?" Eric's jaw was locked. Hank was normally the first person he could rely on for everything from babysitting to chewing his ear off at the pub, but today he clearly wasn't getting the hint. Still oblivious to Eric's mood, Hank passed him a plastic carrier bag, stretched translucent by the weight of its contents, but when Eric took hold, Hank's hand remained there, gripping tightly but motionless. A silence expanded between them. "You want to talk about it?" Hank said after a minute. Eric continued to stare at the potatoes. There was probably more in the single bag than he would manage to get in a year, and given their current state of affairs, even he could see that refusing good food for the sake of stubbornness would not be his wisest decision. "No." Eric tugged the bag closer towards him until Hank released it. "I do not want to talk." Eric did not change his mind about talking, and Hank didn't pester him with any questions. Instead, he had stayed by his side, silent and stoic as they stood staring out at the plot. "I thought about turning the whole thing over for you," Hank said eventually, after what he felt seemed like a suitably meaningful and poignant passage of time. They returned to conversation, and the topic of choice was, as usual, Eric's allotment plot. "It wouldn't take long to give the whole thing a good overhaul, only I didn't know what you wanted to keep. I know you had plans on the village show this year." "Somehow that fell down the list of priorities," Eric replied as he bent down and pulled out a fistful of weeds and threw it towards the compost pit. "I thought as much." A contemplative silence fell between the pair. "I thought this might help," Eric said after a pause, his hand clutched around another mass of green stems, "that it might clear my head a bit being down here." "And it's not?" "No, it's not. Now I just get to see how another part of my world is falling apart, or growing out of control in this case." Hank tutted. "A few good days and you'll have this plot right as rain. At least it's not too late to put a few cauliflowers or sprouts in." "Maybe," Eric said, "but what would be the point? Maybe I should just let someone who wants it have it." "That'd be a right shame, after all you've put into it." Eric chose not to reply. He was considering his next move, whether to grab a spade and go the whole hog, or else head home and write a letter to the board, handing his notice in there and then. Then again, if they didn't get some money in soon, they might end up living on his wonky carrots and substandard green beans. He was still considering the matter when Hank moved up next to him and rolled up his sleeves. "I've got a couple of hours now. I could help you get this place sorted if you want." Eric smiled, trying his hardest to look genuine. "Actually, I've got to head back to the house. I've got a delivery coming for the kitchen." "You have? No worries then, but call me. I'll get a group of us together. It'll take no time at all." "Thanks. And if you need a hand putting some of those cabinets together, you just give us a bell." "Will do." The kitchen cabinet delivery had only been a half-lie. They had been delivered 2 days earlier, but for now sat in the garage, boxed and unopened. They had been Susie's choice. She loved a bit of DIY, and he knew how cross she would have been if he'd started putting them together without her even seeing them. But now she was never going to see them. That was the long and short of it. And did he even care if she was cross with him? The same thoughts whirled around and around in his head. How could she have lied to him like that? How? He hadn't a clue, not the vaguest idea. Did she not trust him? Was that what it came down to? Did she not trust that he would support her, understand her? He took a knife and sliced through the top on one of the boxes. Then he sliced through the next one, and the next one, and the next one. By the time Abby and Yvette arrived home, he had got as far as moving the unmounted doors to the kitchen, although there was enough shredded cardboard in the garage to keep a family of guinea pigs happy for a lifetime. "How did today's session with the councillor go?" Eric asked Abby over a dinner of baked potatoes, courtesy of Hank, and value unsalted baked beans. Any moment of silence offered an opportunity for his mind to wander into dark recesses that he had only recently managed to drag himself away from. "He's nice," she said, "and Lulu likes him."
"That's good. Did you talk to him?"
"I guess."
"What about?"
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, what did you talk to him about? What things did he ask you?"
She pushed a bean to one side of her plate and back again. "You know, just stuff," she said.
"Well, did you tell him the truth?"
"About what?"
"About anything. When he asked you a question, did you tell him the truth?"
Because there's no point you going if you're not going to tell him the truth, you understand? There's no point lying about this, Abigail. Lying doesn't help anyone." "I'm not."
"Because, Eric."
Yvette glared, her face scrunched in confusion. She looked again to his daughter. Her hands were gripping her cutlery, and her already pale skin became visibly sallower.
"I'm sorry, Abs. Of course you're not lying. I'm sorry."
He closed his eyes, resetting his frame of mind.
"Enough about the counselor. How is school going?" he asked.
Another non-committal answer was followed by the three of them sitting in silence and casting their gazes among the dismantled cupboards and chaos that was their kitchen. When the doorbell went, all three of them leapt to answer it.
"I'll get it," Eric said to Yvette. "You need to get ready for your lessons." "And you need to finish your dinner and have a bath," Eric said, before Abby could offer any of her reasons. He suspected it was Hank, checking up on the kitchen progress, and the last thing he wanted was for Yvette to invite him in. At some point he needed to sit down with her and explain about the money situation, but it would have to wait until after her dance class. At least that would give him a little time to work out what to say. With the plan of suggesting to Hank that they head out for a beer or two after Yvette's lesson, therefore delaying the inevitable conversation with his mother-in-law even further, Eric opened the door, surprised to find a young girl with dark brown hair and a bundle in her arms.
"Are you Eric?"
she said. Eric nodded.
"I'm Katrina."
Chapter 9.
"Can I come in?"
the girl said, bouncing the bundle up and down as soft whimpers escaped from beneath the blankets. Eric nodded and sidestepped to let her in. It would have made sense, he thought, to ask a little more about her, but the name had caught him off guard for reasons he couldn't quite figure out. The girl was pretty, slight, particularly considering the baby in her arms. A minute later he would recognize it as a dancer's physique, but it wasn't until he had taken her coat and ushered her through into the kitchen that things began to fall into place.
"Eric, who was—"
Yvette stopped and dropped the fork she was holding to the ground. It bounced and clattered and came to rest beside the chair leg.
"What in hell's name is she doing here?"
She pushed back her seat and sprung to her feet.
"Is this a joke?"
"Yvette, this is Katrine."
"Ah," Eric said. A wave of realization clobbered him over the head. That was why the name was familiar. Katrina, the 20-something dancer who Yvette's ex-husband, Susie's father, had got pregnant and run off with.
"Is he here too?"
Yvette asked, her teeth bared as she spoke.
"Is Philip with you? Because if he's turned up now, after what he's missed, then I swear I will put a knife right through—"
"No," Katrina said, shaking her head. "Philip's not here. I didn't come with him."
"Then why did you come?"
The girl's eyes wandered around the room, falling fleetingly on Eric and then Abby, and then the unpacked kitchen cabinets which were sprawled out on the floor. Eric noticed his daughter, cutlery down, gawping at the situation.
"Abby, upstairs," he said.
"What? No," she protested. "I want to know what's going on."
"Nothing's going on," he said. "Now upstairs and run your bath."
He moved around the room and swept Abby up off her seat before ushering her out of the kitchen and up the stairs. Lulu scampered up after her mistress.
"I'll be up in 2 minutes," he called,
desperately hoping he was telling the truth.
"And don't forget tonight is a hair wash night."
In the kitchen, the two women stood in silence. Yvette, frozen to the spot, continued to stare daggers at the young girl, while Katrina, whose hands and knees shook visibly, continued to bounce the baby in her arms. A slightly musty smell of soured milk rose from the pair. Please, Yvette, Katrina said, finally breaking the silence. I need your help. Yvette snorted. There was a harshness in the sound that Eric had never encountered from his mother-in-law. Katrina flinched visibly. You are joking, aren't you? You can't think I'm that naive. Eric's eyes scanned back and forth between the pair. Katrina refused to lower her eyes, despite a definite sheen within them glistening in the light. Yvette's eyes, by contrast, showed only venom. Yvette. The unease of the situation swirled in Eric's gut. Surely you can hear the girl out. Hear her out? Yvette's nostrils flared at the apparent insult. Whose side are you on in this? Eric opened his mouth, then closed it hurriedly and bit his tongue. Even in her current state, it was easy to see what Philip had fallen for in the girl, with her cascades of ringlets and long, slender neck, although at that moment, with bags under her eyes and tears making a bid for freedom, she barely looked older than Abby. She held the baby at an angle in her arms as if she were not quite sure what it was, or whether it was safe to hold it. Her nails were bitten to the quick, and her dry lips were chapped. This was a girl for whom things had gone very, very awry, Eric thought. Yvette, he said, acutely aware of the tremble in his mother-in-law's hands, you need to get to your dance lesson. You don't want to be late. Yvette transposed the venom of her glare from Katrina to Eric. You know you have to go, he repeated. You'll be late if you don't leave now. Without so much as a whispering breath, Yvette sucked her cheeks in tightly, narrowing her features to a fraction of their normal state. She better be gone by the time I get back. Then, without so much as a goodbye to Abby, she grabbed her handbag from the back of her chair and stormed out through the house, slamming the front door behind her. The slam of the front door had a multitude of small effects. These effects, whilst on their own would have been insignificant and at worst mildly irritating, combined in the exact proportion that they were, resulted in an overwhelming cacophony of chaos. First, Lulu started barking, which resulted in the bundle in Katrina's arms wailing at full pelt. Katrina, in turn, burst into tears. Not one to miss out, Abby came storming back down the stairs, towel wrapped around her, and began shouting at the top of her voice that no one valued her opinions or considered her as a person. In 1 second, pandemonium had set in. That's not fair. Why did you tell me to leave? I shouldn't have had to leave. I'm part of this family, and there's a baby, and I love babies, and you made me leave the baby and— Abby, please. I'm sorry, Katrina sobbed, barely audible over the wailing baby. I'm sorry, she's just fussy. Sometimes when we're in new places she gets fussy. And old places. You can stop crying now. You can stop now. Please stop. Please stop. Eric turned his head, trying to find some direction in which to shield his ears. And you know I've always loved babies, Abby continued to shout at him. Lulu barked for good measure. Eric closed his eyes, hoping that it might somehow help with the issue. And you say that you care about how I'm feeling, but— Please, why won't you stop? And this is my house. All right, enough. Stop it, will everyone, please, just be quiet. Eric placed his hands over his ears as he bellowed. The result was instant. In less than a second, Katrina, Abby, and Lulu were all stunned silent, mouths wide, the final breaths of their words still hanging in the air. And while the baby continued to wail, even that was at a more diminished volume. 6 pairs of eyes stared expectantly up at him. Eric exhaled with relief. Thank you, Eric said, taking the moment of quiet to breathe before they started up again. Abby, you need to have a bath. But the baby needs some quiet. But now, Eric insisted. But now, it is late. You have school tomorrow, and tonight is a hair wash night. Abby pouted, squeezing her mouth tightly into a perfect circle. Don't make me ask again. Today is not the day you want to try to battle me. With her pout still in place, Abby narrowed her eyes, clearly considering whether the threat from her father was real or not. After a brief moment's contemplation, she huffed loudly and whistled the dog to her side. Well, Lulu's coming with me, she said. That would be wonderful, Eric replied. With Abby still grumbling to herself, the pair stomped their way up the staircase. Eric sighed in relief. However, the volume of the room was once again on the rise. Although Katrina continued her actions of rocking and shushing, it became increasingly obvious to Eric that they were having very little effect on the child. Within a minute, the gentle sobs were once more full-blown screams, and the baby's olive-toned skin had now adopted an angry purple hue. Katrina's eyes blurred with tears. "She's only just been fed, and I winded her, but she's so fussy, and she won't sleep at the minute. She never sleeps. She just never sleeps, and I can't. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "I can't." Eric stepped towards her. She was pale to the point of ghostly, with dark bags weighing beneath her eyes. It wasn't just her nails and skin that were in a bad state. Her hair was more unkempt, knotted, and oily than he had realized at first, and the top of her jumper was mottled with whitish stains. Every attempt to speak was shorted by a deluge of tears or an ill-timed yawn. Still, she continued to stutter out her apologies. I'm so sorry. It's just... "Do you want a drink?" Eric said, trying to figure out what kind of helpful comment people usually used in this type of situation. "We've got some tea." Katrina snivelled and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Her chest shuddered with muffled sobs. "Tea would be good," she said. It turned out that tea was the perfect solution in that it allowed Eric to busy himself and avoid any type of proper conversation. However, it was still more challenging than he had originally anticipated. With the expectation of making a simple cup of builder's brew, Eric found himself rather out of his comfort zone when he opened the cupboard and began to search for tea bags, of which, he quickly discovered, there was a multitude. He said, pulling out one box and then another. "I've got peppermint tea." "That would be fine." "Or ginger and lemongrass, or Earl Grey." He turned a pattern box over in his hand. The carton looked more like something you would wrap Grandma's birthday present in than a tea box, with layers of multicoloured flowers on. "I'm not sure what this one is." He dropped it to the other side of the pile. "But there's a licorice and chamomile or goji berry. Is that a thing? Goji berry and grapefruit." "Peppermint will be fine," Katrina replied. Why did they have so many types of tea, Eric wondered. He didn't even drink the stuff. It had to be Yvette. There was no way Susie would have had the patience to sort through all these every time she wanted a drink. Then again, it was starting to look like he didn't know Susie quite as well as he thought he did. He found another carton, this time a selection box, with 10 different types of green tea infusion. "Or this says it's peppermint would be great." Katrina looked him in the eye. "Peppermint it is, then." No words were exchanged while they waited for the kettle to boil, and after he had poured the water, he took the mug in his hand and held it out. His throat had tightened awkwardly while his mind was having difficulty trying to process what type of etiquette should be displayed in such situations. "Why don't you go and drink that in the living room?" he said, suddenly aware that she had been in the house for nearly 10 minutes and he had not so much as offered her a seat, despite the weight in her arms. "You can sit down, then. I'll carry the tea through." "A sit down would be good." "After you," Eric said, and pointed his hand out of the kitchen. He followed her out into the hallway before leading her into the living room and placing the mug down on their recently purchased imitation teak coffee table. "I should go and get Abby sorted," he said. "I'll only be a couple of minutes." "No need to rush," she replied, her body sagging into the sofa. Half an hour later, and Eric had almost managed to get Abby settled in bed. "Who is she?" she'd asked as she pulled on her pyjamas and took the toothbrush which Eric held out for her. "She's a friend of Granny's." "It didn't sound like they were friends," Abby said, and raised a sceptical eyebrow. He flinched at an action that was scarily like her mother. "Well, they are friends," he said. "They just haven't seen each other in a while. They need to get to know each other again. Now I need to go and check if she's all right, so you need to go to sleep." "You know you shouldn't lie to me," Abby said, her toothbrush by her side and her glare unwavering. "Mr. Joe says it's not healthy for you to lie to me, and I should say if I don't feel like you're being truthful." "I'm being truthful when I say you need to go to sleep." "Dad," Abby growled. Eric sighed, taking her toothbrush and dropping it back in the pot. Okay, they aren't friends, but they were, and maybe they can be again.
And that's the truth, you swear?
That's the truth, I swear, Eric said. Now go to sleep. Abby shuffled into her room and up onto the bed.
Can I read first?
15 minutes maximum, and I mean that.
Love you, Dad.
Love you, too. Eric kissed his daughter on the forehead. She might look like Susie, he thought, but she would always smell like Abby, earthy and new, yet somehow fizzy like sugar-coated cola bottle sweets. Sleep tight, my darling. He turned around to find himself toe-to-toe with Lulu. She looked up at him longingly from the floor. Fine, you too, 15 minutes, Eric repeated and moved his arm to the side. Lulu bounded into the room and onto Abby's bed, where she promptly snuggled down next to her. He let out a sad little chuckle. There was no chance that dog was going anywhere, not on his say-so. It was only when he was halfway down the stairs and Abby's laughter drifted down after him that Eric realized this was the first time he had put Abby to bed without her mentioning her mother. He didn't know if this made him more or less sad. In the living room, Katrina was asleep. The mug of peppermint tea sat untouched on the coffee table, while the bundled-up baby lay silently in the crook of her arm. It was almost impossible to believe that only a short while ago the same child had been screaming loud enough to wake the entire street. A trail of milky spittle was trickling from her mouth. Eric lifted the corner of her muslin blanket to wipe the dribble away.
Sorry.
Katrina jolted from her sleep.
I must have dozed off.
It's fine. It's not a problem.
Is Yvette back?
She said, manoeuvring herself upright.
And Susie, how long was I asleep? I need to speak to them. I have to speak to them.
Her panicked tone and sudden tensing began to rattle the baby, who grizzled wordlessly in her arms.
No, not again. It's fine. Go back to sleep, she whispered. Please don't wake up.
Her voice hitched with distress.
You need to go back to sleep, please. Please, not again. I need you to go back to sleep.
Apparently, the baby was unable to hear the desperation in her mother's voice as her screaming did nothing but increase. Within seconds, the purple features had returned.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
She aimed her flustered apologies at Eric.
I don't know why she's like this.
It's fine, he said. Honestly, we've all been there.
But she'll be coming home soon, right?
Katrina begged, bouncing the baby up and down at an ever-increasing pace.
It won't be long.
She'll be back soon, he said, without quite meeting her eyes. Pressing his lips together, Eric glanced at his watch. Normally, Yvette came straight home after her dance lessons, apart from on Thursdays when she went for a drink with a couple of the women from her seniors class. Tonight was a Wednesday, which meant she should be home fairly promptly, although the squirming in his stomach told him he probably shouldn't bet on it. He tried not to show the doubt on his face. Gradually, the wail diminished into a low grizzle. Katrina looked up at Eric.
I think she needs feeding again, she said. Honestly, it's non-stop. I don't understand what's wrong with her. You don't mind, do you, if I give her some food here?
As if reacting to the thought of food, and before Eric could offer a slightly wary go-ahead, Katrina's stomach let out a loud grumble. She yawned and blushed simultaneously before it repeated the sound, this time even louder. I've got a pizza in the freezer, Eric said, rising to his feet. I can pop it in the oven if you fancy it.
I don't want to be any trouble.
It's not. Katrina nodded gratefully.
Pizza would be great. Thank you.
Eric scurried out of the living room, leaving Katrina to feed the baby. He took his time in the kitchen, waiting for the oven to heat up before unwrapping the pizza from its plastic packaging and sliding it onto the top shelf. The dishes from dinner were sitting on the draining board, Abby's only half eaten, Yvette's fork still on the floor. Eric moved to place it all in the dishwasher, only to discover it full of unwashed plates and cutlery. Washing up it was, then. The plates had been cleaned, dried, and put away, and Eric was just taking the pizza out of the oven when Yvette arrived back home. He had stayed in the kitchen the entire time, poking his head around the corner only once to ask if Katrina wanted another cup of tea or a glass of water, both of which she declined. Something was bothering him as he paced around the table and washed the suds off the plates, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Most probably, though, he suspected it was to do with Abby. Most things that concerned him were. Perhaps her comments about Mr. Joe. He couldn't be certain, but all the while he was waiting for Yvette, something was niggling away at the back of his mind, just out of reach. "Tell me that's not for her," Yvette said, dropping her bag on the kitchen table and scowling. "Tell me she's not still here." Eric slid the pizza onto a plate and opened the drawer in search of a pizza cutter. "Eric?" He turned around with a sigh. "What do you want me to say, Yvette?" He rubbed his temples in the vain hope of some relief from the headache he felt building. "Yes, it's for her. Yes, she's still here." "Why?" Yvette's fists balled at her side. "Because she wanted to speak to you." Yvette's balled fists tightened, whitening the skin on her knuckles. "Eric, what that girl did to me
Was unforgivable. I know, Yvette, I really do. But she's tired, and she's upset, and she wants to talk to you. It's obviously caused her a great deal of distress to come here."
"A great deal of distress? What does someone like her know about distress?"
"Yvette, you need to be reasonable." Yvette threw back her head and emitted a high-pitched laugh.
"Me? Be reasonable? You men. All she has to do is bat her eyelids and utter a few sad little words, and there you all are, running after her."
"That is not the case."
"I should have known you wouldn't be any better, not after what happened with that Fleur woman."
The flash of regret was immediate, but the words had already been released. They shot through the air, piercing Eric right between his ribs.
"Eric!" Yvette's hand flew to her mouth. "I didn't—"
"No." Eric silenced her. The sting of her words continued to resonate through his chest. He inhaled and forced it down the best he could. "Yvette, I have barely spoken 3 words to the girl, but even I can tell she's a train wreck. She doesn't want to speak to me. She came here to speak to you."
"I have nothing to say to her."
"I understand, but she obviously has something to say to you. She wouldn't have come all this way otherwise, would she?"
"She's probably after my wedding ring,"
Yvette huffed, walking over to the fridge and pulling out a bottle of white wine.
"Or my liver. You can be certain—"
"Yvette, please talk to her. Give her 5 minutes. If, after that, you want to send her packing, then that's fine. I'll drive her to the station. She doesn't deserve your time or generosity, I get that. But you listened to me, and I didn't deserve it either." He moved forward and took her hands in his. They had aged, too, he realized, as he wrapped his fingers around hers. The skin was thinner, colder, frailer. "You're a reasonable woman, Yvette. You're a good woman. Don't let all these things that have happened change the fact that you're a good person. Be the better woman here." Yvette's eyes went to the ground. She shuffled her feet as if thoughtfully preparing for some intricate dance step.
"You should probably be there to referee," she said eventually.
"I think that's probably wise," Eric agreed. The baby had finished her feed and was lying across her mother's shoulder. With her bald head and plump, chubby cheeks, she didn't look to be more than a few weeks old at most. Katrina was repeatedly patting the baby's back while shaking and shimmying her bottom. Occasionally the tiny lips twisted with the promise of wind, helping to distract from the adult's painfully obvious silence. "She never wants to wind," Katrina said after 5 minutes jiggling. "It doesn't matter what I do. I've tried all the stuff from the pharmacy, drops, syrup, and I've watched all the videos on YouTube about it. There's meant to be this special way you can hold them that brings up the wind straight away, but it doesn't work. Nothing I've tried makes any difference. Most of the time it makes her sick." She upped the rate of her patting. "I thought maybe it was colic, because she cried so much. I took her to the doctor, but they said it's normal. It doesn't sound normal, though, does it? Does this sound normal to you?" Eric listened, but he could hear nothing other than the occasional gurgling of a recently fed baby. "I wanted to go back to the hospital, but Philip said I was being ridiculous. But there has to be something wrong, doesn't there? Why else would she be like this all the time?" Her eyes went from Eric to Yvette and back again.
Eric cleared his throat and prayed the floor would swallow him up before he was forced to think of something to say to break the tension. He was trying to remember what Abby was like at that age, see if he could offer some words of advice, but before he had even recalled what Abby looked like back then, Yvette started in with her interrogation. "What do you want, Katrina?" Yvette's voice was devoid of emotion. "Why are you here? If Philip sent you for more money, there is none. He already took it." Katrina's pale skin blanched further. "Philip doesn't know I'm here. In fact, I'm not even sure where he is." Yvette shifted her position. "What do you mean he doesn't know you're here?" Yet again the whimpers from her shoulder began to rise in volume. Jiggling the baby up and down, Katrina's eyes glazed as she tried to hold back the tears. "She never stops. It's all night, all day. Sometimes I think she knows. That's why she does it." "Knows what?" Yvette said. "And where is Philip?" "Because it's not right. No matter what the doctors say, it's not. I know it's not." "Katrina!" Yvette's voice was sharp and out of patience. "What are you talking about? You're not making any sense." Slowly, Katrina's gaze lifted. There was no subtle glaze to her eyes anymore, no attempt to hide it. Tears escaped and slipped down her cheeks in an ever-increasing torrent. "I think she knows that I don't know what I'm doing," she whispered in a staggered breath. "I think she knows that I shouldn't really have had her, that I wish I hadn't had her." Chapter 10. Yvette had taken the baby and left it to Eric to find a box of tissues. After 2 minutes of searching for them, he gave up and plucked a half-full toilet roll off of the holder and took it through into the living room. He passed the roll to Katrina, who ripped off a strip of squares and blew her nose, after which she used the same piece of tissue to wipe her eyes. Eric shuddered silently. It was the type of unhygienic move Abby would have pulled. No one had spoken since Katrina's previous statement, other than Yvette when she stretched out her arms and said in no uncertain terms, "Give her here." Katrina had instantly obliged. It was another 3 minutes before anyone felt able to speak again. That anyone was Katrina. "I'm sorry." A pile of damp toilet roll lay scrunched up on the arm of the sofa beside her. "But it's so hard. It shouldn't be this hard, should it?" Yvette laughed. "It's always this hard. It's called having a baby." Katrina shook her head. "No, this is different. I know what it's like to be around babies. I have friends with babies. Cousins, too." "Then you'll know it gets better." Katrina bit down on her bottom lip, causing it to swell out at the side. "But I don't sleep. Most days I hardly eat. It's impossible." "That's normal," Eric attempted to assure her. "We were just the same. Everyone's the same. My friend Ralph reckons he hasn't had a full night's sleep in 6 years, so you're definitely doing better than him." From the look on her face, his assurances weren't doing much good. "She doesn't like me. It sounds stupid saying it out loud, but it's true. I know it is." Katrina turned her attention to the baby, currently swaddled in Yvette's arms, sucking on a dummy. "She would never be like that with me." "It takes time," Yvette said. Katrina recommenced her head shaking. "It's been 4 weeks and it's getting worse, not better. Every day I'm not sure if I'm even going to make it through to bedtime. And what difference does it make if I do? It's not like she sleeps. I'm not meant to do this. I'm not meant to be a mother yet." The baby emitted a muted murmur. Yvette manoeuvred herself out of the seat and began rocking her arms as she walked. "It takes time," Yvette repeated. "You need to give it time." For a split second, the women's gazes met. Eric, holding his breath as he watched, felt his pulse rise. "Where's Philip?" Yvette said, severing the moment and releasing just a little of Eric's tension. "Why don't you know where he is?" Katrina snorted. "He bailed before she was a week old." "Bailed?" She was struggling to stem the tears again. "He left a note and 200 quid. Can you believe that?"
200 quid. Do you know how much nappies are? And wet wipes and baby grows, because they grow so fast. It's all gone. All the money, and I can't go to my family. I can't. I just can't.
Yvette's head was still shaking. Surely not. Surely he wouldn't do that. Katrina shrugged.
He did. 3 weeks now. I've not heard a thing. I thought maybe you would know.
It was Yvette's turn to snort, the bitterness reappearing in her eyes. Fat chance. If he turned up here, he'd be leaving in a coffin. What sort of man doesn't even come to his daughter's funeral?
Funeral?
Katrina's eyes widened.
I don't understand.
That was when Eric realized what had been wrong about before. Katrina hadn't just asked to see Yvette. She hadn't just wanted to know when Yvette was returning home. She had asked about them both, Yvette and Susie. Eric's ribs began to burn the way they always did whenever he encountered someone who did not yet know the news. Katrina didn't know. Her expression conveyed that clearly enough.
Susie?
She turned to Eric, her mouth agape. He managed one single nod.
How?
The air in her breath cast the word into a long stream.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea, truly. I didn't know. I'm so sorry.
Yvette's glare focused on the young girl. You'll forgive me for saying your thoughts mean very little to this family. Katrina's lips pinched. She looked to the ceiling and managed to blink away whatever tears were coming. When her gaze lowered back down, it landed on Eric. She met his eyes. He didn't want to look at her. He didn't want more sympathy, but he couldn't look away.
I'm sorry, she said. I truly am.
He nodded once again, turned his attention back to his mother-in-law, and prayed he could keep himself together. With the baby now silent and asleep, Yvette lowered herself back into the armchair. She lifted her elbow, making a cradle, and slid the baby down from her shoulder into the gap. A new, saddened silence expanded around them. Katrina, Eric felt it necessary to break the silence for fear it may go on all night. Philip isn't here. If you were hoping to find him—
No,
Katrina shook her head.
I wasn't looking for him. I thought he might be here, but really I was looking for you and for
Susie. She nodded. Why? Seconds passed.
I can't go back on the ships, she said eventually. Not with her, and I don't have any other way of making money.
There must be some.
Dance is all I know. I can't do classes because of the money it costs me to rent a studio, and no one is going to hire me like this. I can't even get a part-time job waitressing or in a bar or something because I can't afford the childcare. I'm trapped.
Even if we wanted to help, Eric said, a pang of sympathy blooming within him, we're barely making ends meeting.
No, I don't want your money,
she said, a small sound buzzing on her lips as her eyes were drawn across to the bundle in Yvette's arms. Then what do you want?
I want you to take the baby. I want you to adopt my baby.
Yvette and Eric had disappeared to the kitchen under the exceptionally weak ruse of making some more tea, leaving Katrina and the baby in the living room. Yvette's hands, Eric could see, were shaking almost as much as his own. She needs help, Eric said. Professional help. Clearly there's postnatal depression of some degree going on there, not to mention all the family issues she's got. We know that much from when her psycho brother smashed the place up. She probably needs a good night's sleep or two as well, he added. He moved over to the cupboard, this time selecting the box of tea bags closest to hand. Without bothering to look what they were, he dropped 2 into a pair of mugs before adding in hot water and placing them down in front of Yvette. I remember what it was like when Abby was born. It was horrific. Crazy, like the worst hangover of your life, but without being able to enjoy the getting drunk part. No wonder she doesn't feel like she's coping, particularly with Philip bailing. What a shit, what an absolute shit. And God, if that brother of hers is still on the scene, no wonder she's having trouble coping. He went to the fridge for the milk. Maybe she needs to go back to the doctor, see if they can't offer her some sort of help. I'm sure she'd be able to make an emergency appointment for something like this. It was only as he went to add the milk to the tea that he realized Yvette had been entirely silent in the exchange. Her hands were resting on the mugs.
"Yvette," he said, "is everything all right?"
Yvette turned to him, her hands still on the mugs.
"I would give anything for another day with my little girl. Anything. For one more lunch date or afternoon gossip, to have seen one more of her school plays or read one more of her stories."
Eric placed the milk down.
"I know," he said.
"Both my girls. From the moment they were born, I would have run into a burning building for them without a second thought."
"Of course you would have. You're their mother."
Yvette shook her head.
"And yet she's in there, ready to hand her over."
Eric scratched behind his ear.
"Well, we don't know all the ins and outs. She's obviously under a massive amount of stress."
Yvette tutted and muttered something under her breath.
"Asking a complete stranger to take her. That woman doesn't deserve a child. She deserves to rot in hell."
Eric stepped back. He had seen his mother-in-law angry before. He had seen her batshit crazy, but this was different. The bitterness and venom that had cocooned her when Katrina had arrived continued to fizz below the surface of Yvette's skin.
"Yvette?"
"You should have thrown her out the moment you realized who she was," she spat.
"Now hold on a second,"
Eric said. He was surprised to find his finger pointing at her in a most outraged manner, and his voice sounding uncharacteristically commanding.
"She's young, she's scared."
"She's no younger than I was when I had Lydia."
"But you had Philip."
"So did she,"
Yvette spat back.
"Obviously not quite the way she thought."
Lowering his finger, Eric moved over to the table.
"You were married to a man you loved. You had family around you. Katrina's in a very different situation. Clearly her family are bonkers. She has no job, no partner."
"I would have run into a burning building,"
Yvette repeated. Eric looked her squarely in the eye.
"And that's what she feels she is doing. Don't you see that? Asking us for help like this, that's exactly the same. She's doing whatever she thinks is necessary to save her baby. True, it's probably a little bit of a misstep, but that's what she's trying to do."
Yvette's cheeks remained pinched, her eyes watery.
"Come on," Eric said. "You've got to see that. If someone as emotionally inept as me can manage to put that together, surely you can see it too."
He reached out his hand and placed it on top of his mother-in-law's. She tensed beneath his touch. Before relaxing and expelling a long and breathy sigh, her shoulders and chest dropped with the weight of it.
"It hurts, Eric," she said, her eyes full of pain and apology. "Surely you understand that. Surely you can see that, too."
"Of course I can," he said. "I can't imagine what this is like for you. But I can't imagine what it's like for her, either. We're not in her shoes. Look, we're jumping ahead of ourselves. For all we know, tomorrow morning, after a good night's sleep, she'll come to realize this was all a ridiculous idea, call Philip, and everything will be sorted."
Yvette offered a half grunt as a response.
"Philip wasn't much use when my girls were born, either. Used to have an awful lot of rehearsals that always started around dinner and bath time. But I just got on with it. That's what you did. That's what you had to do."
"And that's probably what she wants to do," Eric said.
"It's what I tried to do. I swear it's what I tried to do." Eric and Yvette's heads turned to the doorway. Katrina stood with the baby in her arms, bouncing it gently up and down. Her face was etched with tiredness and sadness and 100 other emotions Eric couldn't begin to fathom. But on top of them all, she tried to smile. "I realize," she said, "that I never told you her name. It's Mabel. Mabel Elizabeth."
Yvette's muscles tensed again. "Elizabeth after Philip's mother, I assume."
Katrina shook her head. "After Elizabeth Bennet, from Pride and Prejudice. It was my favourite book growing up." With a deep breath in, Katrina pushed back her shoulders, revealing her dancer's posture for the first time since her arrival. "I know what you're in here saying. I do. You think I'm just being weak, that I'm tired and I need to get on with things. You probably think that I deserve this for what I did to you and your family."
"Pretty much, yes,"
Yvette said. Eric shot her a glare even Susie would have been proud of. Katrina nodded. Maybe, she said, but it doesn't change the fact. I can't do this.
You've barely tried, Yvette said, lifting her hands to the air. It's an adjustment. You suck it up.
Katrina chuckled, sadly. I've tried. Believe me. At 3 a.m. when I can't sleep. At 6 a.m. when I'm searching for a job I can do where I can take her along or some course I could complete because I never finished school because I was just dancing. Dancing was always what I was going to do.
Having a baby is a sacrifice. You have to work at it.
I have tried. I am trying. I've tried talking to people, seeing if I'm the problem here. But it's not helping. It's not helping any of us. It would just be better if I could.
Give her up, Eric said.
I might not know much about raising children and families and taking care of a newborn baby, but I know what happens when someone has a child they don't want. When someone must pretend every day that this is the best thing in their life when it isn't. They resent it. They resent the child for being there and stealing their life. And they think they're doing a good job of hiding it, and they think the child can't tell. But they can. They know. A child who grows up being resented will know it, and Mabel doesn't deserve that.
And you feel like that already? Eric asked.
She tilted her head, her brow crinkled. Not all the time, but sometimes, yes. And it won't get easier, I can feel it.
Her eyes looked up, pleading beneath her long, matted lashes.
I love her. I do, with all my heart. She's perfect. But it's not enough. I can feel that it's not enough. But if I do this, if I give her away and she's with a family who love her, some of the guilt will be lessened. Because there's so much guilt right now, I feel like it's going to crush me. There's just so much of it.
The pause at the end of her speech built into a silence. Yvette's face, Eric noted, had softened slightly. Only a fraction, but it was there, a modicum of compassion sneaking through. Meanwhile, his own thoughts and emotions on the situation remained a veritable yo-yo. There's always guilt, Yvette said, her tone a fraction gentler. That's what it's like to be a mother.
But I don't want my baby to experience that. Not like this, I don't.
Yvette placed her hands on her hips. Why come to us? She said. You must have known what kind of welcome you'd get. You have your own family. We met them, Eric added, nodding to a dent in the wall where a baseball bat had been swung at it just a few months ago.
So you understand why she can't go to them, Katrina answered. Mabel can't be brought up with that. She can't. Like I said, I know resentment. Imagine the welcome she'd get there, being the unwanted bastard child of an already unwanted bastard child, and with a dad who's twice my age.
And the rest, Yvette coughed under her breath. The other two ignored her.
Katrina continued. And if by some miracle they don't resent her, which they will, believe me, I know my family, then everything's about money, about the business, that gang. I don't want my daughter growing up being part of that life.
You'd rather just give her away?
Katrina prickled, but covered it well. I'd rather she was loved.
By someone who isn't her family?
You are her family, she said.
Yvette's jaw clenched. The softening that had been occurring in her eyes took a sharp detour backwards. That child is no relation to me. That child ruined my life.
No.
Katrina shook her head.
I ruined your life. Philip ruined your life. Mabel had nothing to do with that.
Yvette's pinched lips tightened until they vanished. Katrina continued.
Whether you want to admit it to yourself, Mabel is part of this family. That's why I came here. That's why I thought Susie and Eric would help me. Because Mabel is part of their family. Mabel is Susie's sister.
The statement was so simple. Katrina let the words hang in the air, filling all the spaces between them. And for a moment, all Eric could hear were those 4 words going around and around on repeat in his head.
Mabel is Susie's sister. It was entirely true. Susie had even mentioned it all those weeks ago when Philip had first told him about Katrina and the baby. Yet until that moment, it hadn't even crossed Eric's mind. Philip and Philip's baby, that had crossed his mind. Yvette and the pain she must be going through in all this, that had crossed his mind too. But not Susie. Not really. And yet this baby was Susie's sister. He glanced down at the bundle in Katrina's arms, and for the briefest moment she opened her eyes and stared up at Eric from eyes of vivid green. Green. Just like Susie's. It felt like Eric had been stabbed in the gut. Susie's sister. Susie's genes. No, Eric started as his thoughts began tumbling in a helter-skelter downward spiral. You can't use that on us. I'm not trying to use anything. I just want you to see the truth, that's all. That's what brought me here. She moved over to Yvette and handed Mabel to her. Your stories, Yvette. Stories of Susie and Abby and you with your allotments and cars and holiday disasters. A family. A real family. Katrina's eyes went pleadingly from Eric to Yvette and back again. Photos you showed me, Vetty. Things Philip would talk about. I knew even then Susie was the type of mother I never had. The type of mother I could never be. Please, Eric said. The frequent mention of his wife's name was becoming harder and harder to handle. Please stop. That's the life I want my daughter to have, Katrina continued, seemingly oblivious to Eric's unravelling emotional state. A proper family. A life like Abby has with you and Susie. Well, Susie's gone, Eric said, slamming his fist down on the table. Susie's gone, and so has that life. Chapter 11. Things had become blurred after that. He hadn't passed out, at least he didn't think so, but he had come close to it. He couldn't focus. Thoughts and images swirled through his head, the green eyes staring back up at him, Susie spitting out her final words of hate at him, Abby crying at her mother's funeral, the lies about the books and the money. In the end, Yvette had handed the baby back to Katrina and pushed Eric out the front door, then lowered him down onto the step and fetched him a glass of water before heading back into the house. It wasn't a great place to leave him, staring at the spot on the road where he had watched the love of his life die, but he tried not to think of that. Instead, he lowered his head onto his knees and sat there until the unseasonable chill in the air grew too much to ignore. With his knees still weak, he had managed to get to his feet and headed back into the living room where Yvette and Katrina were sitting on the sofa. They're going to stay here tonight, Yvette said, before Eric had had a chance to open his mouth. They've missed the last train and they can hardly sleep on the street. Okay, Eric replied, and they can take your room. You can sleep on Abby's floor. Eric nodded mutely. We'll empty out one of the drawers as a crib, Yvette continued, now talking to Katrina as opposed to Eric. That's how both her sisters slept for the first 4 months of their lives, and it never did them any harm. Thank you, Katrina said, and when the two women's eyes met, Eric felt something shift in the world around him, and he wasn't entirely sure he was comfortable with it. For over an hour he tossed and turned on Abby's floor. He had placed a couple of camping mats on the ground and taken the sleeping bag in too. At first he tried to convince himself his lack of sleep was an issue with not having his own pillows. He tried taking one, then 2 of Abby's, but it made no difference. He tried folding one in half to make something a bit sturdier, then he tried turning it over to make sure he got the cold side. None of it made a blind bit of difference. In the end he gave up and went down to the kitchen to fix himself a drink. He carefully opened the freezer and took out some ice cubes. We need to talk about this, Yvette said, appearing out of the ether. Eric pulled a bottle of bitter lemon out the fridge, then closed the door. No, we don't, Eric said. How can you say that? This is not an abandoned dog, Eric said, debating whether to add gin to his drink, before finally deciding against it. This is a child. Exactly. My daughter's sister. Abby's aunt. That baby is our blood. Eric groaned and flopped down into one of the chairs. "It's late, Yvette. Can we talk about this tomorrow?" "What if she's gone?" "Then great, problem solved." "You don't mean that," Yvette pouted. Eric placed his glass down on the table and looked up at his mother-in-law. "Yvette, be reasonable. The girl's knackered. She needs a break. You know as well as I do that tomorrow morning she'll realize this was a stupid mistake and run on back to London to do mummy and baby yoga classes or whatever it is they do nowadays." "And if she doesn't?" "She will." "But if she doesn't? It's not the baby's fault her parents are useless. What was it you were saying earlier? That the girl needs help. She is running into a burning building to try to save this child, Eric. Surely we should be there to try to help her." Eric sighed and massaged his forehead with his fingertips. "I understand that. I honestly do. But suppose it is true, which it's not. Suppose she actually wants us to take the baby. Look at us. We can't even keep ourselves together." "Speak for yourself," Yvette muttered. "I happen to be doing perfectly well." Eric sighed again. "But it's not about you, Yvette. It's about this family. Only a couple of weeks ago we were talking about me and Abby moving back up to London so that I could get a job. Our only vague hope of being financially stable disappeared this afternoon." "What do you mean?" Yvette quizzed. "What happened this afternoon?" Eric inhaled through his nose, squeezing the bridge of his nose as he exhaled the air back out. Halfway through an entirely different discussion was not the way he had planned on telling Yvette about their latest disaster. "The publishers took her books off their lists," he told her, trying to make it sound as casual a statement as possible. "What, because she died?" "No, before she died." Yvette frowned, creating a deep crevice in her forehead. "But I don't understand. If they had taken her books out of print, surely she would have told us about that. Surely we would have known." Eric was grateful for Yvette's use of the word us in her sentences. Us. He had always considered Susie an us, but the truth was she had been lying to Eric for months. "I had no idea," Eric replied, his voice as void of emotion as his heart was full of it. "She never said a word." His gaze went down to the kitchen table. From upstairs came the gurgle of water, the bathroom tap. Slowly, Yvette pushed his glass to one side. This time it was her turn to take his hands in hers. "I don't think the baby would mind where it lives, as long as it has a family," Yvette replied. Eric pulled his hands away from hers. "That is not the point, and you know it." He snatched his drink back off the table and downed the contents. "Suppose Katrina does decide that's what she wants right now and leaves the baby with us. What happens when she changes her mind? What happens when 2-3 years down the line she realizes she made a mistake and she wants Mabel back? Or worse still, in 10 years, when she has another baby and realizes she wants Mabel to be part of that family? What happens then? You haven't thought this through properly." "I don't need to think it through." Yvette's tone was as exasperated and determined as his own. "That baby is the last link I have to my daughter, and I'm not giving her up." "No, Abby is your last link." Eric gritted his teeth. "This is ridiculous, Yvette. The whole thing is a moot point. When we get up in the morning, I'll take her down to the station, pay for her ticket, and put her on the first train back home. I'm not having this conversation any longer." It hurt, seeing his mother-in-law so optimistic about something and having to come down on it like a sledgehammer, but he held firm, eyes fixed, hand locked on his empty glass. "And just when I thought you'd learnt to put family first," his mother-in-law said. With that, she stood up and waltzed out of the room and up the stairs. Eric sighed. Just one more thing to deal with. Later, he considered that Mabel going down without a sound should have been a sign. He and Yvette had had their debate in complete and utter peace, and even when Yvette had marched off upstairs and Eric had decided to pour himself a very short nightcap, everything in the house was perfectly quiet and still. It didn't stay that way for long. It was possible that he and Susie had just been lucky when it came to Abby, and that she had been as perfect as he remembered. He certainly never recalled it being quite this traumatic. It was far more likely, however, that he had simply chosen to repress the hideous nights of endless wailing to the farthest recesses of his mind. There was no repressing this, though. Not a chance. The minute he had laid his head down on the sofa, it started. Hour after hour of wailing came through loud enough to rattle the light fittings and set Lulu off barking.
"Is the baby staying the night?"
Abby said, rubbing her eyes as Eric ushered her back into bed for the second time in as many hours.
I hope so. Either that or an entire pack of banshees have taken up residence in my bedroom.
Abby was either too tired or too confused to question the statement.
"Is she going to be staying for long?"
she asked.
Just for tonight,
Eric replied, pulling back the sheets and lifting her up onto her bed.
She has to go home in the morning.
"But we could play together for a bit first, right?"
Abby yawned.
We'll see,
Eric said, tucking her back in. "I think she's sad," she said, looking more awake by the second. "Should I go in and check on her?"
She'll be all right, Eric said. She's just hungry.
"She sounds like she needs some cuddles."
She'll be fine. She's with her mummy. Mummies fix everything.
It was too late to take it back. The words clattered around the air, devouring everything else in the room. Abby's lips trembled. She nodded quickly.
We'll be all right too,
Eric said. He pulled back the covers, scooched her over, and squeezed into bed next to her.
We're going to be just fine.
Somewhere around the 5:15 mark, Mabel, Eric, and, he assumed, the rest of the house finally got to sleep. With Abby curled up on his chest and Lulu adding extra weight to his feet, it felt like the first time he had slept in a century. Even when Lulu began to stir and slivers of light shone through the blind, casting thick, parallel lines on Abby's quilt, Eric managed to hide his eyes from the light and convince Lulu to lie down for just a little bit longer so they could all get just a bit more shut-eye. A sharp, shrill ring of the house telephone was the next thing to disturb them. He pressed the pillow against his ears. It was probably Lydia calling to check that he hadn't slipped into some alcohol-induced coma or allowed Abby to stay up late watching movies. She had that little respect for Eric's parenting skills, although given recent form it wasn't entirely unforgivable. Either that or some Mumbai call centre had got confused with their time zones. He let it ring out, then yawned and rolled back over to catch another 5 minutes shut-eye. The phone rang again.
"Eric,"
Yvette called, her tone almost as sleepy and slow as he felt.
"Daddy,"
Abby groaned, rolling over next to him.
All right, I'm getting it.
Rolling out of Abby's bed and feeling every tiny ache in his body, he headed down the staircase and picked up the house phone.
Hello?
"Mr. Sibley," said a firm yet concerned-sounding voice down the end of the line.
Yes?
"It's Mr. Heath here from St. Lawrence's."
St. Lawrence's?
"The school, Abby's school."
Oh, yes,
Eric said, his brain slowly starting to engage with the moment.
"I was checking if everything is all right with Abby." "Abby? Yes, why, she's fine."
Eric was squinting as he spoke. The light was unfeasibly bright, and the endless, interrupted sleep had resulted in an inability to think straight.
"It's just that she's not in school," Mr. Heath continued, "and we haven't had any information from you about an authorized absence. We wanted to check that she was okay." "She's not in school?"
He blinked again, only to have his open eyes land on the hallway clock and the information that they had severely overslept.
"Ah, yes,"
Eric said, trying to figure out how a house with a screaming baby, overactive dog, and alarms set on all their phones could somehow oversleep to such an impressive degree.
"I was going to keep her home today," he said.
"So she is unwell?"
Yes."
"Okay. Will you be able to bring in a doctor's certificate tomorrow?"
"A doctor's certificate?"
"It's school policy."
"Well,
Eric's mind and voice stuttered.
"It's more of a stress thing, with everything that's been going on, with her mother and all,"
said Eric, instantly hating himself and mouthing a silent apology skywards to Susie. A pause echoed down the line. "I completely understand, but you do need to make the school aware of these things in the future."
"Sorry, I'll let you know next time," Eric said.
Only when he had hung up the hall phone did he pick up his phone from the living room coffee table and glance at the time again. 10:20. That was probably a new record. The phone call had woken up the rest of the house too, and it was less than a minute before Abby came bounding down the stairs. "We're late," she said, in a voice that sounded remarkably like her mother's. "Why did you let me oversleep? I'm going to be late for school." Eric yawned. "It's fine. I spoke to the school. They know you're staying at home." "I am? Why? What's happened?" Lulu trotted down to sit by Abby's feet. "Nothing." "Is it something to do with the baby? What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. I just thought you might like to spend some time together, that's all." "With you?" It was the surprise in her voice that struck Eric so acutely, the glimmer of hope barely allowing itself to become visible above the underlying sadness that had become ever present in his daughter's features. A lump built in his throat. He knew he had been absent of late, but had somehow deluded himself that he had covered it well. Apparently not. "With me," he said, "if that's okay." Abby nodded rapidly. "I'll have to catch up on the maths I missed, though," she said. "It's the maths lessons on Thursdays." "I'm sure we can see to that," Eric said. The sound of the toilet flushing made its way downstairs. A moment later, Yvette appeared on the staircase, baby in her arms. "I told Katrina to get some sleep," she said, before Eric could begin to question her. "I said I'd make some breakfast, too." "Is she staying?" Abby said, her hand reaching up to brush one of the tiny fingers that peeked out of the swaddling. "We'll see, darling," Yvette replied. "But we need to teach you how to change a nappy, just in case. Now, run up to your bedroom and get a towel. We'll have to make do with one of those, as we don't have a changing mat. Not that we ever had changing mats in my day, of course." "Actually," Eric said, before Yvette could wheedle any more notions into Abby's head, "you need to go and get dressed. We've got things to do." "We do?" "We do. We're heading to the allotment." Knowing he had serious ground to make up with Abby, not to mention other distractions to consider, it seemed silly not to make the most of the May sunshine and head down to the plot. Eric had no doubts that being in one of the places that brought the family closer together was going to be hard, but if he didn't get on it soon, then last year's hard work would all be a waste. While he wasn't even sure if he wanted to continue with the allotment at all at the minute, he did not want to be responsible for passing it on in the same derelict state as he had received it. "It's going to be a tough day," Eric continued, searching through the basket by the back door for Abby's gloves. "The beds haven't been weeded in months, and the greenhouse is probably full of rotten tomatoes. I suspect all your spring onions will need to be thrown, too." Having reached the bottom of the basket and having no luck, he tried the junk drawer. When that failed, he turned to Abby. "Do you know where your gardening gloves are?" "I do. They're in my room. Why?" "Why? Because I'm looking for them." "Well," he said, still waiting for Abby to move, "go and fetch them, then." Abby didn't move. She stood, fixed to the spot, staring up at her father. Slowly, the edges of her mouth began to twitch, and in less than a heartbeat she was standing, arms wrapped around her father, grinning. Beside her, Lulu barked. Eric took in the moment. A lump had formed in his throat, forcing up what felt like happy tears. Whatever happened for the rest of the day, Eric told himself, this moment would be his memory. At the allotment, Eric turned his head from side to side and back again. "I don't understand," he said. "This doesn't make sense." Abby bent down, picked up a stray dandelion, then stood up and shrugged. "It doesn't look too bad," she said. "I thought it was going to be like when Grandad died." "Yeah," Eric agreed. "Me too." While his memory had been more than a little bit fuzzy of late, it would have been fair to say that the allotment looked substantially better than it had during his visit the day before. In the greenhouse, the tomato plants had been cut right back, revealing an abundance of ripe fruit. 4 of the 7 raised beds had been completely dug out, and the remaining 3 looked like a good weed would see them right, despite the dents inflicted by his outburst the previous afternoon. There even looked to be a bit of viable veg in the mix. Was it really just a day since he'd stood here with Hank? So much had happened. "Is this courgette ready?" Abby asked, spying the patch just a second after Eric did. Looks like it. Snap it off and make a pile, Eric said. And see if you can grab some of those onions too. They look about ready to go.
I guess Granny's cooking vegan tonight, Abby said.
I guess she is, Eric laughed.
With her head down and hands in the dirt, Eric couldn't help but think how proud Susie would be at the sight of their daughter. At least that part wasn't a lie. Lulu found a patch of sun beside the greenhouse and took to lying belly up while the others got on with the job in hand. Eric had bought her a pig's ear, and every so often she would roll over and have another gnaw at the disfigured rubbery treat. Slowly his fingers found a rhythm in the earth, the bird-song, the mindless motion of it all. However, 20 minutes later their peace was rudely disturbed.
"Lulu," Eric said as Lulu jumped to her feet and began barking. "Stop it, that's far too loud."
He glanced around, thinking that perhaps Hank had appeared with Scout, but there was no sign of them. Doggy sense, Eric suspected. They were probably walking through the gate, although when he looked back to Lulu, who continued to bark with an unwavering frequency, he saw that her eyes were locked on one place. Norman's, or more accurately and recently, Fleur's shed. Draped on the outside chair was a pair of tailored women's gardening gloves. Eric's stomach plummeted.
Chapter 12. Eric's temperature went from blazing to freezing and back again in the space of 10 seconds. His pulse hammered as he turned to Abby, who was now on her feet and walking over to Lulu.
"What is it, girl?" she said. "What's up?"
Abby turned to Eric.
"Do you think she's all right?"
Eric couldn't respond. His eyes were on the shed door, slightly ajar, a slim silhouette moving in the shadows. He would never have come down had he thought there would be any chance of bumping into Fleur, especially not with Abby. He cursed Yvette. He knew he shouldn't have believed her when she had said Fleur had left. Gone on holiday, perhaps, had enough of Lulu, maybe, but not left the way he had thought, the way he had hoped that she had gone. And now he was going to have to face her, with Abby right there with him. Lulu was still barking by his side, tail thumping, and any second she would go leaping into the arms of her former mistress, of Eric's former whatever she was. The door shifted open half an inch, then further. He was going to be sick. He was definitely going to be sick.
"Auntie Cynthia!"
Abby leapt from the ground and raced across to the neighbouring plot. A moment later she was lost, enveloped in hugs and kisses.
"You're back! You're back!"
"I am,"
Cynthia said, and lowered her to the ground. Eric blinked. The figure he was staring at, while both a previous allotment owner and a woman, was not the one he had expected to be faced with, and while his chest ached, it was not with anger or fury, but with relief and joy.
"What are you doing here?"
He followed Abby's lead and wrapped his arms as tightly around Cynthia as he could. "I thought you'd moved on after the funeral. Why didn't you say you were back to stay?"
"Well, I did look at moving, but then I got here and it's not a bad place to live. Not really."
Eric went in for a second hug. "You should have said. Why didn't you say anything?"
"I was going to. I just wanted to give you a little time. I didn't want to be pestering you."
"You'd never be pestering. God, am I glad to see you." A sudden realization formed in Eric's mind. "Are you responsible for this?" He indicated to his substantially improved allotment plot. "Are you the one behind all this?" She shook her head modestly.
"I'm just a willing accomplice," she said.
"Hank?" She nodded.
"He had a bit of a ring around yesterday afternoon. Said he thought you needed a bit of a hand. Thought you looked like you needed a pick-me-up."
Eric shook his head in disbelief. "You didn't have to do that."
"Don't thank me too much. I stole a couple of your courgettes for my zucchini bread."
Cynthia winked.
"I wasn't expecting you to come back down here so soon."
He laughed. Even with a team of them working, it would have taken a good few hours to have cleared the plot as much as they had. That type of thing would never have happened if they were still living in London. It would never have happened to him here a year ago. He knew that from experience. "Where are you living?" he said. Have you got a place to stay? We are rather cramped at the house, otherwise—
Don't worry, I'm sorted. One of my nieces was looking for a flatmate to help pay the rent.
Sounds fun.
It is. Movie nights, bowling. I even get invited out clubbing now, too,
she said.
Although I have put my foot down at the suggestion of Tinder. For the time being, at least,
she said, and winked at Abby, who looked totally bemused by the comment. Eric chuckled.
And this must be Lulu.
Cynthia bent down to scratch the setter's ears.
I've heard all about you from Janice.
Her eyes went back up to Eric in a roll.
I have to say I'd forgotten how much that woman could talk.
You wouldn't believe it, but if anything, I think she's got worse.
Oh, I believe it, but I think I might have actually missed it a little bit, and it doesn't half distract you from the weeding.
Eric tilted his head. So you've been down here a lot, he said, only now turning his attention to Norman's plot. Fleur's chicken coop was gone, and the edges of the beds were considerably straighter than they had been when Fleur was in charge of them. Still, it was surprising to see Cynthia behind the transformation. At Norman's funeral, she had been adamant that she would not be setting foot at the allotment now that Norman was gone. I thought you hated the place, said Eric, teasingly calling her out on her previous comment.
Hate is a strong word. I'm not sure I would have said—
No, I'm pretty sure that you said hate.
Hush now, let's not bring up silly things like that.
She laughed as she waved his words away.
You know what they say, you don't know what you've got until it's gone.
Eric did. He knew exactly what she meant. So, does that mean you've taken the plot? He said, steering his thoughts away from Susie.
I know.
Cynthia spared a moment to glance down and rub Abby's hair.
I'm a fool, and I'm certain Norman's rolling around in his grave with laughter.
But how? I thought you had to be on the waiting list.
Well, as it turns out, when this woman, Fleur, was it, left, the committee discovered they hadn't actually handed the lease over at all. It seems there have been some very underhanded dealings, I have to say. Nothing like that would have happened under Norman's watch. Anyway, the plot was still in Norman's name, in our name, so they rang up and asked if I wanted to take it back. Turns out I said yes.
Eric took a moment to consider what she was saying. Abby did not.
We're neighbours,
she said, jumping up and down on the spot.
We are. For good? Well, for as long as I've got left,
Cynthia said.
I can show you all my dancing,
Abby said with glee. It felt like a significant moment, watching his daughter bouncing up and down, Lulu barking at her heels, and Cynthia's smile blooming from the subtle and delicate to an outright grin. It felt like something good was being rebuilt from the ashes of his ruined life. Thank you, he said, pulling Cynthia into his shoulder.
For what, you daft fool?
For coming back. Thank you for coming back.
Well, I'm here, whenever you're ready to talk.
As it happened, Eric discovered, he was ready. Cynthia had done some renovating in Norman's shed, turning what was once his shrine to the village show into the perfect little artist's retreat, complete with movable easel and a stack of storage. It provided an excellent distraction for Abby, who, after an exceptionally good harvest, was showing distinct signs of boredom.
You paint away, Abby, my love,
Cynthia said, settling her down into the seat and pulling out a pad of watercolour paper for her to use.
And don't worry if you use up any of the colours, there's plenty more at the shops.
She turned to Eric and opened a small Tupperware box, inside of which was a perfectly baked banana cake. Eric took a slice. The first time he had encountered Cynthia's cake, he had been certain it had been poisoned, or at least spiked with something. It was strange to think how much their relationship had changed in less than 2 years.
God, you're getting a rough end of it at the minute, aren't you?
She said when Eric had finished telling her about Katrina and the baby.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, Eric said. To be honest, I think it's all a moot point. She's not going to give her up.
I happen to agree with you.
You do?
Yes,
Cynthia said, placing the lid back on the banana cake.
I suspect the girl just needed to know that someone's there, that's all.
I agree. I just wish Yvette could see that. The baby's only been here a few hours and she's let herself get attached. Her heart's going to be broken all over again when she goes.
And you, she said, reaching a hand across and taking his. How do you feel about it?
Eric considered the question carefully. I think my heart's got enough to deal with at the moment, he said. Cynthia nodded knowingly.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but do you mind if I said something about Susie, about the money and the books?
Eric shrugged. The likelihood of Cynthia ever saying something completely out of turn was slim to none. Go ahead, he said.
I suspect she was doing it to protect you, so you didn't feel like you had to worry about money or working.
A sad chuckle floated in the air between them. I know that. It was my first thought, too. Cynthia smiled with relief.
So please don't hold it against her. She adored you and Abby, you know she did.
I do, Eric said, but that's what makes it so hard, that she felt like she couldn't trust me with this. How could I have held it against her, honestly? Cynthia tutted, although rather than the judgmental, condescending tutting sounds her husband had made, this was contemplative.
We've all done silly things when we feel like we're backed into a corner. Remember that, Eric. It's a lot easier to see a picture when you're 2 feet away from it.
By early afternoon, Abby had had enough of painting, and Eric's stomach was suggesting they all head back for a late lunch. Are you sure you don't want to join us? Eric asked Cynthia for a second time as he took Abby's hand and prepared to leave.
It's all right,
she said, and nodded towards his last 2 scruffy planters.
I've got a little more tidying up around here I want to get done first.
You don't have to do that.
I know I don't.
Eric placed a hand on her shoulder before reaching in for another hug. What would I do without you? He said.
You'd be just fine, and you know it, she said.
Abby's hand remained in Eric's for the entirety of the walk home. Her pace was quick, bordering on jaunty, and for the first time in months she seemed to have plenty of topics for conversation.
I don't understand why everyone's not upside down, she said. Auntie Cynthia showed me her photos, and they're not. No one who lived in Australia is upside down.
Because that's not the way the world works.
But they are on the bottom of the world, right? And the world is round, so they should be upside down, she reasoned.
Perhaps that's a question you should ask your teacher, Eric replied.
Abby hummed thoughtfully. She's not that bright, she said. She thought hydroponics were a boat that went over water.
Eric shook his head in mild amusement, wondering how it was that his daughter understood what hydroponics was, but didn't seem to grasp the concept of gravity. Try Googling it, he suggested. She took a moment, then nodded, clearly happier with that response.
Will the baby still be back at home when we get back?
She said, switching from one topic of conversation to another without a pause.
Will Granny's pretend friend still be there too?
Eric chuckled. I'm not sure. Maybe, but I'll probably be taking them to the station.
Abby nodded her head. It's a shame you and Mummy didn't have any more babies, she said.
Pardon?
Eric stopped quickly, jerking Abby's hand as he did. A flash of shock flickered across her face.
Why did you say that? He said. What did you hear?
Nothing, Abby shrugged. I didn't hear anything. I don't know. I was just thinking that maybe if I had a little brother or sister, I wouldn't miss Mum so much, that's all. I just thought I wouldn't miss her so much then.
He nodded mutely before finding his own answer to the paradox. Maybe there'd be more of us to miss her, he said eventually. Any thoughts of an early lunch that Eric had been harbouring were whipped out from under him the moment he stepped into the house. He had barely taken his coat off when Yvette came thundering down the stairs, cheeks flushed, eyes wide. Abby, dear, she said, helping Abby out of her shoes, something she hadn't needed help with for quite some time. That bedroom of yours is a tip. There's dog fur everywhere, all over the carpet.
I thought,
the Hoover is already up there for you. Go on, get upstairs. Abby looked to her father, but his confusion was equal to her own. He shrugged.
Granny, I'm not sure I know how to hoover.
Just switch it on at the plug and move it around a bit. You'll work it out. Make sure you do it properly, though. Don't just go over each bit once. You need to go over it plenty of times. Make sure you've got it all. Plenty of times, you hear? She shooed her up the stairs. You'll get the hang of it. Keep going until I tell you when you can turn it off again. A moment later, Eric was pushed into the dining room. Baby Mabel lay flat out on her belly, her arms and legs sprawled out at her sides as she grimaced unhappily. She doesn't look very happy there, Eric said, noting the way her mouth and nose twisted continually. It's tummy time, Yvette replied. She needs it to build her muscles. She should be practicing lifting her head up. She pulled the door closed and frowned. Yvette. Shh, Yvette said, tilting an ear upwards. She held her head in that manner, ear pointed to the ceiling, only bringing it back down again once she heard the vacuum cleaner whir into life above them. Yvette, Eric said a little more forcefully, what is going on? Sit down, she said, and keep your voice down. I don't want her to hear us. Abby? Katrina. Yvette gave one more furtive glance towards the door, checking it was shut, then reached around into her back pocket and pulled out several sheets of paper-clipped at the corner and neatly folded. You need to look at these, she said. What are they? Eric said. I found them, she said, in Katrina's things. You need to have a look. She spread the papers out on the dining room table. Eric made no attempt to move. Yvette, what were you doing going through Katrina's things, and where is she now? Pfft, Yvette waved a dismissive hand. She's upstairs asleep, and I was looking for some muslin cloths, that's all. Mabel's a very dribbly baby. And those looked like muslin cloths to you? Eric questioned. She ignored his comment. Look, she said. You need to look at these. You said you don't want to take this baby because it's all just a new mother's whim, because Katrina giving her up is just a phase. You need to read these. You need to understand. Reluctantly, he crossed the room and glanced down at the papers. What are they? He said. What am I supposed to be looking at? Yvette's eyes lifted to meet him, glimmering with a fierceness he thought had gone forever over the last couple of months. They're adoption papers, she said. This is an agency, and all the details are already filled in. She meant it. Katrina meant it. She's going to give that little baby away. And if we don't take it, then who the hell will? Chapter 13. Abby had been allowed to stop hoovering her bedroom and instead been instructed to start on the living room and downstairs hallway. Eric had to admit it was a fairly genius idea on Yvette's part, privacy from a prying 9-year-old's ears and the house cleaned to boot. However, that appeared to be where Yvette's good ideas finished. Still, Eric was uncomfortable, to put it mildly. It felt like he was a lead person involved in an ambush, and while he was certain he should try to do something to stop it, he wasn't sure how. What does this mean? Eric said. What difference does it make to us? I'm sure Abby can still get to know her growing up, if that's what we decide to do. Yvette shook her head so hard her jowls wobbled. It doesn't work like that, she said. If Katrina hands Mabel over to someone else, we will be out of her life forever. Abby will be out of her life forever. They might as well not exist to one another. Eric bit at his nails as he scanned up and down the papers. No matter what the situation, baby Mabel was Susie's sister, and the thought of her being shipped off to some unknown family with no chance of him or Abby ever getting to see her again hurt more than he wanted to admit. How long has she been napping? Eric said, jutting out his chin to indicate his reference to Katrina upstairs. About an hour, I think. On the carpet, Mabel emitted a small squeak of annoyance at her extended tummy-time sentence. Before it could turn into anything more, Yvette swept her up and began bouncing her in her arms. Do you think I should go and wake her? Katrina? No, Eric said with absolute certainty. I think you've stuck your nose in enough. I was simply looking. That's enough, Yvette. To cope with the silence that followed, Eric began tapping his toe, which matched perfectly with Yvette's pacing. I'm going to wake her up, Yvette said after 4 lengths of the dining room.
You are not.
It's not good for her to nap for too long. It'll stop her sleeping at night.
She's an adult, Yvette. She can sleep as long as she wants to, and if last night is anything to go by, she's not going to get much sleep tonight.
In the hallway, the vacuum stopped. Less than a minute later, the doorway pushed open. I'm done, Abby said, a surprisingly satisfied expression on her face at her accomplishment. I hoovered my bedroom and your room and downstairs too. Does this mean I'll get extra pocket money? We shall definitely see about that, Yvette said, before Eric could comment on their distinct lack of funds. Can I have it now? Have what now? The extra money. Not right now, darling, Yvette said, her eyes still on Mabel. But I want to put it in my money box.
We don't have any money right now, Abs, Eric interjected.
But Granny just said... Abby's objection was interrupted by another figure appearing behind her. So this is where you all are. The sleep had done Katrina good. With her bright brown eyes and glossy hair, combined with a baggy t-shirt and tracksuit bottoms, she looked like a new person. A distinctly young one. Eric's eyes went from the baby to her mother. A sad churning shuddered through him. Thank you so much for looking after Mabel, Katrina said to Yvette. I really needed that. She looked down at Abby. Did I hear you just say you did all the hoovering? Wow, I don't think I could do that at your age. You'll have to teach Mabel when she's old enough. Well, only if it gets me more pocket money. Dad's being tight. Is that so? Katrina laughed. She lifted her hand to her mouth, ready to cover a yawn, when halfway there her eyes widened. Her hand froze 4 inches from her mouth, trembling. What is that? She said. Yvette paled. She shifted her feet, trying to block the line of sight between Katrina and the papers sprawled out on the dining room table. It's nothing. It's just... You went through my things? Katrina sighed, stepping around Yvette. You went through my things when I was asleep. Eric crossed the room to Abby. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he swiveled her back into the hallway. Abs, he said, I just need you to pop upstairs for a minute. Abby spun back around and pouted. Why? I've only just come down. I know, it's just I need you to go back upstairs. Her jaw clenched. Beside her, Lulu barked. Or take Lulu outside then, Eric suggested with a definite curtness to his tone. She needs some air. Abby refused to move. Her fists clenched and unclenched at her sides. Why? Why do I have to leave? Eric's own jaw locked in response. Because I asked you to. Then I'll do it in a minute. No, you'll do it now, like I asked you to. No, I want to stay here. Lulu needs to go outside. She's been running around at the allotment all morning. She doesn't want to go outside. She wants to rest. As if understanding exactly what her young mistress was saying, Lulu flopped to the ground. See? Abby said. Eric's molars ground together. Katrina and Yvette were locked in a staring contest. Yvette's skin had paled to near translucent, while Katrina's cheeks were growing redder by the second. Abby, he said, his patience with the lot of them having just about reached breaking point, I need you to take Lulu outside now. No, this is not up for discussion. I want... Stop being such a brat and do as you are told. He watched his words burn through her. Her eyes quickly brimmed with tears. He wanted to swallow the words back inside, apologize and say he didn't mean it. He knew she wasn't a brat. If anything, she was the one who kept him on the ground. But within a flash, she and Lulu had disappeared from the room. Abby, wait. Eric moved to go after her. Yvette caught him by the hand. Give her a minute to cool off. Eric hesitated. Trust me, she said, relocating Mabel into his arms and rendering him stuck. We have other things to deal with. I'll say we have other things to deal with. Katrina's face was like thunder. Reluctantly, Eric stepped back into the room. You went through my things, Katrina said again to Yvette, and you let her. She turned her rage to Eric. You let her go through my stuff. He jolted backwards, lifting his free hand up in defence. I wasn't even here. I had nothing to do with this. I was with Abby at the allotment, I swear. Katrina sniffed, her eyes narrowing on Eric before switching back to Yvette.
What were you doing in my room? She said.
Yvette coughed. I was trying to see if you had any washing to do, she said. I was trying to be helpful.
I thought you said you were looking for muslin cloths, Eric said.
Yvette shot him a glare vicious enough to make him flinch. Anyway, that's not the point, Yvette continued, shimmying her shoulders into a more authoritative posture. The point is, what are these?
Katrina's eyebrows slanted upwards. She snorted at the comment. You already know what they are. They're adoption papers.
Well, what were they doing in your bag, then? This says it's from an adoption agency, that you'll be handing the baby over to complete strangers. You didn't say anything about that.
Katrina stepped back, genuine confusion rippling on her face. Why would I? This is none of your business.
Yvette flushed. She leant forward, pushing her weight down on the table. Of course it's our business. You came to us.
I came to Eric to ask Eric if he would adopt her. What do you think I was going to do if he said no? Just carry on the way I was. Just get on with it, as you like to put it.
Well,
What, you think this was some silly whim? You think that I just needed a good night's sleep? That I just got on a train one morning and thought, why not? Let's go see what they say. Maybe I'll get myself a free frozen pizza out of it. No, don't you dare try to justify yourself, Katrina continued. I came here in trust. I thought you were trying to help me.
What?
Katrina turned to Eric, cutting Yvette's words short. What about you? She said. Have you got anything to say about this?
Eric could feel his body temperature rising everywhere from his toes upwards. He looked at the baby in his arms and tried to figure out what he could say. Yes, he wanted to say. I do have something to say. But he didn't know what that something was. He wanted to say he was sorry, that much he knew. But what else he wanted to say, he wasn't so sure. Mabel gurgled up from his arms, causing a painful ache to spread through his chest. Susie's sister. Susie, who valued her family. No matter what was going on, he knew it was true, more than anything else in the universe, and he was about to cast her away. He wanted to say he would help Katrina, that he would do whatever she needed not to take Mabel away from them, from Abby. He knew he was meant to say something. He could feel that now was one of those moments, those times when what you say could change the whole direction of your life. But the words couldn't seem to form. In fact, no words could form at all. He clamped his mouth shut and shook his head.
Clearly this is not the type of family I thought it was,
Katrina said, tears rolling downwards to her chin.
Mabel will be better off with strangers. Better off with people who actually want her.
With that, she reached forward, took the baby out of Eric's arms, and marched out the front door.
I should have known.
2 hours later, and Abby was still refusing to let Eric into her room. Please, sweetheart, I'm sorry. Please, let me come in and apologize. At least unlock the door. It's not safe like this. Eric twisted the handle and tried again. She had wedged something underneath the handle, a chair, most probably. God damn it! Eric cursed Susie for letting Abby read all those Nancy Drew-type escapades that taught her to be so resourceful. She probably had a map with all the underground tunnels of Burlemon in there somewhere, along with a satchel full of hair clips ready to pick locks with. You need to eat, Abs. You haven't even had any lunch. Please, Abby, let me in.
You understand why I did it, don't you?
Yvette asked, standing beside him, her second glass of wine in her hand.
You understand why I had to ask?
Right now, Yvette, I've got bigger things to deal with.
There's nothing bigger than this,
Yvette said. Yes, Eric said. There is. My daughter. My actual daughter.
I'm not going to let you in. Not ever,
Abby shouted through the door.
I'll stay in here forever if I have to. I am not opening this door.
Fine, Eric said, and pushed past Yvette and onto the stairs. It was time for a different approach. At 39 years old, this was officially the first time that Eric had needed to scale a building to gain the attention of a girl he loved. Most of the books or films this happened in involved men half his age, and so he felt perfectly within his rights to use a sturdy, extendable ladder as opposed to a drain pipe or vine leaves to help reach his goal.
Abby's window was at the front of the house, which, while offering a nice array of shrubbery should he happen to take a downward tumble, also meant that it was in full display of all the neighbours. He propped the ladder against the wall, securing the bottom beneath the hedgerow. After double, then triple checking that it was steady, he began to climb.
"Abby!"
Eric called through the window, his hands gripping the top of the ladder.
"Abby, sweetheart, please, can you let me in?"
From this position, he could see the chair wedged masterfully at an angle beneath the door handle. Abby was on her bed, a familiar photo book in her hand, Lulu curled up by her feet. Eric tried again. He knocked gently on the glass.
"Abby, please."
Abby's refusal to even bat an eyelid led Eric to assume that she was unable to hear him through the double glazing. Checking his balance, he lifted a hand and rapped a little harder on the glass pane. Abby's head lifted slightly. He knocked again.
"Abby? Please, Abs, can you open the door?"
With her eyes wide, Abby's head spun around to face the window. For a brief second, her face registered only confusion, before switching instantaneously back to anger.
"Go away, I don't want to speak to you."
Her gaze snapped back down to the book on her lap.
"Abby, please, I'm sorry I called you a brat. I didn't mean it. I was just under a lot of stress."
Her bottom lip jutted out as she continued to stare at the pages of her book.
"Please, Abs, I don't want you to be mad. I climbed a ladder for you. Look, I'm like Romeo." "Who?" It doesn't matter. Please, just take the chair away. Open the door and come and get some food. We can talk about it." "I don't want to talk to you."
Abby's nostrils flared. Her cheeks glowed with heat. She jumped off the bed and marched across the room to the window.
"Please, Abby, go away."
In reality, it was probably the surprise that caused Eric to fall, as opposed to Abby's hands striking against the glass. Even a fairly strong 9-year-old would have had difficulty creating that much of a wobble. However, at the time, it didn't look that way. Abby's eyes went from absolute fury to absolute fear in an instant, as Eric felt both his hands and feet leave the ladder.
"Dad!"
Abby shouted, her hand flying to her mouth in a silent scream that Eric saw right up until the point he hit the ground. Chapter 14. Yvette had insisted on calling an ambulance, despite the fact Eric was certain he could stand and walk. He didn't, however, deciding instead that lying on the grass and attempting to stifle the pain was better than Abby seeing her father screaming in agony if he discovered he had broken both his legs. It was a bizarre 5 minutes, listening to his wailing daughter while he stared up at the sky, Lulu's slobbering tongue licking everywhere from his forehead to his toes, while Yvette's flustered instructions repeatedly told him, "Do not move, don't you dare move." The neighbours had all appeared, each offering differing advice.
"We should check his airway."
"His breathing's not a problem. We should put him in the recovery position, though, in case he chokes."
"It might paralyse him."
"You think?"
"I don't want to risk it, do you?"
Eric tried to block out the noise and focus only on the approaching sirens. Only when he had been lifted onto the gurney, neck brace in place, did Abby finally manage to speak.
"Don't die, Daddy. Please don't die."
She managed through the sobs as she sat next to him in the ambulance.
"I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
"Abby, I'm fine," Eric insisted.
"But your neck, that thing on your neck."
"It's a precaution," Eric assured her. "I promise." He reached up and found the strap on his neck brace. "Ow!" he shouted as a searing pain shot through the top of his shoulder. The paramedic leapt up from his seat and placed Eric's hand back by his side. "Best leave that on until the doc has seen you," he said.
"It's my fault. It's my fault he fell."
Abby stammered. "Your daddy is going to be just fine."
But...
Abby barely managed to get out a word before she once again dissolved into tears. Ignoring the paramedic's advice, Eric levered himself up to sitting. He twisted around as far as he could before the pain began to show. "Abby, none of this is your fault." He sucked in air through his nose, trying to stop his eyes watering. "Do you understand? None of it.
It was an accident.
But if I...
It was an accident. Abby nodded mutely. Good, Eric said, and fell back onto the gurney, exhausted.
You were lucky,
the doctor said, clipping the X-rays to a mobile light box next to the hospital bed and showing Eric the resulting images.
You could have done some serious damage falling from that height.
There was no denying that he looked a mess. He had stitches in his ear where a bramble had torn through the top of it, and several cuts and bruises around his left eye, which could have been a lot worse had they been a fraction higher or lower. Every inhalation felt like he was being impaled by thousands of red-hot needles, and his swollen lip was making it incredibly difficult to talk.
So he's not going to die,
Abby said.
You're sure?
Her tired frame trembled as she held her father's hand. She had been with him the entire time, having not left Eric's side other than when he had the X-rays taken. During the 3 short minutes they were separated, he had heard her screaming through the doorway, and when he reappeared, she clasped him so hard he thought he had heard yet another of his bones crack.
No, he's not going to die, not from the fall, anyway.
I'm guessing something's broken, though, Eric said, taking a deep breath, causing his eyes to water from the pain.
Ribs,
the doctor said.
You fractured 6 of them.
She pointed to the various positions on the X-ray.
It's going to be fairly uncomfortable for a bit while they heal, and you've probably got a mild concussion. There's a bit of bruising around your coccyx, too. But other than that, you were exceptionally lucky.
She flicked through the tablet in her hand.
Falls like this often end a lot worse. What was it you were doing up on the ladder again?
Eric looked to his daughter. Her skin was grey, and her bloodshot eyes once again looked ready for an outpouring. Her lower lip quivered. I was just cleaning the window, he said. The doctor nodded.
Well, perhaps next time you should pay someone to do that.
She closed the protective cover for the tablet, indicating their brief consultation had come to an end.
Are you still set on discharging yourself today?
Eric nodded.
I seriously advise you stay the night for
This time Eric held up his hand to silence her protests.
Well, do you at least have someone who can drive you home?
My mother-in-law is waiting outside.
Then I shan't keep you any longer.
The doctor stretched out a hand, ready for Eric to shake. He went to move his own, only to gasp with the pain.
I'll leave a prescription for some painkillers at the nurse's station, she said.
The drive home from the hospital was silent. Abby fell asleep almost immediately on the back seat, her head flopping against her chin. Sobbing had commenced at seeing Lulu, who had bounded out of the car and into her arms, but it hadn't lasted long. She was drained, physically and emotionally. She wasn't the only one.
I didn't mean to push things this afternoon,
Yvette said, her eyes on the road as she spoke.
It's just, there's a bit of Susie in that baby, and I won't let it go without a fight.
I know, Eric said as he rubbed his ribs. The painkillers had numbed it all to a dull throb, yet he had the sneaking suspicion he was going to need several more to get through the night.
It feels like fate, Yvette said, like this terrible thing happened to us, but something good will come from it, something we didn't even think was possible.
Eric didn't believe in fate, and neither did Susie.
Too many bad things happen to good people,
she would say, and it was hard not to agree. We're a mess, Yvette. What makes you think we could bring a baby into this?
What makes you think we couldn't? Katrina said she wanted Mabel brought up in a family that loved her. Isn't that what counts the most?
Sometimes love just isn't enough. The rest of the journey they sat in silence. Eric rested his head against the window and shut his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Norman had told him something on one of their drives out in Sally. He had told Eric how his father had always closed his eyes when someone else was driving the car. That way, according to Norman, George could always imagine it was Eric driving the car. Until that moment, Eric had assumed it was nonsense, some sentimental tosh created by Norman to try to soften Eric's feelings towards his late father. But just then, with his thoughts dazed from the painkillers and overwhelmed by the events of the previous 24 hours, Eric let himself believe, just a little,
that it was Susie behind the wheel. Only when they came out of the bends and drove past the Welcome to Burlham sign did he sit back up and take note of their surroundings. Yvette moved to turn on the indicators.
"Actually," he said, "can you go straight on? I want to go to the station."
"The station? Why?"
"Just a hunch," he said.
With her eyes still on the road, Yvette nodded and clenched the steering wheel a fraction tighter. The engine had been switched off and the inside light of the car turned on to compensate for the darkness. Eric had been resting against the door handle from the moment Yvette had pulled into the car park, but so far he had failed to move. From their position in the car, he could see the silhouette of the pair slowly rocking back and forth through the waiting room window.
"Do you want me to wait for you?"
Yvette said. Eric shook his head.
"I'll be fine."
"It's a bit of a walk."
"I'll be fine," he repeated.
"You should probably get moving. She could be getting this one."
Eric turned his head to the side. In the distance, he could see a blinking of lights moving behind the trees. Yvette was right. If she got on the train now, he would end up losing Mabel forever. Finally, he mustered the courage to step out of the car, although discovered his fears were unfounded. As the train pulled to a stop, a handful of passengers disembarked. Katrina, however, remained in the waiting room. Still standing outside, Eric rested his weight against the wall, watching as Katrina returned Mabel to her pram and rocked it back and forth with one foot while she scrolled through her phone. He should turn around and leave, he thought to himself, clenching his eyes closed as a spasm of pain darted down his side. How could he even think it was a good idea, messing with all their lives like this? But their lives were already messed up, far more than he would ever have anticipated. What difference would adding one more spanner into the works make? Gritting his teeth and hoping the painkillers didn't wear off before he got home, Eric opened the door to the waiting room.
"You're still here," he said.
Katrina's eyes turned towards him only fleetingly before returning to the phone on her lap. Her eyes were red-rimmed, as was the skin around her fingernails. Any benefit she had gained by her extra sleep earlier in the day had faded. "I left my things at the house," she said, still looking at her phone as she spoke. "My wallet and stuff. I went to get them, but no one was in. Can't buy a train ticket if you don't have any money."
"Yeah, we had a bit of an incident."
He waited for her to look up or ask for clarification. When neither happened, he hesitated, then moved himself to sitting.
"Shit!"
he gasped in pain. Having cracked ribs apparently made it difficult to move every other bone in his body too, including his feet and knees. Katrina's head lifted from her phone. Her eyes widened, only to return to her screen less than a second later. "What happened?" she said, attempting to maintain an ambivalent and uninterested air.
"Like I said, a bit of an incident."
She shrugged.
"I was pretty lucky, actually," Eric continued. "It could have been a lot worse."
"Oh." What followed was an impenetrable silence, broken only by the buzz of the game on Katrina's phone, which she had left playing, despite the fact her fingers were now motionless. Susie could be like this, Eric recalled. She would never speak after an argument, not until she had considered every angle and found her own peace with all the possibilities. Trying to force her into talking only ever ended badly. Now he wished he'd forced her to talk more. There were undoubtedly things he and Susie had needed to talk about. "The train arriving at platform 2 will be the 1812 to Liverpool Street." The tannoy system soared through the silence. "Please stand away from the edge of the platform." Outside, the platform remained empty. The rumble of the train rattled the lines from the distance. When the train appeared, a handful of people exited. None, that Eric saw, got on. "What are you doing here?" Katrina said, finally speaking. "Did you bring my stuff?"
"No," Eric said. "I was just hoping we could talk."
"Why?"
"Because I think we need to."
"About what?"
"About Mabel."
Katrina's bottom lip disappeared beneath her teeth. The screen to her phone had now gone black, although she continued to clutch it in her hand. Eric turned his gaze to Mabel. She had kicked the blanket off one side of her body, and 5 tiny toes twitched as she slept. Eric went to replace the blanket, only to recall his difficulty in moving.
From what I can see,
Katrina placed her phone down on the bench beside her.
we don't have anything to talk about.
I believe we do.
Why?
The sound of sniffed-back tears echoed in the small chamber of the waiting room.
I expected some degree of respect,
she said, speaking through the snivels.
Maybe I don't deserve it. Maybe you just see me as some stupid kid who got themselves knocked up. But I just thought, from everything I'd heard about you and Susie—
Susie's gone, remember? Eric said. Katrina nodded mutely.
I get that. I do. But coming to see you, it wasn't easy, facing Vetty after what I did. Can you even imagine how hard that was for me?
I can.
We used to be good friends, Vetty and I, back on the ship. Did you know that?
Eric shook his head, but it did explain why Yvette was so hurt. It wasn't just Philip's betrayal she'd had to contend with.
I didn't want to come,
she continued.
I didn't want to, and I'd have signed Mabel over to the adoption agency already, really, I was going to. Only I wanted her to be part of a normal family. I wanted her to have that chance. You hear horror stories, you know, about kids who get lost in the system. Kids who fall in and out of foster homes end up on the street, that type of thing. And I couldn't bear to think of that happening to Mabel. I wanted her to be with her family.
For the first time, she lifted her gaze away from her knees and up to meet Eric's.
I love my daughter, Eric, she said. It might not seem like it to you. It might not look like that, but believe me, if I thought there was any chance I could keep her and keep her happy, I would do that in a heartbeat. But I can't. I know I can't. That doesn't mean I don't love her. I am doing this because I love her.
2 tears trickled down her cheeks. Eric desperately wanted to wipe them away. Eric sighed heavily on both the inhale and the exhale, both of which resulted in a painful throbbing around his chest. I know that.
You're only here because you don't want her to go off with strangers, Katrina continued. If I said I was keeping her, or giving her to my mum, you wouldn't care then, would you? I heard you last night listing all the reasons you weren't going to take her.
Maybe you're right, he said. All those things I said last night, they're true. Katrina's bottom lip disappeared back under her teeth. Eric continued. I'm not even sure that me taking her on will be a good idea. I'm not in a good place right now. None of us are. It would mean another disruption for Abby, and she is struggling at the minute, more than I realized.
I understand.
And this isn't something you could change your mind about. If you handed Mabel over, you wouldn't be able to come back in 5 years and demand to take her back. You would be giving up your right to her. You would be giving up your right to be her mother.
I get it. I do.
The tears had multiplied now. Try as she might, she couldn't wipe them away fast enough.
I understand what you're saying.
No. Eric shook his head a fraction of a turn. I don't think you do. He inhaled as he tried to figure out the words to explain his feelings. This afternoon, after you left, I fell off a ladder.
Oh?
Katrina made no attempt to hide her smirk. I did, and I was lucky, but something serious could have happened to me. I realized that on the way to the hospital. If something ever happened to me, where would that leave Abby? She has no siblings. She would have no one to talk to about silly things her parents did when she was little. No person to visit on Christmas Eve. He paused in preparation for sharing more of his soul than he was ever normally comfortable with. Susie always used to talk about Abby having a sibling. She wanted another child, I know she did, but she found the pregnancy hard. After Abby was born, too. She hid it well, but it was hard. She struggled with talking about it. For a while there, she wasn't the wife I used to know. Maybe if I'd been a better husband, I would have made her see someone, but I didn't. I ignored it. Did a few extra hours at the office, waited for the moment to pass. Which it did, eventually, but I didn't want to put that on her again. I didn't want to go through that again. So every time talk of having another one came up, I told her I was happy with one, that we were a perfect family of 3 and it was best not to upset things. But now I realize I was wrong. I've been wrong a lot." In her pushchair, Mabel began to grizzle. Eric reached down and placed her dummy back in her mouth. "What are you saying?" Katrina said, a mixture of skepticism and fear on her face. "Are you saying that you'll do this? You'll adopt my baby?" Eric fixed his eyes on Mabel's porcelain skin. Her lips twitched ever so slightly as she breathed, the tiny gust of air fluttering the edge of her blanket. "I need to have a couple of conversations first," Eric said. "But yes, I think I am. I think I want to keep this baby." The first conversation went exactly as Eric expected. "Yes, yes, 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 yes!" "So that's a yes, then?" "Definitely." Abby bounced up and down on her bed, swinging her arms above her head. "I'm going to have a sister, I'm going to have a sister," she sang, bouncing higher and higher with every rebound. "Look," Eric said, trying to rein in a little of her excitement. "It's not going to be easy, having a little brother or sister. It's hard work. They'll take up a lot of my time and Granny's. You won't get to have your own way so much, and they cry a lot, and they stop you sleeping, and they'll take all your toys." Abby's mask of excitement flickered. "All of them?" "Well, not all of them, but they might break one or two." Abby scratched her eyebrow thoughtfully. "I'll just give her the ones I don't really like." Eric reached up to pull her down, only to wince at the pain. Concern flashed across Abby's face. "I'm fine," he assured her. "I just need you to sit down and listen for a minute." Substantially sedated at the sight of her father in pain, Abby sat back down on the bed. "I need you to think about this carefully," Eric said, taking her hand. "And I need you to tell me the truth. If you're finding things difficult at school still, or you don't think—" "Dad." Abby moved to place a hand on Eric's shoulder before remembering and drawing it away. "I understand. I do. It's going to be hard. You're going to be grumpy when she keeps you awake at night, and I probably won't get half as many new toys as I used to, but I think it's what Mum would want." Eric rested his hand on hers. "You know what? I agree. But you're going to have to be so grown up, and I don't know if it's fair to do that to you." "It's fine, Dad. I'll be fine." "What if you're not?" "Then I'll talk to the counsellor. That's what he's there for, right?" Eric removed his hand from hers and placed it instead against her cheek. "When did you get so wise?" he asked. So far, all was going perfectly to plan. Chapter 15. "You can't adopt the baby. It's not legally possible." Eric's second meeting wasn't going quite as well as his first. He had been running late and forgotten to take his medication, and his brain was beginning to fog beneath a haze of pain. The bad news was taking longer to compute than expected. "Are you sure?" he said. "I'm sure." Eves crinkled up his nose and nodded his head as he spoke, indicating the ridiculousness of Eric doubting his statement. He was certain this type of thing was his job. In the US, this whole private adoption thing is completely normal. Mums can even decide on who they are going to give the baby to before it's born. But that's not possible here. I'm afraid not. Even if she's our relative. But she's not, is she?" They were meeting in the back room of the shed. Since first encountering Christian Eves, he had discovered that the lawyer much preferred to do business over a full English with a side of black pudding and a long white. Eric, who hadn't had much of an appetite these last few days, opted only for a bacon butty and cappuccino, but without the painkillers, simply lifting his hand to eat or drink was far from comfortable. "So what do we do? What's our next course of action? What if she hands the baby over to one of the adoption agencies and then we try to take her from there? Would that work?" Eves shook his head. "This process can take months, if not years, and you're not even in the system yet. There will be countless people ahead of you, particularly with such a small baby. I think that would be an extremely poor decision." "Then what? What can we do to keep this baby?" Eves expelled the air from his lungs with an impressive amount of force. "Your best bet would be to register as foster parents. You're not the baby's grandparents, so you can't take her into your care legally without being a registered foster parent first.
And how long will that take?
Normally about 6 months.
6 months?
But we might be able to push it through a bit faster, given the situation. To be honest, this is a little out of my expertise, but I'll give you my wife's details. She's a family lawyer.
She is?
Yep. Heads up one of the big firms in Chelmsford while I stick around here dealing with unpaid parking tickets and disputes over whose land a fence post is on. You're not the only one who's a kept man in the village. His hand rose to his mouth as he realized his mistake. I'm sorry, Eric. I wasn't thinking.
It's fine.
Eric waved the apology away, with a result of considerable pain. Fortunately, it stopped him thinking about the semantic of the matter too greatly. He had come to a decision that previous night, after a conversation with Yvette about Mabel and Abby and, of course, Susie. He couldn't blame her for hiding the fact about the books. Chances are he would have done the same thing to try to protect her from the worry, for a little while at least.
I forget she's gone half the time myself, he told Eves. I can hardly blame other people for making the same mistake.
Still, Eves grimaced apologetically.
All right,
Eric said, his mind turning over all the information that he had just heard.
But 3 months is still a long time. What happens in the meantime? What are we supposed to do? The girl's not in a good way. I can't imagine she'll take kindly to us telling her she needs to wait it out for another 12 weeks. And that's hardly fair on the baby either.
Eves speared a piece of sausage. Well, Eves said, the fork hovering inches from his mouth, do you have a spare bedroom?
They're going to live here.
Abby bounced up and down on the sofa as Eric disseminated the news.
I'm going to get a big sister too.
We need to talk through a few things first, Eric said.
But they're both going to live here.
Quite possibly.
No, Yvette said, having paced the length of the room at least a dozen times in a minute. There has to be another way.
It won't be forever, Katrina replied to Abby. I won't be staying forever.
She turned to Eric.
That's the maximum, right? I won't have to be here any longer than that. After that I can go.
Eves reckons so, although we'll have to talk it through with his wife.
Surely there must be some other way. Yvette directed her question solely to Eric. This can't be the best solution. It's ridiculous.
We're not related to the baby.
As good as. I can't believe she has to stay with us too. There has to be some other way.
If there was, the solicitor would have said, wouldn't he? Katrina responded.
Well, perhaps we need to find another solicitor, Yvette snapped back. The tension was rising to a palpable level.
Abby, darling,
Eric said, waving his arm to get Abby's attention.
I think your room...
No.
Abby stopped bouncing at once and folded her arms across her chest.
I am not going up to my room.
I thought perhaps
I am not going to take Lulu into the garden either, she added. And I am not going to vacuum the whole house so that I miss out on everything you lot are talking about. I live here too. This is my home too. I deserve to know what's going on.
All eyes turned to Eric.
Abs,
I'm right, aren't I?
Abby said with an authority that would have made her mother glow with pride.
You wanted me to be a grown-up about this. You said I would have to be. Well, that means that you have to treat me like a grown-up too. You can't just cut me out when you don't want me to know something. That's not fair.
She placed her hands on her hips, eyebrows raised as she waited for an answer. Eric offered one slow and deliberate nod. Like him, the other adults were looking at his daughter with an impressed mixture of awe and shock.
You are right, Eric said. You should know what's going on. But right now I don't know. None of us know. That's why we, the adults, need to have a conversation about it.
Eric watched his daughter flush with anger.
I deserve to...
As soon as any decisions are made, you will be the first person to know.
No.
She shook her head, hands still on her hips.
That's not good enough. Abby.
It was Katrina's voice, louder and surprisingly more commanding than normal, that spoke next.
Why don't we both go out into the kitchen? You, me, and Mabel. That would give me a chance to tell you what's going on, and I can answer any questions you might have. And it would give the adults a chance to discuss what the solicitor said. You're an adult too, Abby said, not quite ready to fall into some well-laid trap. Not really, Katrina said. In fact, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be in this state if I'd known how to behave like an adult in the first place.
She waited, studying the flickers of consideration as they worked across Abby's expression.
What do you say? Would that be okay? Then we can come back and tell your dad and Granny what we've talked about. Would that work?
Once again she waited, holding Abby's gaze the whole time. After shooting a quick glare at Eric, Abby sniffed and then nodded.
Okay, but I get to stay when you're talking to Dad and Granny next time, right? I am not being shut out of the room again. Agreed, Katrina said. You are not being shut out of the room again. Agreed, she said, turning the response into a question for her father.
Eric pursed his lips. He opened his mouth to object when a gentle voice rattled through his ears.
She's growing up, Eric.
Susie's voice came through so clearly she could have been standing next to him.
You can't treat her like a baby forever.
Whether Susie had ever said those particular words to him before, he couldn't be sure, but she had said similar and of the same sentiment. Of that he was certain. I will not, he began, shut you out of these conversations unless your Granny and I both agree it's a good idea. Abby's lips projected in a pout.
But
that's it, Eric said. That's the best you're going to get. If your Granny and I both think the conversation is too grown up, you can't be there. Abby's eyes went from her father to Yvette, and eventually Katrina, who nodded forcefully.
It's a good deal, Abs, she said. I'd take it.
Abby's pout remained.
Fine, she said, but if I find out you've been having secret meetings when I've gone to bed. We won't, Katrina assured her. If it's important, we'll wake you up.
Finally, Abby looked satisfied with the response. She turned to Katrina.
We should get talking, she said. I have a lot of questions.
The two girls slipped out of the living room door. In a flash, Yvette was back on her feet. You can't seriously be considering this. You can't be. Eric reached into his pocket and pulled out a blister packet of painkillers. He was trying to keep track of how many he took a day, although today, despite the fact it was barely midday, he had already lost count. Of course I'm serious. What else would you have me do? Living here. You would have her living here, in this family, with us. Yvette, it wouldn't be permanent, and you seem to be missing the point. If we want this baby in our family, this is the only thing we can do. Yvette shook her head. I refuse to believe it. Can't she stay somewhere close? In a hotel or something? For 3 months? On whose money? We're barely making ends meet as it is. Yvette, you were the one who pushed for this. You were the one who begged me to come around to the idea of taking on this baby, and now I'm on board, and I'm telling you that this is the only way possible. I will not live under the same roof as that woman, Yvette said. You'll have to, Eric replied. If you want this baby to be part of this family, that's the only option you've got. Chapter 16. The first week of cohabitation went better than expected on several fronts. Lulu had absolutely no issues with the new family additions and would frequently be found, particularly when Abby was at school, curled up in a ball next to Mabel's swing seat. Abby had come back from school each day singing, along with glowing feedback from her teacher on what a positive improvement she was showing, and, despite all the odds, Yvette and Katrina had managed to find a state of existence in which they were reasonably pleasant to one another, at least in Eric's earshot. It probably helped that Katrina spent 80% of the time shut up in Eric's room and the other 20% talking loudly on the phone about all the things she was missing. More than once she had burst into tears in front of Eric or Abby, although the triggers could be as varied as not being able to change channel on the television to worrying that her whole life was an utter failure. She's homesick, Eric reminded Yvette several times. Like that's our fault. She should at least try to show a little gratitude, Yvette huffed. All she does is sit about all day, watching television and crying, yet somehow she makes more washing than Mabel. Didn't you offer to do her washing for her? Eric questioned. Yvette pouted and dug her hands into her pockets. Well, that's hardly the point, is it? The initial meeting with Helen Eves, the family lawyer who appeared to be far too intelligent, sophisticated and elegant to be related to Christian Eves in any way, let alone married to him, went well. Very well. I see no major issues as to why we can't push this through in the next 12 weeks. We'll need character references, neighbours, work colleagues, and a list of family members who Mabel is likely to be in day-to-day contact with, but from the looks of this, you have a fairly strong case. Even though I'm not directly related to her. I don't think it will be too much of an issue. How is she coping living in the house with you?
I don't think it's her ideal situation, but she's coping, Eric said.
That's good. And how are you coping with things?
Me?
Helen rested her chin on her fingertips. I'm going to be blunt. Any judge is going to be impressed, seeing how well you're managing this after all you've been through. Losing your wife, taking on her father's child. To be honest, you're pretty much a hero in my eyes right now.
Eric grinned. After everything they had suffered in the last couple of months, it was good to hear something positive.
What about finances? She added, just as Eric prepared himself to leave.
Finances?
You'll need to be able to show that you can afford to take on another one, but judging by where you've come from, that shouldn't be too much of an issue.
A dry, sandpaper-esque feeling lodged itself in Eric's throat. No, he said, offering the widest smile he could manage. That shouldn't be an issue at all.
How much is that? Yvette said, flipping over the price tag of the brand-new car seat Eric had decided he wanted to invest in. Can't you find a cheaper one? The trolley's already full.
It's got all the best safety ratings, Eric told her, and she can stay in it until she's 6. It's a necessity, and it's non-negotiable, he reinforced. Unlike, what is that you're holding?
Yvette rolled her eyes. It's a tummy-time roll, to strengthen her muscles. You don't want her growing up with a flat head, do you? It could lead to developmental delays.
Can't we just use a kitchen roll instead? Eric said. I'm sure it would do exactly the same thing.
Yvette glowered.
Fine, he sighed and plucked another item from the trolley. But do you really need these? What are they?
Black and white stimuli. The last thing we want is for her to struggle making attachments because we didn't buy her the right toys.
If she wants black and white stimuli, she can look at some of my bank statements. There's red on there as well to help stimulate her.
Yvette frowned.
No more toys, Eric insisted. Essentials only from now on. Think, what else do we need? Cynthia said one of her nieces has got a stroller for when she's a bit bigger, and they've got a crib she can give us now.
Yvette's eyes rose to the heavens. You can't put a baby in a used crib, Eric. Do you not read any of the research? It's an absolute disaster waiting to happen.
That's nonsense. Abby had a second-hand crib that came from the boys, and she's absolutely fine. And like you said, Susie and Lydia slept in a drawer.
That was then. We put whiskey in their milk, too, for goodness sake. It's a miracle they both survived.
There was a moment of silence when it felt the world might implode in on them.
Around them, happy couples picked up neutral-coloured baby grows and pressed hands against swollen bellies. Yvette's lips began to quiver with the realization of her words. Eric leant on the trolley and sighed.
Well, we're not getting them now, he said, pushing the mood away with his words. I can't lift another thing.
He placed a hand against his ribs to emphasize his point.
Fine, Yvette replied quickly in an attempt to avoid the tension returning.
We've still got plenty to get through. We need nappies, gripe water, wet wipes, new dummies, a sterilizer.
Eric groaned and turned over the unending list.
The decision to apply for a new credit card had come almost immediately after the decision to adopt a new child. While Eric had managed to secure a couple of freelance consultancy jobs through Jack, those weren't until next month, meaning that payday was still a long, long way off. Summer holidays were little more than a month away, and with Yvette's dance classes becoming more and more popular with each passing week, it didn't make sense for Eric to look for anything permanent until Abby went back in September.
Right then, Yvette said, passing Eric his wallet back after burning a considerable-sized hole in it.
Next stop, Boots the chemist.
Back at the house, Abby was in full big sister mode, showing Mabel all her favourite dance outfits and teaching her the difference between a single buffalo and a shuffle move. She hasn't left her side, Hank told them, having volunteered for babysitting duty the moment he heard Eric's news. She even changed her nappy. Let's hope that's a habit that sticks.
Eric had considered asking Katrina to watch over the pair for a couple of hours while they shopped, but had quickly decided against. While Abby's wish of a little sister was looking more promising by the day, her optimism over an older one had been quickly snuffed out. Other than when she appeared to raid food from the fridge, she saw little of Katrina. Mabel still slept in the room with her, although more often than not it was Yvette who got up to do the late-night feeds. Hence it was more than a surprise to see her bounding down the stairs to help with the shopping. "Did you get everything you need?" she said, taking the bags from Eric and marching through the house with them. "It looks like there's loads here."
"I think we got everything. Literally everything," he said, massaging his ribs as he followed her into the kitchen. "Formula, nappies, more formula, more nappies."
Katrina dumped the bags on the kitchen table.
"I don't suppose you managed to pick up those other things, did you?" she said.
Eric frowned, scanning the mountain of plastic and paper in front of him.
"In that bag, I think," he said,
managing to flex one finger towards a piece of plastic.
"I'm fairly sure I got everything you asked."
Having abandoned the rest of the things, Katrina sifted through and peered inside.
"You are a star,"
she said, pulling out several items before replacing them and picking up the entire bag.
"What would I do without you?"
Reaching up on her tiptoes, she kissed him lightly on the cheek before spinning on the spot and disappearing upstairs. Behind him, Yvette coughed. Eric felt his cheeks colour.
"We should get on with putting this lot away," he said, avoiding his mother-in-law's glare. "Hank," he called through, "you fancy a cup of tea?"
"What was that about?" Yvette asked later when Hank had left and Abby was attempting to explain to Mabel the subtleties of playing top trumps.
"What was what about?" Eric replied.
"Those things. You buying gifts for her."
"Hardly gifts," Eric said, opening the fridge and fixing himself a ham sandwich. "She just asked me to pick her up a few things. Shampoo, deodorant, stuff."
"And is she going to pay you back?"
"I don't know. I doubt it. It's not like she has any money."
"Well, how much did it cost?"
"I didn't look."
With a terse, sucking noise, Yvette's eyes scanned across the room. Eric waited for the next comment.
"What?"
he said a full minute later when she was still staring pointedly, with her eyebrows raised and lips twisted.
"You might as well say whatever it is you're thinking."
"I'm not thinking anything," Yvette pouted.
"Good,"
Eric said, taking another slice of ham from the packet before laying the rest out on the buttered bread. He finished with the top slice of bread, then picked the whole thing up.
"Then I'm going to eat my—"
"I don't think it's a very good idea." Yvette placed her hands on the table in front of her. Eric put his sandwich back on the plate.
"What isn't a good idea?"
"Buying her gifts. It doesn't look good."
"I wasn't buying her gifts. I was buying her sanitary towels. And who's it going to look bad to, exactly?"
Yvette shimmied her shoulders.
"To the lawyers, social services. It might look like we're trying to bribe her into giving us the baby or something." "That's ridiculous."
Eric turned toward the kettle and winced. He had never fully appreciated the role his ribs played in practically every aspect of his existence before now, and he was certain he would never take them for granted again.
"You'd rather I hadn't bought her them? Is that what you're saying?"
Yvette tutted into her peppermint tea.
"She's getting her feet under the table. You mark my word. She's playing you. She sleeps in your bedroom, for goodness sake, while I sleep on the sofa." "Exactly."
Eric sighed. The ham sandwich sat longingly on the table. His stomach was already growling. However, instead of reaching for it, he moved around the kitchen table, wrapped his arms around his mother-in-law, and kissed her on the top of her head.
"Look, the lawyer is happy. Katrina is staying out of your way. We've got this."
"You don't know what she's like."
"Then it's a good job I've got you to keep an eye on her, isn't it?"
Eric kissed her on the head again and gave her his best sheepish grin. Yvette shuffled as she tried to keep her glare in place, but her pout loosened ever so slightly.
"I'm watching her," she said.
Week 2 marked a considerable milestone for Eric in terms of parenting, although it hadn't come without its nerves.
"I still don't know if this is a good idea," he said,
his pulse already battering his ribs with alarming ferocity. "We should give it a couple more days. Let her get more used to me."
"You're being silly," Yvette insisted. "You were fine all last night with her."
"That's because Abby was here, and we were in the house."
"You're only going to be alone with her for 10 minutes.
"But what if she cries? I can barely pick her up."
"It's a 2-minute drive."
Yvette clipped the straps of the car seat in around Mabel before closing the door and stepping back from the car.
"You have everything you need. There's milk and nappies in the bag, and Abby knows which of her cuddly toys to give her if she starts grizzling."
Eric counted to 3 as he took a deep breath in. It was a very cultured first outing. He was meeting Cynthia at the library for Children's Hour. Yvette was going to pick Abby up from school and drop her off before heading back for her dance class. That way Eric wouldn't have to keep getting Mabel in and out of the car and risk hurting himself. Driving with a newborn in the car when feeling less than on par did not feel like an auspicious start. He had also skipped his painkillers on the guise that he did not want them to affect his reactions in the car. Katrina had gone for a long run, which, along with watching Netflix and old dance videos of herself, appeared to be her favorite hobby.
"Just take your time," Yvette said. "Take as long as you need."
"Don't worry," Eric replied. "I will." Eric couldn't help but laugh at himself as he drove up the road in his orange kiddie wagon at 30 miles an hour, letting everything from tractors to cyclists overtake him. Oh, how times had changed. When he arrived at the library, he checked on Mabel in the rear-view mirror before swallowing 2 of his painkillers and dropping his head down onto the steering wheel. A bang on the bonnet quickly brought him up.
"They're going to start soon,"
Cynthia said, then raised her handbag and added,
"I brought us snacks."
The book reading didn't go so well. Only 4 other children were present, all toddlers, who ran around chasing one another and refusing to sit down. Mabel managed to smush her hand into Cynthia's piece of apple pie when Eric wasn't watching and mashed it into the carpet, only to have one of the toddlers slip on it and go careering into the newly curated book display. Finally, a disgruntled librarian cornered off part of the room for them, making sure she pointed out the no food notice en route.
"She is beautiful,"
Cynthia said, resting Mabel on her knees and blowing raspberries on her tummy.
"Is it me, or does she look just like Abby when she smiles?"
"That's what I thought," Eric agreed. "It's a bit scary. She loves Abby, though, the pair of them already. They're thick as thieves."
"And she's sleeping okay?"
Eric waved his hands back and forth. "Better than some of us. At least she has her own bed." Cynthia tilted her head and frowned.
"Have you still not got that sorted yet?"
Eric's gaze dropped guiltily to the ground. Katrina had been using the house as a bed and breakfast in between trips up to London for dance auditions and 2-hour runs that Eric suspected only got as far as the local wine bar, but he still felt bad about turning her out onto the sofa. She was, after all, Mabel's mother, and the arrangement wasn't forever. Then there was the issue with Susie's study. "It's ridiculous." Eric brushed some more pie crumbs off Mabel's hand before she deposited them in her mouth. "I know it is, but I can't change her study. That room was her soul. As soon as I start messing with it, that's it. She's gone forever. And I just can't do it. Not yet."
"Speaking as someone who knows," Cynthia said, "it won't get easier with time. You're better off going up there when you get back, throwing everything you don't want to keep into a black bag and sending it down to the charity shop. At least that way you'll have somewhere to sleep."
"Maybe." Eric chewed it over.
"At least get a pull-out bed for the girl to sleep on so you can have your bed back."
"Perhaps you're right."
"You know I am. Now, if you want some help with the lifting, you just let me know."
"Thank you," he said. "I will." Abby came and joined them at 3:30. Within 15 minutes, she'd signed Mabel up for a library card, withdrawn 6 books in her name, and had sat down on one of the oversized beanbags with her head buried between the pages of a book. "She gets more and more like her mother every day," Eric said, not sure if the comment made him happy or sad. Mabel had had 2 grisly moments, once when she needed milk and once when she needed her nappy changed, both of which Eric had handled with extreme deftness. Over the last 2 weeks, he had mastered methods of managing the soreness from his ribs. These included burping Mabel on his shoulder, changing her on tables or sofas, and only picking her up if he knew he wasn't going to have to put her down again in less than 10 minutes. He had also realized that while a large pushchair was incredibly helpful when it came to loading up the food, trying to push it up the hill on the way back was not worth the effort. "I guess it's like riding a bicycle," he said, pulling the Velcro tabs of her nappy back in place and fixing the poppers on her baby grow, "although it smells significantly worse." "I like riding my bicycle," Abby replied, taking a moment to lift her head up from her book and join in the conversation. "I do not like poop." By the time they headed home, it was nearly 6, and they had been out of the house for over 2 hours. Eric unclipped Mabel, handing her to Abby so that he could open the front door. "It smells like Granny's been cooking," she said as she waited for Eric to find the key. "Do you think she's made meatloaf again? I already have leftover meatloaf in my lunchbox." "I don't think so," Eric said, opening the door and stepping back so Abby could go in. "This smells good. Really good. Not that Granny's veggie meatloaf doesn't," he added hurriedly with a substantially raised voice. "Your Granny's meatloaf is delicious." "She can't hear you," Abby said, handing Mabel back to him so that she could take off her shoes. "She'll be in the kitchen." The house was a menagerie of aromas, full of savoury tannins that resulted in the immediate production of saliva. "I'm in the kitchen," a voice called as the front door clicked closed. Eric and Abby exchanged a look. "Katrina?" Tentatively, the pair made their way through the house. The table was laid and a series of pans bubbled away on the hob. "I thought it was probably time I did something to help," Katrina said. A moment later and the click of the front door went again, this time announcing Yvette's arrival. "We're in the kitchen," Eric called. Yvette entered with the flushed glow and relaxed air that always followed a successful dance lesson. "A good evening," Eric said. "Yes, it was. Honestly, that Jerry is such a cad. We managed to—" Yvette stopped. Her eyes shot quickly around the room, her relaxed look rapidly fading. "You've cooked the chicken." She clocked the lit oven, identifying the aromas that had been confusing Eric since his arrival. Katrina smiled. "Nothing special. Hank, is it? He dropped over some more potatoes from the allotment. A few other bits and pieces too, some amazing parsnips, and there was a chicken in the fridge, so I thought I'd make a roast. I realised I may have been a bit antisocial, hiding away. I just figured it's best, not to get attached or anything." Eric sniffed deeply. Now that she mentioned it, it was obviously chicken, and it smelt damn good. "You didn't have to do that," Eric said. "We understand. This is a strange time for all of us, but it smells amazing." "It's my aunt's way of cooking it," Katrina continued. "You brown off the chicken in a pan first, then pour the juices over the vegetables before you roast them." "Ruining them entirely for the vegetarians among us," Yvette responded. Katrina paled. "I didn't think. I'm sorry. I can do you something different if you'd like." "Did you leave any of the parsnips? I can make a soup." Katrina's pale skin rapidly coloured to a deep red. "There were only a couple. I can make you something else, though," she said, rushing over to the fridge and swinging open the door. "I'm sure there's plenty in here I can put together if you give me a second. There's a cauliflower," she said, riffling through the vegetable crisper at the bottom, "and a couple of tomatoes." "Don't bother," Yvette said. "Just tell me you deboned the chicken first. I'd bought it to last the week. I needed it to make a stock, and I promised Abby I'd do her chicken wings over the weekend." Once again, the colour flooded to Katrina's cheeks. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't think of boning it." "That must be a first," Yvette said. With a flick of her chin, she spun around and marched out of the room before Eric could even open his mouth and respond. Katrina, Eric saw, had once again begun to cry. "I mess everything up," she said. "I always get it wrong." Chapter 17. Eric stood at the bottom of the stairs, fully armed, plastic crate in one hand, cardboard boxes tucked under his arm, and bin bags and packing tape stuffed in his back pocket. The plastic crate was for anything sentimental he wanted to keep, the boxes for books and anything else that could be donated, and bin bags for anything he could just throw away. He had taken up a full roll of bin bags in the hope that he would simply be able to chuck most of it out, but he knew that was more than a little bit optimistic. It had been a tough night. The 2 days following the chicken debacle had been tense, and that was putting it mildly. Katrina had locked herself away in his bedroom, while Yvette huffed about this, that, and anything she could think of. This would not really have been an issue had Mabel not repeatedly sicked up her formula, meaning Katrina was needed to feed her, placing the two women in less than ideal proximity. For 48 hours the women had snapped back and forth, with nearly every confrontation ending with Katrina in tears. Last night was the worst so far. Yet again Mabel had refused to settle. Katrina, exhausted from feeding, was of the mind to let her cry it out. Yvette was not. "She's crying because something's wrong," Yvette said. "Did you wind her properly after her food?"
"I told you," Katrina replied. "She doesn't like to wind."
"It's not a matter of liking it or not. You can't put a baby down if she's got wind. Just give her here," Yvette said. 40 minutes later and the screaming had got even worse, and the bickering had reached an all-new level. To make matters worse, it was all going on in the living room, which was currently doubling as Eric's bedroom.
"She's crying because she's overly tired. Put her down and she'll fall asleep."
"She's crying because she's hungry. I told you you should have given her some more milk."
"She doesn't need any more milk. All she's done all evening is feed."
"Because she's growing. That's what babies do when they're growing. Feed." Eric had tried his best to keep his nose out and eyes shut, but at 20-1, something snapped. "Right," he said, whipping off his blanket. "You two, upstairs."
"But—"
The women objected simultaneously, suddenly in agreement for the first time all night. "Give me Mabel and get out," Eric insisted. "I've got this. We'll be absolutely fine."
"But you're—"
"Out."
"But if—"
"Out. Now." Katrina didn't need telling again. With a final glance at Mabel, she shrugged her shoulders and headed straight off upstairs to bed. But Yvette lingered a fraction longer. "I promise," Eric said, "we'll be fine." "But if you need—" "I've got this, Yvette. Go to bed. Get some sleep." Fine was perhaps an over-exaggeration, but despite his own, well-hidden reservations, Eric was certain he and Mabel would be much better off on their own than with the women quibbling every small decision about her. After Yvette left, Lulu decided to abandon her place next to Abby and join them downstairs. Having the dog there perked Mabel up for a full 15 seconds, after which she commenced her screaming at a new, record volume. At that point, Lulu rapidly retreated back upstairs to Abby, leaving Eric truly alone with the bawling baby. 2 poos and 1 major sick-up followed, but an hour after taking up the mantle on his own, Mabel had fallen asleep on Eric's chest, his arms wrapped around her, the talcum powder scent of little babies filling his nostrils. He should really move her, he thought, as her tiny body rose up and down with every inhale and exhale, but he didn't want to put her down in her cot, only to have her start screaming and wake the whole house up again, and he didn't really like the idea of having to go into his bedroom while Katrina was sleeping, but mainly it was the thought of not being with her for the rest of the night. "Tomorrow," he said, whispering as quietly as possible. "I'll sort you out a proper room tomorrow." So that was what he was preparing to do. He had waited until Abby had gone to school, Yvette had gone out to one of her coven meetings. She had missed a fair few since Susie's passing, but Eric had convinced her that a bit of crystal healing was just the thing she needed, and Katrina had got the train to London to follow up on some leads she had about dance jobs for when the fostering process was complete. Yvette was so pleased about hearing the news she had booked the train ticket for her. Now Eric was alone with Mabel and Lulu, and all he had to do was get on with it. He started with a quick phone call to Hank asking if he could come around later to help him put any boxes in the loft and load the car. "I can help you pack the stuff too, if you like. Got to take Scout to the vet's, but other than that, I'm free." "It's fine," Eric said, bouncing Mabel to sleep in her chair while using his spare hand to rub Lulu's fur. "I think I need to do it myself." "If you're sure. Just give me a bell when you want me then. I'll be about all afternoon." Thanks, I will. By the time he hung up the phone, Mabel's eyes were beginning to droop. A few minutes later, and they were properly closed. Of course you sleep now, Eric said. With a slight wince, he lifted the dozing baby out of the seat, carried her up the stairs, and placed her down in her cot. Sweet dreams, he said, and kissed her forehead before checking the sheet was securely tucked in. He left the door open an inch. Outside the room, Lulu was waiting. Just you and me, then, Eric said to the dog. Lulu barked. I guess we'd better get on with it. For the longest time, Eric stared at the wooden panelling of the door, remembering all the times he had stood there, cup of tea in hand, wondering whether it would be a good time to interrupt Susie from her work. She rarely said she minded, even if Eric had disturbed her at the worst moment possible. She would always smile and respond to whatever menial problem he had, before turning back to her computer, mentioning this deadline or that deadline and getting on with her tasks in hand. Now he wished he had disturbed her more, or not disturbed her, and simply sat there, watching, although that would have been disturbing in a slightly different way. Nonetheless, he wished he had done that at least once. A sad groan escaped from the region around his heart. He should have realized. All those papers spread out over the dining-room table. When had Susie ever done that before? Never. She had always worked in her office in Islington. And yet there she was, laying it all out in front of him, begging him to see. He should have noticed. Nothing about the door had changed since Susie's departure. There was the same rust speckling on the metal doorknob, the same bare patch of wood in the top corner where the paint had chipped off. Standing there, staring at the door, he tried to convince himself into believing nothing had changed, that life was the same as it had always been, exactly the same as it was meant to be. As if reading his thoughts, a slight whimper came through from the baby. He held his breath, twisted the doorknob, and stepped inside. The curtains to the study were open a chink, causing a thin shaft of light to spear into the dimness and illuminate all the dust motes in its path. Eric clicked on the light before crossing the room to open the curtains fully. He pushed open one of the windows with the thought of letting in some fresh air. Various papers and notelets fluttered upwards from the breeze. Hurriedly, he shut the window again before securing down the papers with books and paperweights. He opened the window for a second time, just a little though. Despite the mugginess, the room was cleaner than last time he had visited. The dust was more thinly spread, the carpet less grey, and the family photo on the desk had a fresh smudge mark on the glass, as though someone had kissed it while wearing lipstick. It wasn't hard to work out who. Eric picked up the photo and pressed his thumb against his wife's cheek. She was extraordinarily beautiful, he thought, as his eyes moved from her smile to her eyes and back again. He wished he'd told her more often. Shaking off the nostalgia, Eric put down the photo and turned to face his challenge. "Where do I start?" he said to himself. Lulu barked in response. The room was big, with more than enough space for a double bed and the crib if he moved the desk and one of the bookshelves out and shifted the rest of the furniture around a bit. It would be good to have a spare bed in the house again, and would certainly be perfect for the remainder of Katrina's stay, although the thought of further expenses caused the ever-present knots in his stomach to tighten. He would have to see if he could pick one up second-hand, he thought. He could even put a notice up in the co-op. The pinboard there was always full, from unwanted fridges to people seeking out cheap second-hand cars. That said, he didn't know how well the idea of a second-hand bed would go down in the house. However uncomfortable it was, having Katrina camped out in Eric's bedroom reminded everyone that it was a temporary arrangement. Getting a bed for her in the same room they planned on being Mabel's nursery would no doubt ruffle Yvette's feathers even further. And Katrina's. Any mention of money had her biting at her nails and rushing with excuses to leave the room. Several times he had found her chowing down on a packet of instant noodles and reduced package salads to save them the expense of feeding another person. Eric pushed aside the mountain of thoughts that rushed at him constantly. Bed or no bed, he thought, it would be something to deal with later. First, he had to get the room sorted, preferably before Mabel woke up. Given that Eric was standing next to the desk, it felt like as good a place as any to start. Solid oak with a leather top, it was one of the few things that Susie had brought with her from her old house after her divorce. It had been the first item of furniture to lay claim to a room in the Islington house, and again here. While Eric was not one to adhere to the concept of souls, particularly when it came to inanimate objects, there was something about the desk that exuded the very essence of his wife. He placed a hand against one of the drawer handles and flexed his fingers. A moment later, he backed away to the bookshelves. Books would be easier, he figured, much less personal. Who knew what tear-jerking distraction lay waiting in the desk drawers? It was much better he tackled those later. For half an hour he worked with remarkable detachment. One advantage of having spent so many hours awake the previous night with Mabel was that it had given him a chance to develop a system, one he stuck to with absolute rigidity. Signed books he would keep. Books he knew that Susie had adored and would wish to pass on to Abby, he would keep. Anything else was to go in the charity shop box. Yes, it was ruthless. Yes, he was bound to miss a few favourites that they had never discussed over the dinner table, so he didn't realise how much they had meant to her. But if he ummed and ahed over every choice, he knew it would be Christmas before he had even managed to clear the first shelf. This was efficient and effective, and most of all stopped him getting drawn into any dark places. With a nod of reassurance at Lulu, he picked up the first book and began to sort. When the first cardboard box was full, Eric pushed it out the room and started on another, each shelf proving quicker to sort than the last. Within 30 minutes, the entire bookshelf had been cleared, with 2 boxes to go up to the loft and 3 to the charity shop. Nothing so far had been binned. A small filing cabinet containing various invoices, receipts and contracts sat tucked in one corner. A quick glance at the contents told Eric that it was well beyond his area of expertise and probably not stuff he wanted to risk binning. He scooped up the papers and placed them into the plastic crate. He could always pass it over to Eves later, or else bin them in a couple of years when he knew they were defunct. An uncomfortable gnawing nipped him in his gut. Avoiding finances and receipts had become a speciality of his own over the recent weeks. He had contingencies if he needed them. His dad had left a fair sum to Abby after he died, but dipping into that would be less than ideal, particularly now he was a single father with possibly 2 lots of university fees to pay for in the future. Once again, he forced the issue back with the other hundreds of repressed memories and continued with sorting the office. With the bookshelf and the filing cabinet seen to, the only remaining matter for Eric to deal with was the desk, the item he had already identified as Susie's most intimate writing partner. He could leave it, he thought. Moving the bookshelf would make more than enough room for Mabel's cot, and he could make do on the sofa if he had to. He shook his head and stepped towards the desk. There was no point avoiding it any longer. The first item Eric picked up off the desk was a pen. "To my beautiful wife," Eric read as he picked up the last Christmas present he had given his wife and turned it over in his hands. The inscription seemed silly now, too predictable, too ordinary. He could have picked 1,000 better adjectives to describe his wife. Incredible, talented, stunning, caring, compassionate, extraordinary. Extraordinary. That would have been a much better fit. To my extraordinary wife. But he had picked beautiful. Was that the most important trait he wanted to remember her by? Of course not. Still, it was the last gift he had ever given her. That meant something. He slipped the pen back into its box, then placed it inside the plastic crate. He would give it to Abby at some point, he thought, but not yet. Perhaps when she moved up to secondary school or started university. Then again, maybe he would save it for another tough day when she needed something to bring her mother close again, like the mood ring had done. With a single item having taken nearly as long to deal with as an entire shelf, and aware that Mabel's nap was unlikely to last very much longer, Eric willed himself back into action. There were various framed photos on her desk, the majority of which he decided to move to Yvette's room. She had frequently mentioned how she wished she had more photos of Lydia and Susie growing up. While there was little he could do to remedy that exact issue, He figured the photo of Abby digging in the sand in Corfu when she was 2.5 would give her something to look back on. He had thought about giving Abby the laptop as well, but she was a bit young still, and he doubted it would stand the test of technological advancement for very long. However, he was reluctant to throw it, so it went in the crate to be dealt with another day. With the top of the desk cleared, or near enough, it was time to tackle the drawers. A painful nervousness bubbled through him. This was it, clearing Susie's desk drawers, the last, most concrete action to cement his wife's departure. After this, there would be no mysteries, no unknown corners of the house, nothing not infected by his touch. He reached for the top handle, changed his mind, and pulled the desk a little out from the window. The wires behind the desk were thick with cobwebs and acted as the exact distraction Eric needed at that precise moment. He passed his fingers through the gap only to have them return entwined with thick, dense threads. He would need to bring the Hoover up here, he thought. Clean it properly, probably repaint the walls too. His mind drifted back to the first time he had had to prepare like this. For Abby's nursery, he and Susie had opted for green walls, having not known what they were expecting, but it would be up to Abby to choose this time, he decided. Abby could choose what colour room her sister had. The word jumped into his head without any warning, but Eric let it sit there, mulling it around. Abby's sister. He liked how it sat. The words he had spoken to Katrina at the railway station a fortnight ago flitted through his memory. They were true, every one of them. He had lost count of the number of times he and Susie had talked, half in earnest, half in jest, about having more children, giving Abby a companion, a comrade in arms when the teenage nightmare years arrived. But he and Susie had been older when they married, and having Abby had been hard work. In Susie's defence, she wasn't the only one who had struggled with the adjustment to a new baby. Becoming a father had been mentally exhausting. The lack of sleep, the new responsibilities, having to play second fiddle, learning to prioritise. He had had particular difficulty with that one. Susie had made Abby her entire world for the longest time after she had been born, and there was no doubt that Eric had felt more than a little rejected at times. But it had all been worth it, Eric thought to himself, stamping on the doubts before they could fully form. After all, could he imagine his world without Abby? Of course not. She was his world. Casting the sentimental moment aside, he clenched his fists against the blooming pain across his ribs and returned to the drawers. This time he was not stopping, no matter what. He started at the top and was pleased to find that his extreme aversion and nervousness appeared unjustified. The majority of items filling the deep, solid oak drawer were junk. Old pens, pencils, and scraps of paper. Notebooks were stacked almost to the top. Eric flicked open the first little notepad. Possible plot, he read, swapping luggage at the airport with drug dealer. A big line had been scrawled through it, the words cliché written in the margin. Possible plot was written again below it, this time with slightly more details about a woman with amnesia. Eric flicked through the pages. Fresh anger burned through his cheeks, but not at Susie, at the publishing house. How could they do that to her? How could they abandon her after all her years dedicated to them? He scooped the notebooks up and put them away in the crate, again with Abby in mind. If she had her mother's talent for telling stories, then what greater way to share it together, and she would show those publishers a thing or two. Beneath the notepads, he found photographs. Old photographs from the days when people had to take film down to the pharmacy to have it developed. Their first holiday only 4 weeks after meeting, camping in Cornwall. Their wedding a year later. There was no way they were going in the bin. Almost everything Eric found in the drawers ended up going into the plastic crate. Magazine clippings of reviews or short stories that Susie had published early on in her career. Envelopes stuffed with invitations to book launches and parties and certificates for nominations. Large crowds and rapturous accolades were not something Susie gravitated towards, and he knew she would have turned most of them down, but they were still worth holding on to, he decided, for the time being at least. A tangible reminder for Abby, and now Mabel, as to who Susie really was. One of the last envelopes in the top drawer was considerably well aged. The thin paper was speckled with dust, and the glue on the back of the seal had turned a mustard yellow over time. Eric slipped his fingers inside, expecting another invitation, or perhaps one of Susie's earlier articles. Instead, there was a photograph, a Polaroid, once colour, now faded to sepia. Eric frowned at the image of a young girl. It was Susie, that much was apparent. Looking a few years older than Abby, he estimated her age to be around 14, although he realised he could have been out by a couple of years either way. Her eyes were tired and her lips tight together as though she were forcing herself not to cry. She was clothed in what appeared to be a nightdress, but these were details Eric only noticed later on. Far more prominent than the way her hair was swept back in a ponytail, or how her nails were bitten down to the quick, was the item she was holding in her arms. A baby. Eric's hands shook as his fingertips pinched the image. With his pulse beating out like a percussion kit, he held his breath and tipped the envelope over. A small sliver of plastic fell into his hand, still trembling as he twisted the plastic over and read the label on the plastic bracelet. Baby boy. S.L. Devonport. Susan Laurel Devonport, Eric said out loud. Susie had another baby, one that he knew nothing about. It was like a sledgehammer to the stomach. Chapter 18. Eric tried to keep his composure the best he could. It had been over 40 minutes since he'd found the photo, but he still couldn't stop the shaking. Mabel had started crying while he sat on the floor, hypnotized by the image, and for a few minutes he had not even registered the sound. When he did, he rushed into his room to find her red-faced and soaked through. It took a few false starts before he was able to get her new nappy on properly, he was shaking so much. 3 times he picked up the phone, and 3 times he put it back down again. On the 4th attempt, he realized it really was the only thing he could do. With every muscle in his body trembling, he found the name, made the phone call, then packed up Mabel for a walk while he waited out the time. There was nothing he could do, not until Lydia arrived. His best option was to keep himself as busy as possible. He was half hoping to bump into Cynthia or Hank or even Yvette, who could have assured him that this was all some silly misunderstanding and there really was nothing to be so worked up about. But after marching all the way to the allotment and seeing no one en route or at the plots, he turned back around and went straight home. When he arrived, he unstrapped Mabel from her seat, carried her to the kitchen, and poured himself a large glass of whiskey. "Don't judge me right now," he said as Mabel stared up at him with her massive green eyes. "This is an emergency." Mabel gurgled her response. Eric took half a sip, then another larger one. "Oh, we are in a pickle here, Mabel," he said. "We are in a right old pickle." He was still nursing the same glass 20 minutes later when the doorbell rang. "Here we go," he said, placing Mabel back in her seat before he answered the door. "Wish me luck. It's time for you to meet your Auntie Lydia." Asking whether your wife had had a secret child 15 years before you met wasn't the type of conversation Eric wanted to have over the telephone, but there was another, possibly even more awkward issue to add to the mix. While it was impossible to distinguish one source of nervousness from the other, he knew which issue he had to tackle first. Lydia was sitting with a mug of tea in her hand, although there was 0 chance of it still being warm enough to drink. For nearly 5 minutes they had been sitting there, Eric listening to the sound of the clock as it ticked away, waiting for her inevitable outrage. Every passing second only made it worse. "Do you want something stronger to drink?" Eric asked eventually. "Is that meant to be funny?" she said. "Sorry," he said, recalling her teetotalism too late. He himself was desperate for a substantial glug of Dutch courage, but having plied himself with painkillers, he decided it may not be the best idea. His initial glass of whiskey was sitting still half full on the table. Still, As Lydia's silence extended around the room, he seriously considered downing it in one. "You're not serious," she said eventually. "You can't seriously be considering adopting this baby."
"What else can I do?"
"Anything. Anything would be more sensible than this." Eric bit down on his tongue as he waited for whatever else she had to say. There was no chance Lydia would leave her opinion at just that. Lydia's lips tightened and squeezed, a physical manifestation of the chewing action which was almost certainly rolling around and around in her head, while Eric was finding it hard to look at her. Lowering his gaze, however, was not an option. Lydia was bound to see that as a sign of defeat, and this was something he was not going to be defeated on. Not ever. "Eric," Lydia spoke on a puff of exhaled air, "this is not some spur-of-the-moment decision. You can't decide to take on a baby out of grief."
"I understand that."
"Do you? Really? Then why are you only calling me now? Surely that should have been one of the first things you did."
"I needed some time to process things."
"It's been over 2 weeks," she pointed out. Eric let his gaze drop momentarily to his feet. He raised it again only milliseconds later.
"There have been some things to work through," he said.
"Oh, I don't doubt that.
"But please, you have to understand."
"This baby is my sister." Lydia didn't wait for him to finish as she played the line Eric had been waiting for since he first dropped the news. "She is related to my children, too."
"I am aware of that, Lydia."
"It doesn't feel like that."
"Believe me, I am."
He was. He was well aware. More than once it had crossed his mind that Mabel would probably be much better placed with Lydia and Tom in the house that smelled of unwashed sheep, and with a woman that could only take a joke as often as a solar eclipse. That was part of the reason he had avoided ringing them. He had even raised the fact with Katrina, but she had been explicit in who she wanted to raise the baby, and that wasn't going to be an easy thing to say.
"I understand how this might look to you,"
he said, placing his mug down on the coffee table only to pick it up again immediately afterwards.
"And I can't explain it, but it feels like it's meant to be. It really does."
"Eric, 2 months ago you were barely able to get through breakfast without a drink.
And yet now, here I am with a dog and a family and things are going well."
"And yet Abby's having to see a counselor, and you ended up in hospital because of an argument between the pair of you." Eric gritted his teeth.
"I assume Yvette told you that."
Lydia tried to smile through her sigh. "I'm not trying to cause a fight here, Eric. Really, I'm not. But how can you think it's a good idea, turning Abby's life upside down like this, so soon after losing her mother?"
"I have spoken to Abby at length. She is happy about this."
"On the outside." Eric rolled his eyes. At moments like this he had learnt it was better saying nothing at all, despite the desperate urge to do so. Lydia leant back in her chair and shook her head. "The baby would be better placed with me," she said.
"Possibly, but that's not what her mother wants, and it's not what I want either."
"This isn't about you, Eric.
It's about all of us."
Through each second of silence, Eric felt his pulse pounding in his neck. There were so many things he could say, and yet so much he wanted to avoid saying at the same time. In the end, he threw caution to the wind and laid it all out in front of her.
"Look," he said, "the truth is, Katrina only turned up on my doorstep because she didn't know about Susie, because Philip hadn't told her."
As expected, Lydia's eyes grew wider.
"Perhaps if she had known about the accident, it would have been your doorstep she turned up on. Then all of this would be a moot point. But even when she knew about Susie, she still didn't change her mind. We fit together, this baby and Abby and me. If you saw us all together, you would see that. We are a family. This baby is my family."
Through the quiet, Lydia emitted a soft and sad chuckle which filled the air between them, before disappearing like the last tendril of smoke from a snuffed-out candle. "I always wanted a girl," she said when some minutes had passed. "You know, having 2 boys and everything. I'm too old for any more, and it wasn't like it was easy for me getting pregnant in the first place. This could be my chance. A little girl, my own flesh and blood to bring up." Her eyes drifted off, like she wasn't really talking to Eric at all. I'd be doing something right. So what are you saying? The muscles in Eric's neck twitched nervously. That you do want her? That you're going to fight for custody? Lydia pursed her lips. Eric, this is not a toy. This is not a puppy. It's not a case of wanting her. It's a case of wanting to do what's right for her. I understand that. Do you? You were a working dad when Susie had Abby. You were away half the time. That's not true. It is. I'm Susie's sister, remember? I'm the one she spoke to during it all. The one she called up and wept to when she was so exhausted, trying to juggle her writing and the baby and still be the picture-perfect wife. It wasn't like that at all, Eric said. Yes, it was. You may not have seen it, but believe me, it was. I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into. Eric straightened his back. It was not an easy action, given his current state of disrepair, but he managed it without so much as a visible wince. I understand, Lydia. I really do. Maybe I wasn't the perfect husband I imagined myself to be when Abby was growing up. But I'm not the same person anymore. I left that life. I changed, remember? I changed for my family, and this baby is my family. And it was that easy? No, but I'm not going back to how things were, not now. Lydia crossed her hands on her lap and inhaled deeply. In the pause, Eric reached down for his drink. His hand wavered on the coffee before settling on the whiskey. He took a slow, considered sip. I don't know what you want me to say, Lydia said when she spoke again. I don't approve. I can't. The whole thing is a complete and utter disaster. It's going to end badly, and I don't know why you can't see it. I don't mean to sound heartless. I understand why you're doing it, but I can't approve. This time, Eric flinched. It was more than Eric's ego that needed Lydia's approval. In the previous session with Helen Eves, she had insisted that Lydia and Tom would be needed for character references. Without them on side, it could seriously jeopardize his chances of being allowed custody. He held her gaze, breathing in and out while trying to work out how best to word himself. After a minute of silence, he leant forward and took his sister-in-law's hands. Bodily contact with Lydia wasn't something he was drawn towards, but he needed the personal touch, now more than ever. Tell me what I can do to change your mind, Eric said, leaning further in but keeping his grip loose. You want honesty? You want me to prove I've grown up? Well, that's what I'm trying to do here, Lydia. The truth is that I'm going to need your support. When it comes to the courts and the fostering and the whole adoption process, I'm going to need you to be there. I've got a meeting with the family law specialist tomorrow, and I need to show that we can provide a solid life for Mabel. Friends, aunts, uncles, the lot. Please, Lydia, in all the years I have known you, I have never asked for anything, not one thing. But I need this from you now. I need this. You're still drinking, she said, nodding to the glass on the table. Rarely, Eric said, and pushed the glass back behind the coffee mug. What about money? You don't have a job. There's something in the pipeline, he lied. What? I'd rather not say just yet. You know, I don't want to jinx things. Lydia rolled her eyes. She sat back in the seat, pulling her hands out of Eric's grip. What happened to honesty? I thought that was what you were just saying. I want to support you, Eric, I really do. I know you love Abby, and I know you can be a great dad when you want— Stop there, Eric said. I'm going to take that as a yes. Eric, I am going to take it as a yes, and I am going to prove to you that I can provide for this baby and Abby. I am going to provide them with everything they could possibly need. Lydia sighed. It's not a yes yet, Eric. I need to think it over. I need to talk to Tom. You can't just spring this on me and expect me to be okay with it. You can't have thought that that would happen. I guess not, Eric admitted. But I'll show you. I will. I hope so, Lydia replied. She offered a smile. It was small and forced, but despite how he felt, Eric understood. He moved in to hug her when a glance at the table and the speckled old envelope brought him back to the other reason he had called her there. His stomach churned. There's something else, he said. His sudden change in tone was echoed by an uncharacteristic darkening of the room as the clouds crossed in front of the sun. The effect of both caused Lydia to stiffen slightly in her chair. "What is it?" she said. "It's not Mum, is it?" Eric shook his head. "No," he said. "This is about Susie. Before I knew her." He reached down and plucked the envelope from the table. Then he crossed the room and sat down on the sofa beside Lydia. What seemed like an eternity passed before he handed her the photograph. "What do you know about this?" he said. The change was immediate. Lydia's flushed pink skin drained to a sallow grey. "Where did you get this?" she said, rubbing her hands on the seat of her trousers. "It was in one of the drawers in Susie's office. This was with it too." He handed her the hospital tag, the clear plastic now a grimy yellow. "S.L. Davenport, Susan Laurel Davenport." He repeated the name he had said so many times over the last hour. "This is Susie's baby, isn't it? Susie had another baby when she was young." "Eric, please don't ask me this." He could feel the heat building behind his eyes. "Lydia, this is my wife. I need to know. Did she have another baby? Did she have another baby and not tell me?" Lydia brushed her fingers against the photograph, first her sister, then the child. Inside his chest, Eric felt his heart cracking. His wife, the love of his life, had another child, and after all they had been through, all the years together, she had never trusted him enough to tell him. "No," Lydia said, whipping her gaze away from the photograph and wiping away the tears that had formed in one quick swipe. "Susie didn't have another baby." "But the photo." "She didn't have a baby. It's mine." Eric's jaw dropped. "What do you mean?" "I mean it's mine." Lydia's eyes went back down to the photo. Eric shook his head in disbelief. "No," he said. "That makes no sense. The name on the tag is S.L., Susan Laurel." "Or Stephanie Lydia." "Stephanie?" Lydia nodded. "That's my first name." Eric's head was spinning as he reached for his tumbler, only to change his mind. "Your first name is Lydia. I would know if it wasn't Lydia. You were a witness at my wedding. I saw you sign your name. I've seen your address, your post. Your name is not Stephanie." Lydia inhaled deeply. Her fingers were still gripping at the photograph, although her eyes were looking directly into Eric's. She exhaled a large puff of air, blowing warm in Eric's direction. "My full maiden name is Stephanie Lydia Davenport, but I never really liked the name Stephanie, even before everything. I could have only been about 9 when I first tried to get the other children at school to call me Lydia." Eric raised an eyebrow. "It's true," she continued. "I did. Back then no one did, other than Susie, and she did whatever I asked because she was my baby sister." Her eyes drifted past him to a forgotten memory. Eric could see them both running around the school yard, chasing one another, Susie hanging on to her big sister's every word. "What happened?" Eric asked. "What happened?" Lydia said, shaking her head as if waking up from a dream. "I got pregnant." Eric's pulse drummed. "That's it?" "That's it." Eric pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth. He should stop, he thought. A better man than him would stop her now, accept what she had told him, and leave her in peace. But he couldn't. Something was gnawing away in his gut, and it wasn't going to rest, not until he knew everything. "And the father?" he said, when the pause had grown too long to bear. Lydia scrunched up her nose. "He was no one. Older than me. Took advantage of my naivety. You know, same old story. I thought he was different. I thought he loved me. And, well, you can guess what happened when I got pregnant." "He left?" "He did. Joined the army, I think, or the navy. Somewhere to get as far away from me and the baby as possible. He came back once, a few years later. Wanted to give things another try. Wanted to make up for what happened." "I assume you said no?" Eric asked. Lydia's lips twisted. Eric sensed that was one question he better let lie. "What happened then? Yvette and Philip, what did they do?" Lydia shook her head rapidly. "They didn't know. They were barely around this dance show and that dance show, and besides, I hid it well. I dressed in baggy clothes, big coats. I was a rake back then, too, so it was easy enough.
So nobody knew.
No one did. The only person who knew was Susie. She was the only person I trusted enough to tell. God, I wish we'd had that conversation earlier. I really do. Things could have been different, but it was left too late.
She inhaled deeply through her nose and let the air out with a sigh.
Anyhow, after I'd had the baby, well, I didn't want to be Stephanie anymore. I wanted to forget all about that girl, that naive little girl who deserved so much more. So I dropped the Stephanie from my name altogether. This time I made sure it stuck. I got my friends, my school, everyone to call me Lydia. Teachers, too, refused to reply if they called me Stephanie instead. Mum and Dad were probably the hardest to come around to my decision, but they had chosen my first name, so you could see why they would be a bit miffed.
She tried to make light of the matter, with a half-hearted chuckle at the end, but it didn't stick. And afterwards, Eric said, unable to even fake a smile at what he was hearing.
Afterwards, I tried to shut that chapter in my life, block it out altogether. That's when the drinking came about. I told you I had some issues. Now you know why.
Eric rubbed his temples and attempted to process all this information. Lydia was staring at the photograph, broken. Her eyes were bloodshot, the colour drained from her lips and cheeks. He could tell he had made her relive one of the worst moments of her life. That much was clear, and that should have been enough. But, despite all she'd said, a slight niggling within him persisted. It was pride, he knew that. The fact that Susie never told him. Even after all those years, she didn't trust him enough to tell him her sister's secret. It didn't make sense. But the photo, Eric said, hating himself for not being able to let it go. In the photo, it's Susie. Why would Susie take a photo of herself with your baby? And she's in a nightgown. It doesn't make sense. Lydia placed the photo down on the table in front of her, crossed her legs, and looked Eric straight in the eyes.
She took a photo because I wouldn't. I didn't want any photos, any reminders. But Susie did. It was part of our family, she said. She begged me, I suppose, in case I wanted to have some reminder later down the line, so I allowed her to take this one. Just the one. But I wouldn't be in it. I couldn't.
And the nightdress? It looks like she's the one in the hospital.
Because she was. She turned it into an adventure.
Tears escaped and trickled down the side of her cheek. This time she made no attempt to wipe them away.
That night, when it happened, Mum and Dad were away. I couldn't leave Susie and she wouldn't leave me. Anyway, she walked with me to the hospital and made me laugh with terrible jokes so that I wouldn't think about the pain. The whole time she never left my side, never let go of my hand. When we arrived, they gave us a room with 2 beds, even gave Susie a fake hospital bracelet, see?
Lydia pointed to the photo and the thin, barely visible sliver of a hospital tag. Eric could feel his own tears now brimming over his lower lids and slipping down towards his lips.
So then I had the baby, and we took that photo, and then they took him away.
A boy?
A boy, Lydia repeated.
The tears were tumbling now. Eric glanced at the ceiling, attempting to keep them at bay.
So Yvette and Philip never knew a thing. They never will.
Lydia uncrossed her legs and leant towards him.
You have to promise me, Eric. You have to. Mum couldn't bear it, not now. Think about Mabel. How attached she's grown to a baby that is no relation to her. Think how much worse it would be for her to know her own flesh and blood was out there. Another grandchild. A grandchild she never even knew. To know that we lied to them for all those years. It would break her heart.
Eric nodded, trying to force down a lump that had swelled in his throat. And Tom? Tom knows about this? Lydia's eyes flickered only ever so slightly, and the pain that flashed in that moment wrenched at Eric's core.
She had told him before of the miscarriages. He couldn't imagine the pain the pair of them had suffered. A moment later, and the flicker was gone, and her eyes were back as steadfast and firm as they had ever been. "Tom knows the truth," she said. The air had fallen stagnant between them, and the aching in Eric's chest grew with every heartbeat. He looked at his sister-in-law, a woman so full of strength, of tenacity, of downright stubborn bullishness, and he had never had a clue, not in all the years he had known her. "You will let this be, won't you?" Lydia said, "for Mum's sake as much as mine." Eric nodded. "I'm sorry I made you relive that." "I'm sorry I had to, too." She stopped and gave one final glance at the photo before handing it to Eric. He took hold, but she didn't let go. "I'll support you, Eric. You want this baby, I can tell that. You want this baby for your family and for the right reasons, and I will support you. We will support you." Eric studied Lydia's face, waiting for some kind of condition, some but to her statement. When none came, he reached over and wrapped his arms around her. "Thank you. You won't regret this." Lydia pushed herself up from the sofa and brushed down invisible creases in her trousers. She handed Eric both the photograph and the tag. "Do you not want to keep them?" he said. She shook her head rapidly. "I'd rather leave them here if that's all right. Somewhere safe." "Of course." A moment of silence was exchanged between the pair. "Do you want to stay for dinner?" Eric asked. "It would give you a chance to meet your sister." Lydia shook her head. "I need to get back. I hadn't told Tom I was going, so I'll need to pick the boys up from Scouts, or they'll all be wondering what's happened to me." "Maybe next week then," Eric said. "When I've sorted everything out with the lawyer, maybe we can have a little pre-fostering party and the boys can come down and meet their new cousin." "That sounds ideal," Lydia said, and she pecked him on the cheek before sweeping down to pick up her bag and gliding out of the front door. Eric glanced down at the photograph in his hand. "You could have trusted me, Susie," he said to the air. "Why didn't you trust me?" Chapter 19. The house went from peace to pandemonium in a matter of 15 seconds. Yvette returned home with Abby, which immediately set Lulu off into an excited barking frenzy, and that in turn woke Mabel, and all only moments before Katrina strutted through the door, arms laden with bags. After finding the photograph, Eric had postponed Hank's visit in order to speak to Lydia, meaning that the upstairs landing was littered with boxes, which both Abby and Yvette began to riffle through without a second's thought to how much sorting they had taken. "Can you leave those alone?" Eric said, hobbling his way up the stairs and flinching with every other step. The previous hour sitting had allowed the muscles around his ribs to seize up yet again, and he was having difficulty even walking, let alone climbing the stairs. "Hank's going to be around in an hour to help me put them in the loft." "But I want to keep this," Abby said, plucking some random item from the top of one of the boxes. "This was Mum's favourite." "I'm not getting rid of it, it's just going into the loft." "But I want to have it in my room." "You can, but not yet, you're too young." Abby." Whether luck or judgment, Katrina's voice came through at exactly the right moment, managing to stop the meltdown midway. Eric closed his eyes, relieved. "I got you something in town. Do you want to see it?" She was standing at the bottom of the stairs, staring up at them, more colour to her cheeks than Eric had seen since her arrival. "A present for me," Abby said. Immediately she dropped the item in her hand onto the floor by the box and dashed down the stairs. Yvette, who had been silently rummaging herself, adopted a decidedly uninterested expression, then also replaced the item she was holding. "Buying Abby gifts," she muttered to Eric as she crossed him on the landing. "Where's she got the money for that?" Still sporting a falsely blasé appearance, she sauntered down the stairs after Abby, leaving Eric to sort out the mess they had made. 2 minutes later, with all the boxes once again packed, he joined the women of the family in the kitchen. Had Eric not known better, he would have thought the early days of Yvette had returned. Numerous clothing store bags were scattered out on the kitchen table with glittering items of costume jewellery and various soaps and smellies spilling out from their insides.
"You've bought a lot," Yvette commented.
I needed to, Katrina replied. It feels so good to have some clothes that fit.
She lifted a handful of the bags off the table and placed them down on the ground.
Honestly, since Mabel's been born, I've hated it trying to squeeze into all my old things. This will make the world of difference. It's impossible trying to audition for something when you feel that you look bad. Now, where did I put them?
She continued to pull out several items and packages before finding what she was looking for, a small cardboard bag tied at the top with a pink ribbon.
For you,
she said, handing the bag to Abby.
For me? What is it? Open it so you can find out.
Abby looked to Eric. He nodded. Tentatively, her fingers tugged at the ribbon before pulling the folds of the bag open and lifting out a small box. Inside, she found a bracelet.
It's beautiful, she said. Can I wear it? Can you put it on me now, please, Dad?
She handed the piece of silver to Eric.
It might be a bit big, Katrina commented. It's for when you're older, really. But look, I got the same one for Mabel.
She lifted up another bag.
And have a look at the charm. Can you see what it says?
Abby took the bracelet back from Eric and twisted the charm around to face her.
Sisters, she said. Exactly, and Mabel's says the same. Sisters.
Abby beamed. You didn't have to do this, Eric said, his eyes half on Katrina, half on the bracelet.
I know, but you have given up a lot for me, and I know once I leave here, I probably won't see you anymore. I just wanted some way to say thank you, that's all. Can you put it on now, Dad? Please, can you put it on?
Eric hesitated before offering Katrina a single nod of gratitude before attempting to fix the tiny little clasp. After 30 seconds of fumbling, he gave up. Yvette, can you do this? He said. Despite asking for her directly, Yvette appeared not to hear. Even when Eric repeated her name for a second time, she remained motionless. Finally, after Eric's third attempt, she lifted her head. Yvette? I thought you said you had no money, she said, pointing her question at Katrina. Katrina nodded thoughtfully.
I did. Thank you, that reminds me.
She reached into her handbag and extracted her wallet, from which she pulled out 4 20-pound notes, which she handed to Eric.
That's for all those things the other day, and for food and things. Let me know if it's not enough.
Eric stared at the money in his hands. That's, thank you, he stuttered. His uncertainty was not coming from the money, which was undoubtedly a useful extra, but from his mother-in-law, whose face was growing more and more thunderous by the second. Yvette, Eric said, is everything okay? I thought she was broke, she muttered, before raising her voice and speaking once more to Katrina. So now you do have money? Katrina bristled.
It would appear that way.
And would you like to tell me where it came from?
Not particularly.
Eric had to give Katrina her dues. A lesser person would have crumbled under Yvette's glare, yet this whippet of a girl was holding her own much better than Eric had managed under similar situations. I need to know where the money has come from, Yvette said. Katrina laughed.
It's none of your business.
Actually, it is. You are living in this house with my family.
For which I am grateful. That doesn't mean I have to tell you every last thing about my life.
I need to know where it came from.
No, you don't.
Katrina reached down to the table and began to clear away the various clothes and items that had spilled out of her bags. The last thing they need is to be caught up in your family's dodgy dealings. A look of hurt flashed across Katrina's face.
You think I'd do that? You think I'd involve you with them? Involve Mabel with them?
I wouldn't put anything past you. Katrina's expression hardened.
I told you I have nothing to do with my family.
Then where did the money come from? You're telling me it just appeared in your bank account.
I'm telling you that where my money comes from has nothing to do with you.
It does if you're living in my house.
It's not your house, it's Eric's.
This is my family.
And this is none of your business.
Ladies! Eric stepped between the pair. There was still 4 feet separating them, yet he felt the need to stretch out his arms to keep them apart. As Yvette moved towards him, he jerked an open hand towards her, only to have a spasm of pain shoot straight down his spine.
Daddy!
Eric! The women dashed to his side. Panting through the pain, he rested one hand on his knee and waved them away with his second. I'm fine, he huffed. Just give me some space. Yvette and Katrina stepped back. Abby stepped closer by his side. Eric reached out his hand and took hers. I'm fine, he said, holding her hand and looking directly into her eyes. She nodded mutely. After a minute bent double, surrounded by tangible silence, Eric pushed himself back up to standing. The women, Eric discovered, were still locked in a stalemate of stares. I'm sorry, Yvette said, her tone sounding anything but. I just don't feel comfortable. You come into this house saying you don't have a penny to your name, and 2 weeks later you're buying Abby and Mabel expensive jewelry and refusing to tell us where the money comes from. Surely you can see that looks suspicious.
You could just trust me, Katrina said.
Yvette laughed bitterly. Surely you have to be kidding.
Fine.
Katrina placed her hands on her hips with a huff.
If you must know, I sold something. I was hoping I wouldn't have to, but I decided in the end that it was better if I did.
What did you sell?
It's none of your business.
It must have been worth a lot of money.
It was, Katrina replied. She threw back her shoulders in a huff. If you're that bothered, it was a ring that Philip gave me, one he wanted me to pass on to Mabel.
Yvette stiffened. Something in the air changed. A ring?
Yes, a ring.
What type of ring?
It was just a ring, Katrina replied.
Yvette's hands had begun to shake as the colour drained from her cheeks. Show me, she said, her voice low and threatening.
I can't, I've sold it.
Then show me a picture. Describe it to me.
I...
Uncertainty quivered on Katrina's lips.
There were emeralds, she said.
And a diamond in the middle, Yvette finished, about so big. She indicated the size with her fingers. It was Katrina's turn to tremble.
How do you...
My mother's ring. You stole my mother's ring. Katrina edged back.
No,
she said, but Eric could see the doubt in her eyes. Her complexion was fading, like she was treading water and about to be engulfed by the mother of all waves. A square diamond, Yvette said again, and rectangular emeralds either side.
He said it was his mother's. He said she left it to him.
You are a liar.
I swear. I swear.
A moment later, Yvette lunged. Chapter 20. The two women were standing in the garden, water dripping from their hair and clothes. In the end, it was Abby's quick thinking that cut the scrap short. Eric had been useless with his flustered pleas of "Stop! Stop!" Abby had picked up Lulu's water bowl and had thrown its contents over the pair.
They do that with dogs, Abby told him. It stops them fighting.
The irony is not lost on me, Eric replied. Abby frowned, confused. 2 seconds later, Eric had pushed them out of the back door to the position in which they were currently standing, dripping and shivering. Arms crossed, scowls the perfect mirror image of one another. That ring was an heirloom. Yvette was still white with disbelief. It was my grandmother's ring, then my mother's. It was supposed to be passed down to Abigail.
Philip said the same thing, but he said it was his grandmother's.
I don't believe you.
It's true, I swear.
He stole it from me. He stole it right out from under my nose. From inside the house came Mabel's cry.
I'll go,
Abby said, disappearing before Eric could ask her, although she did appear in the conservatory a minute later, Mabel in her arms and just within earshot of the conversation. Katrina pursed her lips together.
I can give you the rest of the money.
I don't want the money.
Then we can buy the ring back. I can get a credit card. I can take the rest of the stuff back. We'll go first thing tomorrow.
Yvette laughed, the low-pitched snort embroiled with disdain. Do you have any idea how much it was worth, do you? Because if you got anything less than the cost of a new car for it, you've been ripped off, and we don't have a chance in hell of buying it back. Do you understand that? Katrina's slight frame was trembling, and only partly from the cold of being soaked in the dog's water.
I'm sorry, she said. I really am.
Yvette's eyes showed no indication of softening. She flicked her hair, spraying a mist of water much the same way Lulu did when she finished in the bath, and looked solely at Eric. "I'm sorry," she said. "I can't do it. I thought I could rise above it. I thought I could cope with it, but I can't. She's there, in my kitchen, in my bathroom, flaunting herself around my family the whole time. I want this baby in my life, Eric. Really, I do. But I can't live under the same roof as that silly tart even one more day. I just can't."
Eric lowered his gaze to his feet, then turned his neck slightly to the doorway. Abby was blowing raspberries on Mabel's belly. Every time she did, Mabel lifted her arms into the air and emitted a high-pitched squeal of glee. They were perfectly happy. Abby was perfectly happy. Slowly, he turned back to his mother-in-law.
"I am sorry to hear that, Yvette. Really, I am."
They had got fish and chips for dinner. It wasn't a very sensible idea. There was food in the freezer as well as the things Hank had brought around earlier in the week, but that involved cooking, and Eric couldn't think about cooking right now. Katrina offered to pay, but given the situation, Eric didn't feel it wise. He would make up for it with a few extra frugal days later in the week, he told himself. Abby was happy to spoon down pasta and cheese for days on end, and there was always the credit card if it came down to it.
I'm so sorry,
Katrina said, nudging her chips with a small wooden fork.
If I'd have thought for one moment that—
"This is not on you," Eric said, reinforcing the words the best he could. "Really, it's not."
I had no idea, honestly. Philip said—
She shuddered as she said his name.
If I'd have known. It's no wonder she hates me.
Eric's response was non-committal. The morning felt like a million years ago. How was it possible that only hours beforehand he had been cleaning out Susie's office, then talking to Lydia? Mabel was with Abby, who Eric had let eat in the living room, watching television, under the strict proviso that she did not give Lulu any chips. Truth was, he didn't care what she did right now. She could feed Lulu the whole damn plateful as long as she wasn't making a fuss when she did it.
Do you think it's true about how much the ring cost?
Katrina said, apparently having replaced her silent sullenness of the previous weeks with a more vocal alternative.
I should have known. The man at the shop was way too happy to take it off my hands. Do you think there's any way we can get it back? Claim that he tricked me, go to the police even.
If everyone went to the police when a pawnbroker ripped them off, we'd need to triple the number of policemen, Eric commented.
Katrina bowed her head.
You know what the worst of it is,
she said, moving the chips around her plate.
It's that I actually thought I was doing something right today. I really did. It was the first time since Mabel was born, other than coming here to find you, selling that ring, getting myself clothes for auditions, even those presents. I thought I was starting to repair things in my life. Turns out I only ever make things worse.
It was an honest mistake, Eric said, seeing more than ever the naivety of her youth. Katrina nodded thoughtfully, then speared a chip with her fork.
Do you think she'll come back? She will come back, won't she?
Eric lifted his eyes up from his plate.
Yvette made the decision to leave, and she can go back on it at any time. I made that perfectly clear. This is her home for as long as she wants it. She just needs a little time to cool down, that's all.
The telltale signs of another developing silence prickled the air around them.
"What about you?" he said,
attempting to distract from the burgeoning tension.
"How are you doing? You're the one who's given up their life for the next 3 months."
I'm surviving.
Katrina glanced down at her knees with a sad chuckle, then raised her head again.
Actually, I've thought about leaving once or twice, she said.
Eric dropped his fork to his plate.
"What?"
Today, it appears, was going to find every bombshell currently in existence and throw them directly at him.
"Not with Mabel."
Katrina's eyes glazed as she lifted them to the ceiling.
Sometimes, yes. Mostly no, she admitted.
"But why?"
Why not? We're 2 weeks in and Mabel would rather be with Abby than me.
"That's a good thing."
It is, she agreed. But can you imagine what that feels like? Maybe if I was away it would be easier.
Eric picked his fork back up from the table and moved it over to his plate.
Do you think it would be better if you spoke to someone, like Abby's doing?
What, a counsellor?
It couldn't hurt.
And where do I find the money for that?
She said. Levering herself up, she lifted her plate off the table, walked over to the bin, and tipped the contents inside. The rest of the evening was a strange one. Katrina retreated into her room after dinner, leaving Eric to do the nighttime routine by himself. Apart from the walk to the allotment, Lulu had been inside all day. Not wanting to impose on Katrina to babysit, Eric called up Hank, who was happy to take Lulu out for an evening stroll with Scout, leaving Eric very much by himself. His eyes moved continually to the door, waiting for it to open and Yvette to flounce in. At all other moments he was staring at the photographs on his phone.
"What have I done?"
he said as he swiped through the images one by one, wishing with every moment he'd taken more of Susie and Abby together. So many photos of vegetables and of house renovations. What a waste of time that was. It didn't feel real, he thought, pressing his thumb against a selfie of him and Susie with their cycling helmets on. The last photo they had taken together. Even after all this time, even after everything that had happened to them, part of his brain just couldn't accept that she was truly gone. Only the constant, searing pain through his heart assured him she was. At 11 o'clock, when he could no longer face the prospect of another crappy sitcom on his own, he went upstairs to consider the bed situation. Yvette leaving presented him with the prospect of an actual mattress for the first time in weeks. It seemed wasteful not to take the opportunity. Eric had not slept in the spare room before. When Yvette had arrived at Christmas last year, Lydia and Tom had also been staying, so he had been once again forced on the sofa. After that, Yvette laid a permanent claim on the space, and he rarely, if ever, went in there any more. Tomorrow, he told himself. Tomorrow he would finish getting Susie's office sorted, and things could get back to normal. Well, as normal as life could be when your wife was dead and you had agreed to temporarily house her father's ex-lover before adopting their illegitimate child. He pushed open the door to Yvette's room and stepped inside, only to close the window, switch off the light, and head back downstairs to the sofa.
"I don't have to go if you need me to stay,"
Katrina said, standing by the front door, bag over her arm, raring to leave. Yvette had been gone for close to a week, and after the first 3 days Eric had realized that all phone calls and the messages he was leaving were doing no good whatsoever. It was quite clear at this point she was simply deleting the lot. Phone calls and text messages were not the only attempts at contacting his mother-in-law Eric had made. He had considered heading to one of her dance classes and seeing her there, but he knew Yvette. Her professionalism was one of the few things Philip hadn't managed to strip her of, and the last thing Eric wanted was to be the one to ruin that. However, he had spent extra time lingering around outside the co-op on the chance he might catch her grabbing some groceries, and had even asked at the Thai restaurant, where she had a soft spot for the Tom Kha Gai, whether they had seen her recently, only to discover they were more secretive about their clientele than a high-class escort agency.
"If I have to, I can probably catch a later train. It wouldn't be ideal, but—"
"We're fine," Eric said. Katrina looked around the hall and grimaced. It was, undeniably, chaos. Abby had lost her school shoes and her school tie and her jumper and her favourite book, which for some reason she simply had to take in that morning. Lulu, on the other hand, had managed to find several shoes, all of which were Eric's, and all of which she had chewed past the point of repair.
"Honestly, you go,"
Eric said, ignoring his daughter's constant wails and stamping feet.
"I'm going to need to convince the lawyer that I can cope on my own tomorrow as it is. Plus, for something like this, I really should be the one to take her."
He opened Abby's coat and turned to her, ready for her to slip her arms into it, only to find that she had now disappeared and was playing peekaboo with a screaming Mabel, who he had finally managed to strap into her car seat after what felt like a 2-hour battle with a small, sharply clawed and exceptionally loud badger.
"Abby, will you get here now?"
Eric shouted.
"I'm helping."
"Now!"
Sulkily, she blew Mabel a kiss and trundled over. Eric handed her the coat and she slipped her arms into the sleeves. Something flashed on her finger. "No way," he responded. "What did I say about taking that ring to school?"
"But, Dad—"
"We've had this discussion. It's too precious. If you lose that—"
"But I won't."
"No, because you will not be taking it."
"But I—"
"Abby!" Abby pouted. Her nostrils flared. "Do not make me tell you again," Eric said. Slowly she began sliding the ring off her finger. "Thank you," he said, when the item reached the end of her finger. He held out his hand. "Now give it here." Abby looked at the ring in her hand. She lifted her eyes to her father.
"I'll put it up in my room," she said. "That way it won't fall out of your pocket when you're at the doctor's."
Eric hesitated. "Fine, but run," he said. "We're already late." Abby bolted up the stairs to her bedroom before he had even finished. He sighed and turned his attention to Mabel.
"Just so you know, I'll be back early afternoon. They're not doing callbacks till next week."
Katrina continued to hover by the door. "Are you not staying up there? I thought you'd want to see people." She shook her head.
"No, I need to try and get some audition videos sent off. I need to focus myself. If I stay in London, I'll just end up seeing people and going for cocktails."
"We don't mind."
"No, the sooner I get myself a job, the sooner I can get out of this hell."
Her hand flew to her mouth.
"I'm sorry, Eric. I didn't mean—"
"It's fine." Eric waved her apology away with his free hand while the other one attempted to fit a singing cow mobile to Mabel's car seat.
"Honestly, I just—"
Her cheeks coloured as she searched for some way to backtrack on her insult.
"I'm so grateful for what you're doing, and I'll be back early enough to pick Abby up from school if you want. I know Thursday is normally when Yvette gets her."
Eric chewed on the thought. So far he had been doing the school runs there and back, and there was no denying it caused a fracture in the day, but if Yvette wasn't going to come back, he would have to get used to it. Besides, it was quite clear Katrina had offered out of desperation. "It's fine," he said as he checked Mabel's nappy bag. "Hank was going to come around and help me put away the stuff in the loft, but it's not a problem. I can tell him to come around another time."
"Don't be silly. You've already had to cancel on him twice now. He'll probably stop offering to help soon."
"Possibly," Eric agreed.
"Please, it would make me feel better."
Eric gave the thought another moment. "You're sure you don't mind?" he said yet again.
"It would be my pleasure,"
she replied, with a smile that almost looked like she meant it. 3 seconds later, and Abby thundered back into the kitchen.
"All done,"
she said, then picked up her school bag, which had somehow appeared out of nowhere, and stamped over to the front door.
"Come on, Dad,"
she yelled back when the door was already ajar.
"We're going to be late otherwise."
At the school, Abby bolted out of the car before Eric had even wished her goodbye. He wound down the window and called across the car park. "Hey, what about a kiss?" Abby stopped, wrinkled her nose, and sprinted back to the car where she promptly flung open the back door and landed a sizable kiss on Mabel's forehead.
"See you later, Dad,"
she called as she darted back across the tarmac and through the school gates. Doctor's appointments were not something Eric had dealt with when Abby had been young. Prescribed office hours, not to mention late meetings and long commutes, meant it had fallen on Susie to be the flexible one when it came to arranging for Abby's vaccinations and checkups. He had started off interested enough, making sure he asked about current weight percentiles and that type of thing, but by the time she was 6 months old, it was commonly presumed that if there was anything he needed to know, Susie would tell him. This time, however, it was all on him.
"So this vaccine is a 3-in-1,
the doctor told Eric as she tried to pin Mabel's arms down.
"This will be the first one. She'll need the booster in another 3 months."
"Booster in 3 months, got it," Eric said, making a mental note to add a reminder on his phone the moment he had a hand free.
"And don't be concerned if she has a bit of a temperature, either tonight or tomorrow. Vaccines can do that to them. Some paracetamol suspension should bring it right down if you're worried, but really I don't think it will be an issue."
"Temperature, paracetamol suspension," Eric repeated.
"Okay then, if you can hold her steady for me."
For a split second, Mabel's squirming stopped. A heartbeat's worth of silence followed, before she scrunched up her eyes, opened her mouth, and wailed.
"Well, that's all done,"
the doctor said, pressing a plaster onto Mabel's bottom and pulling up her nappy, pushing the baby firmly into Eric's hands.
"I'll see you two in 3 months' time."
She remained standing and tilted her body to the door, indicating that their time was up. One more thing survived, Eric said to himself as he headed out the door, one screaming baby in his arms.
The poor thing sounds like she's having a tough time of it,
Cynthia said as they sat on the deck chairs outside her shed. After the doctor, he had gone back home, picked up Lulu, transferred Mabel into her pushchair, and headed down to the allotment. Eric had hoped the gentle stroll would help loosen up some of the muscles that had been tightening around his healing bones, and a gentle stroll may well have done that. What he hadn't counted on was the weightlifting involved regarding all the paraphernalia that came with going for a walk with a baby. A well-stocked nappy bag, Eric had discovered, was a considerable weight. It had started out light enough, just a couple of nappies, wet wipes and a bottle, but then he had remembered what the doctor had said about a temperature and threw in a bottle of Calpol too. Given that, in Eric's mind, a temperature would most certainly mean some form of excess fluids, he packed 2 changes of clothes, plus a hat, blanket and woolen onesie in case the weather changed, along with her favourite cuddly toy and 2 dummies should she start to grizzle. By the end of it, he was stuffing half of her belongings in the tiny side pockets. 20 minutes after his arrival at the allotment, and he had so far used exactly 1 muslin.
Fingers crossed this audition goes well,
Cynthia continued with their conversation about Katrina and her stress levels.
I'm sure that would help matters a lot if she could have some work to go to. It would no doubt take her mind off things.
I suspect you're right. Eric bounced Mabel on his hip as he cast an eye over his neighbouring plot. With Cynthia's help, and he suspected a few other secret squirrels, he had managed to get the allotment back into good order. In truth, it was probably the best order he had ever had it in since he had taken it over a year and a half before. Somehow, the allotment fairies had managed to pull out the weeds, turn the soil, and still get more healthy-looking green shoots poking out the dirt than Eric thought possible. Now it was simply a matter of not killing them off. I can't imagine how tough it's been for her, Eric continued, although I think having Yvette out of the house has helped a little bit. She's not walking on eggshells quite as much.
I can imagine.
Honestly, the sooner all the paperwork is sorted and Katrina can leave, the better. I mean that as nicely as possible.
I understand.
Cynthia reached over and took Mabel from Eric's grasp.
And everything's sorted for your meeting tomorrow? Nothing you need help with?
The solicitor thinks it should be okay. She's on the ball. She knows. We're not exactly a typical case, but there's a bit of money coming in from Yvette, assuming she comes back, with no criminal convictions, great character references from Abby's school, and so on.
I'm glad Lydia came through.
So am I.
That sounds good.
It is. Soon, fingers crossed, our strange little family will be a little bigger, Eric commented. Beside him, Lulu barked. Eric's phone began to buzz. He tapped at the screen to see the name, Abby's school, flashing boldly. I need to get this, he said, taking a few steps backwards. It's the school. The voice on the other end spoke at him for nearly a minute, but after the first 15 seconds, Eric had all but stopped listening. His knees had begun to wobble, and on attempting to speak, he found his throat hoarse and dry. Don't worry, he said, clipping Lulu's lead to her collar, then whipping Mabel out of Cynthia's arms. We'll be straight there. Chapter 21. The blinds in Mrs. Woodhouse's office were closed. Eric couldn't help but feel the shadows helped accentuate various aspects of the room, particularly, but not exclusively, the boy's bruises. Each glimpse of purple blooming on his jawline caused Eric's stomach to somersault. The boy was snivelling, wiping his snotty nose with the back of his hand, with his eyes going in sequence from the head teacher to Eric and glaringly to Abby, before turning back to the door again. Abby, by contrast, was stony-faced and silent. Sitting slumped down, hands on her lap, she wasn't entirely free of scrapes. There were a few small grazes on her knuckles, and she had ripped through the knees on her trousers, but there was no denying who had come off worst. Once or twice she brushed the broken skin of her closed fist. Once or twice she reached out and took Mabel's hand. Other than that, she remained motionless. The silence was thick, intense, and perforated only by occasional barks which filtered through from outside.
I should go and see Lulu. She's upset,
Abby said, finally breaking the tension with a weak and feeble version of her ordinary voice. "You can stay exactly where you are," Eric said. Mrs. Woodhouse glanced at the wall clock.
"I'm sure she'll only be a moment."
Mabel grizzled in his lap. "I can't wait all day," Eric said. "She's due another feed."
"I understand that, Mr. Sibley, but I'm sure Ryan's mother will be here any moment."
5 long and tortuous minutes ticked by before a knock at the door finally snapped them all away from their thoughts, causing them all to jolt in their seats.
"Come in," she said.
The door opened. A pale woman wearing running trousers, trainers, and a sports top stepped into the room. If she had been exercising, she had managed to do so without breaking a sweat, Eric considered. Either that, or she was wearing some new industrial type of makeup. Her nails also didn't look made for a workout, with a multitude of gems encrusted in the top.
"Oh, right.
Her hand flew up to her mouth before falling back down to touch the broken skin on Ryan's jaw.
Who did this to you? Tell me, my darling, who did this to you?"
Ryan sniffed unintelligibly into his hands.
"Thank you for coming, Mrs. Lakeman. If you could just sit down,"
Mrs. Woodhouse began.
"This is unacceptable. I understand that I will be writing to the governors about this, you can mark my words. Please, Mrs. Lakeman, and the council, don't you think—" "Mrs. Lakeman, my husband is very Mrs. Lakeman!"
Everyone jumped. Even Mabel, who suddenly stopped sucking her dummy and looked around. Finally, Mrs. Lakeman appeared lost for words.
"If you could please sit down,"
the head teacher said, having now regained her composure.
"Then perhaps we would be able to talk this over."
With a huff and a totter more suitable to heels than gym shoes, Mrs. Lakeman took a seat next to Ryan. All eyes in the room, bar Abby's, were fixed on Mrs. Woodhouse. She lifted her glasses to the top of her head and rubbed her eyes before lowering the glasses back down to the end of her nose.
"As you can probably tell," she said, "this lunchtime Abby and Ryan were involved in an altercation." "An altercation? My poor boy's been bitten half to death."
The teacher inhaled and continued.
"The thing is, we are having a bit of difficulty getting to the bottom of what happened. We have a few witnesses, but what we really need is for the children to tell us in their own words. That's the only way we can ensure the punishments are fair. The last thing we want is for someone to shoulder all the blame because they won't tell us what happened. What really happened."
Her eyes were on Abby as she said this, although Abby's gaze was, by contrast, still down, her lips tightly sealed.
"I told you,"
Ryan piped up with a whinging voice that cut straight through Eric's eardrums.
"She attacked me for no reason. I was just playing."
"Abby?" Eric placed a hand on Abby's shoulder. "Is this true?" Her eyes stayed down. "Abby, please," he said. "You won't get in trouble. I just need you to tell me the truth, that's all. You know you won't get in trouble if you tell the truth." A long pause filled the cramped head teacher's office, and when Abby finally looked up at her father, her eyes were watery and her lips trembled.
"It's not true,"
she said. Eric's heart tugged. He squeezed her shoulder. "Okay, so what did happen?" She was shaking. A sliver of slime dribbled from her nose, and Eric could tell that any second now she was more than likely to dissolve into a blubbering heap.
"Please, Abby,"
Mrs. Woodhouse interjected.
"We just want to know what happened."
Abby's eyes remained locked on Eric, and her lower lip began to wobble at such a pace it shook the tears out from her eyes and down her cheeks.
"You're going to be mad,"
she quivered. "Of course I won't, not if you tell me the truth." Her nostrils drew flat as she pulled in one more deep breath.
"He broke it,"
she whispered.
"He broke it on purpose."
"Broke what, Abs?" Slowly she opened her palm and held it out to him. Eric gasped. "You brought it to school," he said, the air tightening in his lungs as he looked at the object in his daughter's hand. "You brought it to school anyway. when I specifically said you weren't allowed to."
"I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm really, really sorry."
Abby's lips were not the only ones trembling. Eric felt his own body shaking at the sight of the twisted metal. 13 years Susie had had that ring. It was the first piece of jewellery he had ever given her. 13 years since he slipped it onto her finger at the top of a Ferris wheel while the snow fell around them like some perfect romantic comedy final scene, and now it was nothing but a piece of scrap. Holidays abroad, moving house, it had even been swallowed once by Lydia's old English sheepdog. That ring had survived everything thrown at it. Until now.
"I'm sorry,"
Abby said.
"I just wanted to take it with me. I just wanted to keep it with me."
Eric locked his jaw and nodded his head. His grip on Mabel tightened. "You didn't mean for this to happen," he said finally.
I didn't, Daddy. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry."
Abby was shaking her head. Tears tumbled down her cheeks, one after another after another.
"So,"
Mrs. Woodhouse said, suddenly reminding Eric that there were several more people in the room besides himself and Abby.
"if I am to understand this correctly, you brought something to school that you shouldn't have, and it ended up broken."
"He broke it,"
Abby said.
"He snatched it from my hand and then he threw it across the playground and jumped on it. That's not true."
Ryan's snivelling had been replaced with a far more defensive attitude.
"It was an accident." "It was not. She let me hold it and I dropped it. You stamped on it. My foot slipped."
"I'm sure it did, darling,"
his mother replied. Abby snarled.
"Your foot did not slip and you snatched it from me. You gave it to me. I would never let you touch it. You don't even wash your hands after going to the toilet." "That's not true." "Yes, it is. I'd never let you touch anything of mine with your shitty hands."
Abby! Eric and Mrs. Woodhouse were immediate in their response. Abby's nostrils flared, her look of venom so severe, Ryan slunk back behind his mother. After a sigh, the head teacher pushed her glasses back to the top of her head and leant forward, placing both hands on the desk in front of her.
"Well," she said, "I feel like I have a much better idea of what happened now. And it pains me to do this, really it does. But, Abby, I'm going to have to place you on a 2-day suspension. Ryan, you're free to go back to class as soon as you offer Abby an apology for breaking her toy."
"What?" Eric's outrage was so loud that outside the window, Lulu began to bark. "You're kidding, right?"
"Mr. Sibley."
"He gets off scot-free. He provoked her."
"I understand how you feel."
"Clearly not," said Eric. "Abby was reacting to him."
"Mr. Sibley, you should be aware that I am currently overlooking Abby's utterly inappropriate language. I understand that she was upset about her toy."
"Toy? That is not some toy, as you put it. It's her mother's engagement ring, her dead mother's engagement ring that she wanted to bring to school so that she could feel close to her mother, who is now gone." The head teacher pursed her lips.
"I'm very sorry to hear that, Mr. Sibley."
"And you're telling me that it's fine that this little boy stole it from her and stamped on it for no reason other than the fact he's a bully?"
"I dropped it."
"Oh, shut up, Rai," Eric responded. Mrs. Woodhouse balked.
"Mr. Sibley, I'll ask you to watch your tone, please."
In his arms, Mabel began to whimper. Eric sucked in a deep breath. "This is not all right. If all he has to do is apologize, it should be the same for Abby."
"It should not,"
Ryan's mother piped in.
"Look at my poor baby's face."
"Why, so I can see what a snivelling, wet-lying little thug he is," Eric replied. Mrs. Woodhouse hissed.
"I understand you're upset, Mr. Sibley. I really do, but we have a no-violence policy."
"Yeah, well, perhaps you should have a no-twat policy and stop little shits like this getting away with bullying," Eric said. The head teacher's face blazed, but Eric didn't care. He reached down his spare hand and offered it to Abby. "Come on, Abs," he said. "We're going home." Back home, he was not so supportive. "You can sit upstairs in your room until I know what to do with you," he said. Right now I don't want to look at you.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm really...
I don't want to hear it, Abby. I said no to you taking that to school. You disobeyed me. You lied to me about putting it away, and now it's ruined.
Please.
Upstairs, he said, focusing his attention on Mabel to try to temper his rage. For a minute, Abby's stifled sobs were the only sound between them, until finally came the sound of her footsteps heading upstairs. Not you, he said, as Lulu immediately left to follow. You can stay down here. The setter cocked her head and looked up at him with her big, amber eyes. She whimpered once, quietly, then again a little louder. Fine, Eric said. It's not like anyone in this house actually listens to me. Wagging her tail, she scampered up the stairs in search of Abby. At 2:30, Hank came around to help move the boxes up into the loft. Eric had considered cancelling again, considering the state Abby was in, but given how long it took them to get any jobs done at the minute, he decided not to change his mind and kept to the arrangement. It's a sad state when a 60-year-old fellow with one leg is more able than you are, he said to Eric. Tell me about it, Eric replied. I was going to give it a go myself. I'm feeling fairly fixed up, if I'm honest, but... No, you don't want to do that. Not until you're properly healed. It'll take twice as long to sort you out if you mess it up again. He reached up and pulled the ladder to the loft down. You just hold me steady, I'll do the rest. In 20 minutes, the pair had successfully managed to relocate all the to-keep boxes into the loft and all the to-go boxes to the back of Hank's car. In the kitchen, Eric flicked on the kettle and managed to fish out some soggy custard creams from the back of one of the cupboards. I know I keep badgering you, he said, placing a mug down in front of Hank, but are you sure you haven't heard anything from Yvette? It's been a week. I understand that she's upset, but I really thought we'd have heard something. Hank dunked his custard cream in his tea and cleared his throat a little. I just want to make sure she's all right, Eric pressed. Almost all her things are still here, her clothes, her books. I want her to know she can come and get them if she wants. We can arrange a time to make sure no one is in the house, or you and Jerry can pass them on to her if she prefers. After sucking the tea from the biscuit, Hank finally looked up. I've not seen her, he said. Eric sighed. But, Eric straightened up a little, Jerry went to a dance class yesterday. And it was still on. She was still there, so she can't have gone that far, can she? Well, how did she seem? Was she all right? I don't know. Ask Jerry. I was out with Scout. But was she okay? Good God, Manny, you always like this. Eric nodded, proving once again that he had failed to listen to anything Hank had actually said. At least she was still doing her dance classes, he thought, dunking a biscuit into his tea. That meant she wasn't planning on leaving, or at least not for a while. Hopefully she just needs a bit more time, he said. Hopefully, Hank agreed. The pair sipped silently at the cups of tea, both lost in their thoughts. The house was unusually quiet. No television, no crying babies, no Abby banging around as she practiced yet another dance routine. Eric was about to ask Hank if he wanted another drink, or to see if he wanted to stay for dinner, when his phone rang. He ambled over to the windowsill, looked at the screen, and answered. Maggie, is everything okay? In less than 10 seconds, he had his answer. Chapter 22. Eric thanked Hank profusely as he grabbed his car keys from the bowl by the door. Are you sure it's okay? I can take Abby with me if you want. Don't you worry, you just deal with Katrina and Mabel. Abby and I will be fine. Eric bent down, placed his hands on Abby's shoulders, and looked her squarely in the eye. Remember, young lady, you are grounded, seriously grounded. If I hear of you trying anything— You won't, she promised. I hope not. He left the door open as he sprang into the car and sped down the road. Burlham Police Station was a 3-minute journey away, although until that day Eric had only ever seen the building from outside. It was unremarkable, yellow brick and double-glazed windows, and had it not been for the 8-foot sign and lone squad car out the front, it could easily have been mistaken for a house. He swung the car into the reserved parking, cut the engine, and jumped out. Eric, Maggie said, already outside the front door waiting for him. Thanks for coming so quickly. What happened? Is Katrina okay? Who attacked her? Has she filed a report?
Maggie rested a hand on his shoulder.
Katrina's fine. The officer is just finishing taking her statement. He's probably already done.
Eric nodded and made a move to pass her, although bad timing meant that Maggie sidestepped at exactly the same time and blocked his way. Eric tried a second time, but the motion was repeated. On the third attempt, he realized it wasn't a coincidence.
Maggie, he said, what is it?
A car drove past with its windows down and music blaring. Eric watched as Maggie's line of sight drifted past him and down the road.
Maggie, what's happened? He said again.
She turned her gaze back to Eric, whose insides shuddered. He was amazed he hadn't noticed her nervousness before. Her hands were dug deep in her pockets as she shuffled her feet in the gravel. Even beneath her hefty veneer of bronzer, she was obviously pale.
Maggie?
Before you go in, there's something you should know.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Eric could feel his legs trembling.
She's injured. They took out her knees, didn't they? She can't dance. That's what you don't want to tell me, isn't it? She won't be able to work again. She's paralyzed. Oh, God, Maggie, is there an ambulance coming? Where's the ambulance?
She didn't want me to call you,
Maggie continued, ignoring Eric's far from subtle panic attack.
So I didn't, but then Katrina asked me to call you, so I had to.
Eric stopped panicking long enough to frown.
I don't understand. What do you mean she didn't want you to call me? You said she asked you to call. You're not making any sense.
I think you need to try to be patient. She didn't want you to know about this. Honestly, I think it was all a bit of a misunderstanding. There's been a lot for her to deal with lately.
Maggie,
At that moment, a dim light flickered on in Eric's mind.
Maggie,
Eric said, stepping forward and pushing his shoulders back.
I think you'd better tell me exactly what is going on right now.
Inside Burlham Police Station was a relaxed affair. Hardly the crime central of the UK, most of their call-outs involved moving on people who had had one too many after a night out, or standing on the entrance to the bends with a speed camera ready to catch any overzealous drivers as soon as they dropped into the 40 miles per hour zone. Even Eric's father had been caught by them in Sally a few years back, and that was saying something. Occasionally the police were required for break-ins, normally the result of bored high school children seeking kicks, and now and again they were called in to deal with private family disputes and bust-ups. It had to be said, however, any domestic affairs dealt with in Burlham were not normally as public as this one.
You attacked her,
Eric said, slamming his fist down on the table in front of his mother-in-law.
What the hell do you think you were doing?
Yvette scoffed.
I think attack is a bit of a strong word.
People called the police, Yvette. You swung your handbag at her head, repeatedly. I'd say attack is exactly the right word.
Yvette shimmied her shoulders in annoyance.
And I missed, didn't I? She huffed. Clearly, if I'd wanted to hurt her, I could have done.
They put you in a police car, Yvette, outside of Abby's school. All her friends saw you handcuffed. If nothing else, think of Abby.
Yvette straightened her back.
Did Abby see?
No, thank God. What the hell were you thinking?
Yvette's jaw tightened.
What the hell was I thinking? I pick up Abby on a Thursday. I always pick her up on a Thursday.
You were missing, and Abby wasn't even at school. I'd already had to pick her up.
Why?
Yvette's eyes flashed with concern.
What's wrong? Is she okay?
Eric sighed, massaging his forehead with his fingertips. He couldn't help but dwell on the absurdity of the whole situation.
That's not what we're dealing with right now. The fact remains that you attacked Katrina, Yvette,
Eric said.
She could press charges, you know that, don't you?
Yvette snorted.
She won't do that.
You don't know that.
She won't.
She might.
I won't, Katrina said. I'm not going to do that.
Eric had left Yvette in the police station and piled Katrina and Mabel into the car. After the sight of Ryan Lakeman at the school, Eric had been expecting a full display of bloody lips and a twisted nose, but in fact, Katrina showed no signs of the attack at all.
I should have known.
Honestly, it's fine. It was only because someone else called the police that we had to come down here. I don't even think she hit me.
At least Yvette had been right in saying she missed, although whether the action was deliberate or accidental remained to be seen.
So you talked to her then? Katrina asked, clipping in her seatbelt and dropping her bag down at her feet. What did she say?
Not much.
Is she going to move back in?
She's thinking about it, he lied.
The truth was he had begged Yvette to come home. He had used every guilt trip he could think of. Abby missed her. He missed her. No one made vegan meatloaf like her. But none of them worked. He even pulled out the whole "it's what Susie would have wanted" line, but she saw straight through it all. "I will not live under the same roof as that harlot," she had said repeatedly.
9 weeks, he told her. I'm seeing the solicitor tomorrow. It might not even be that long, he tried.
She pawned my grandmother's engagement ring,
and it was a mistake.
You can say that again.
Eric clutched his head. So you want me to give up? Let her give Mabel away?
It was a low blow. Mabel was bouncing on Yvette's knee as he spoke. Had it been anything else in her hands, Eric suspected she would have thrown it at him. "You know I don't," she snapped. "But trust me, the last thing this little one wants is to be visiting her batty granny, or whatever the hell I am, in prison, and that's what'll happen if I have to live with that woman." Mabel wriggled and squirmed in her grip.
"She needs feeding," Eric said. "I didn't bring anything with me."
"Well, I'm not asking you to stay."
"No, you're not, are you?"
He rose to his feet and held out his arms for Mabel.
"Come and see the girls, at least. Abby needs you. I promise I'll keep out of the way."
Yvette's chin moved in a way that may have indicated a nod, or may have gesticulated something quite the opposite. A uniformed police officer sidled up beside her.
"We just need to get a couple more details," he said.
With one final look, Eric turned to the door, leaving his wife's 70-year-old mother talking to a policeman with no one by her side. If Susie had still been alive, she would have slapped him, and he would have deserved it. Katrina gazed out of the window.
Once again I try to help, and once again we end up worse than where we started,
she sighed. "You are not responsible for this," Eric assured her. "And if you want to press charges, I'll support you all the way."
"Nah," she said. "Besides, knowing my luck, I'd end up stuck here for another 6 months while we tried to sort out the legal stuff."
Eric laughed. "I completely forgot. How did the audition go?"
She turned back to face him and, for what he suspected was the first time since her arrival, a genuine smile formed on her lips.
"It went well," she said. "I think it went well."
"When will you hear?"
"We'll know about callbacks by the end of the weekend."
"Well, good luck,"
Eric said. Her smile lingered for a fraction of a second longer before her mind and gaze drifted back to the window. At home, Abby was still in her room.
"I've said she can come down," Hank told Eric. "Even said we could go take the dogs for a walk down by the marina, but she won't come out. She's pretty upset. This whole thing has really got to her."
"What happened?"
Katrina asked. Eric sighed.
"It would appear Yvette is not the only one in the family with a quick left hook. She managed to get herself suspended from school."
"Suspended?"
"I don't think that's what is upsetting her, though, is it?" Hank replied. "No," Eric said. "I don't think it is."
Eric knocked twice on the door and waited. When no answer came, he placed his hand on the handle and froze, thinking that perhaps she had used the chair trick again and that he would once more be forced to climb up a ladder, broken ribs and all. Fortunately, she had learnt from that lesson.
"Abs," Eric said, his head peering into the room. "Can I come in? I'm not going to get cross, I promise. I just want to talk to you, that's all."
She grunted non-committedly. Eric took the gesture to mean yes.
"What you doing?" he asked.
Lulu lay with her head on Abby's lap, while Abby lay flat on her back, staring at the ceiling as she moved something around and around in her hands. Her cheeks were streaked with tears and the skin around her eyes was puffy and red. Eric didn't need to look too closely to know what the object in her hand was.
"Abs,"
he said, shifting Lulu across to make room on the edge for him to perch.
"Are you okay?"
She shrugged. He sighed.
"I know. Me too."
With his eyes moving momentarily away from his daughter, Eric reached down and rubbed the soft fur of Lulu's tummy. She had changed so much since he had first brought her home. Her feet no longer appeared too big for her body, and her face had grown longer and narrower. She was barely recognizable as the same dog even. He wondered how much the same could be said for them.
Abs, I know you're upset about school.
I don't care about school. School's stupid.
I don't believe you.
Well, it's true. I hate it. All the teachers are stupid and the kids are mean, and I don't want to go back there any more anyway.
She snapped her head around to the side and sniffed. Eric held his breath. Susie would know what to do, he thought. She'd know the exact thing to say to have her smiling and laughing again. But Susie wasn't there. That was the whole problem.
I know school's hard right now, he said after a minute, and I know you're upset about the ring, too. That's the real reason you don't want to talk to me, isn't it? Because of Mummy's ring?
Abby's eyes returned to the ceiling. A stray tear escaped and rolled down towards her ear. Eric caught it with his finger.
That's why I came up here, he said, because I wanted to tell you something. Do you think you can sit up for me? And can you fetch your book, the one from Auntie Lydia? Can you grab that for me?
Why?
Because I want to show you something.
Slowly, Abby pushed herself up onto her elbows before reaching under her pillow and pulling out the large blue album.
You sleep with it there? Eric asked. Under your head?
She nodded.
That way I know she's in my thoughts.
Eric swallowed the lump that had risen from his heart.
Okay, he said. So, we need to find your baby photos, or ones when Mummy was pregnant. Do you know where they are?
Without a moment's hesitation, she flicked the book open to the correct page.
These ones are my favourite,
she said, pointing to the newborn images with Eric and Susie gazing adoringly at her.
Everyone looks so happy.
That's because they were. We couldn't believe our luck getting such an amazing little baby. Even then we knew you were special.
Abby scoffed.
I'm not special,
she said. Yes, you are, he said. But you know that. You know how special you are.
The smallest of smiles flickered on her lips.
Anyway,
Eric brushed his hand against her cheek.
That's not what I wanted to show you. I wanted you to see something else. Look at your mum's hands. What do you notice?
Abby's brow creased as she scoured one picture, then the next. When every photo on the page had been suitably studied, she shook her head, confused.
I don't get it,
she said.
What am I meant to be looking at? There's nothing on her hands.
Exactly, Eric said. When your mum got pregnant, her hands and feet got really big. Well, lots of her got big, but especially her hands and feet. It was pretty gross.
Why?
Why was it gross?
Why did they get big?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think the doctors said it was something to do with water retention or something, although personally I think it was all the Big Macs she was craving. Anyway, because her hands were too big, she couldn't wear her engagement ring anymore, even the new one I got her.
Abby frowned and studied the pictures again, only looking back up when she was satisfied Eric was telling the truth.
What did she do?
Abby asked.
What did she do with the ring?
Well, he said, we came up with a different solution.
For the first time since entering the room, Eric stood up. He reached inside his shorts pocket and pulled out 2 items, a needle-nose pair of pliers and a thin chain.
What are those for?
Abby asked.
I'll show you. Can you give me Mummy's ring?
Abby's lips began to tremble again.
It's all broken,
she said.
I tried and tried, but I can't fix it. I tried glue and tape and...
Give it here. Eric stretched out his hand. Let's see what I can do.
Reluctantly, Abby handed over the ring. Eric took the snapped end between the end of the pliers and, squinting in close, began to twist the metal carefully. He pushed down, pressing out the jagged edge, taking his time to ensure he was doing the best job possible. When it was finished, he had a perfect eyelet. He took the chain and slipped it through.
See?
He said, holding it up before motioning for Abby to spin around so he could fix the chain around her neck.
Exactly the way your mum used to wear her ring when she was expecting you. And, he added, lifting the fabric of her t-shirt forward a little, you can tuck it under your shirt so none of the teachers will know that you're wearing it to school. Just don't tell anyone about it this time, will you?
Abby nodded several times. Her mouth was open, her eyes down at her chest.
I won't,
she said, holding the new pendant by her heart.
I swear I'm going to grow up. No more locking doors, no more messing around. I'm going to be a grown-up now. I'm going to be perfect.
Eric sat back. You don't have to be perfect, Abs, and you don't have to grow up. You're doing just fine.
But
Believe me, you're doing just fine. Eric reached in and wrapped his arms around his daughter. A moment into the embrace, she pulled herself back, and a look of worry still etched across her face.
Dad, this thing with me at school,
She said.
it's not going to affect us getting to keep Mabel, is it?
She said. Eric lifted her hand and stroked her head. Of course it isn't, don't be silly, he replied, although something uncomfortable had begun to churn inside his stomach. Once again, Helen Eves had arranged to use her husband's office before opening hours to see Eric. She invited him in with a professional and well-trained smile before motioning for him to sit. It didn't take long for the smile to disappear. I'm going to be honest. If we had had this meeting yesterday, I would have said we were well on track for sorting things in record time. But you need to be honest with me, Eric. Did you really call a 10-year-old boy a twat in front of his mother and the head teacher? Eric's eyes tried hopelessly to find somewhere to settle. You heard about that? I did. I do Pilates with Ryan's mum. She was absolutely fuming. He shrugged apologetically. Would you believe me if I said this kid really is a twat? Oh, I don't dispute it for 1 second. Like I said, I've met his mother. The point is you can't go around swearing at children, not when you're trying to become a foster parent and adopt one. Eric fiddled with the inside of his pocket. And Abby's been suspended from school as well. Is that true? It's just for 2 days, Eric said. Helen nodded and typed something into her computer. Will it make a difference? He said. I mean, could this actually stop me getting to keep Mabel? This? No, I don't think so. All your references went to the judge before this, and we could claim the boy was bullying Abby. Which he was. He definitely was. You see, she took her mother's... The lawyer silenced him with her hand. I can't see any major issues with this. After all, she's doing pretty well, considering. What about the fall off the ladder? You heard about that, too. I assume you're still in good physical health, she said, brushing over his surprise with expert efficiency. No permanent damage, nothing that would stop you taking care of a newborn. No, I'm practically back to normal. I'm better than normal, in fact. I'm... Fine, that's fine. Eric was about to let himself relax with relief when he saw a word teetering on her lips. He prayed he had misread her, that with everything that was going on, his intuition was simply a bit off kilter. After 30 seconds, when she still hadn't spoken, he was the one who said the word he so desperately didn't want to hear. But, he said, there's still a but. She nodded. Eric's insides tightened. Your mother-in-law, Helen said. Eric blanched. This is a small town, Eric, you know that. Things travel fast. That fight yesterday outside of the school, it wasn't good. But Katrina has said she won't press charges. She didn't even call the police. But it is on the police records. You have a violent woman living under your roof who is attacking the mother of the child you want to keep. She's hardly violent. That's not the way a judge would interpret her actions. You can see why this doesn't look great, can't you? Eric refused to answer. But she's not, he said instead. I know you want to defend her, Eric, she sighed, but this is serious. I mean, she's not. Not living under our roof, that is. She moved out. When? About a week ago now. Helen Eves began tapping away at her computer again. Where's she living now? She asked. Eric coloured. Well, I'm not sure exactly. But she moved out completely? Took all her belongings? Well... The lawyer drew her tongue along her bottom lip before withdrawing it back into her mouth, where it proceeded to make a series of smacking noises. Eric's stomach swelled with increasing intensity. But this has got to be good, he said, when the smacking-filled silence had grown too much to bear. If she's not living with us anymore, then she's not a risk to Mabel. She's not linked to me. I'm still fine, right? We're still fine. Eves tapped her fingers on her chin as she thought. The problem is there's no consistency. If you want to foster Mabel, adopt, let's not get ahead of ourselves. If you want to foster Mabel, then you have to be able to show that you can provide a stable, loving environment for her. That means you don't have people moving in and out constantly, that you're not swearing at children, that you aren't having to pick family members up from the police station.
Yesterday was a particularly bad day,
Eric tried. I can see that. She picked up a pen and jotted something down on the paper in front of her. What about the job front? Can you show that you have a stable income yet? She said. Eric pursed his lips. Eves sighed. I'm going to be honest, Eric. If we can't sort these things out fast, it's going to be a lot harder to get Mabel than we first anticipated. She rose to stand, indicating that the appointment was over. I wish I could carry on longer, she said, but I have appointments I need to get to, and I can't afford to get caught in traffic.
I understand,
Eric said, and stretched out his hand to shake hers. His grip was still around hers when he decided to speak one last time.
Suppose I did sort out those things, he said. The money, Yvette, showed that I don't just scream at every child willy-nilly. Then do you think I've still got a chance? Then do you think we could still get Mabel?
Helen pressed her lips together in a line. That's a great deal of things to sort out in a very short space of time, Mr. Sibley.
But if I could,
then yes, it would make life substantially easier.
Thank you, he said. Thank you very much.
Chapter 23. Eric sat in the car at the marina, turning the card over and over in his hands. Mabel was in her car seat next to him, batting at a mirror that hung from her in-car mobile. Lulu and Abby were at Cynthia's for the first full day of Abby's external suspension. Eric had given Yvette's number to Cynthia and asked her to call. Even now, Yvette was refusing to pick up the phone to him, and a bit of Abby and Yvette time felt like the exact thing the pair needed. Katrina was the only one in the house, practicing for her callback audition. Since hearing about it last night, her desperation for the job had multiplied. Maybe it was the need to get away from Mabel and the house. Maybe it really was a fantastic opportunity. Either way, Eric just hoped that when the time came, Mabel was with them, not with some other family. He turned the card over again, marking it with his fingerprints. For over a year the card had stayed tucked away in one of the slots in his wallet. He had considered throwing it away on multiple occasions. After all, he never thought there would be a day when he would use it. Yet he hadn't. It had stayed in there, always in the back of Eric's mind. He had been offered several cards that day, but this particular person had stuck in Eric's mind far more than the dozens of others that had made the same proposition. Even Norman, who could find fault with a saint, had no snide remarks to offer when she left. She was obscenely wealthy, obviously they all were, but she had an ease about her, like she could just as easily have worked in the local florist's or been a friend of his mum's growing up. When she slipped him her card, it wasn't with the normal, I'll give you a great price for it, or I've got a buyer who's desperate to add one of these to his collection. Her response was much gentler, much more genuine. I know there's probably no chance whatsoever, she had said, brushing her hand against the sea-green bonnet the same way Eric so often did when he stood next to Sally. But just in case your circumstances change and you want to make sure she goes to a loving home, I'd take very good care of her.
Circumstances would have to change quite considerably for me to give her up, Eric had said.
I understand completely, she had laughed, but the offer will always stand. And just like that, she had disappeared into the crowds of other cars, leaving Eric alone with Sally and Norman and their bacon butties. It was only Mabel's grizzling that spurred him into dialing the number. If he didn't ring now, he would end up waiting until this evening, when she may be out, or the next day, or the next, and the truth was that he needed the whole thing done and dusted before he lost his nerve. His lungs were already quivering at the thought of what he had to say, and each time he let his mind rest for a moment, his father's face would appear, berating him for yet another failure. Clenching and unclenching his fist one last time, he dialed the number, took a deep breath, and pressed call. The phone was picked up in less than 2 rings. "Josephina Van Dor," a curt voice said down the end of the line. Eric's voice caught in his throat.
"Miss Van Dor," he said. "It's Eric Sibley. We met last year at the Purton Car Show."
A pause hovered down the line. Eric waited to see if more explanation was needed. It wasn't. "Eric." The woman's voice was substantially more relaxed now that she had assessed he was not a cold caller, not entirely at least. "With the beautiful DB4. Sally, wasn't it?"
"It was indeed. You have an excellent memory."
A polite chuckle made its way down the earpiece. "You have an excellent car. I have to say," she said, "I wasn't expecting your call."
"No," Eric agreed. "I wasn't expecting to make it, if I'm honest. But my situation has changed. Quite considerably."
Another small pause rested between their words. "Then perhaps we ought to meet up," she said.
"That would be great," he said. "How soon are you available?"
Sally had been around since the beginning. Where other children had memories of playing with cousins or neighbouring children, for Eric, there had been Sally. She was the car in which his father drove him to boarding school on the first day, a shy and terrified 11-year-old with trousers that hung too long and a tie he struggled to do up without his mother's help. She was the car in which he was picked up at the end of term, each time a little bit taller, until eventually he had outgrown his father. She was the car which had delivered Susie to the church on their wedding day, although George didn't let them take her to the reception venue as initially planned due to the horrendous weather conditions. She was the car Eric had always assumed he would drive Abby to the church in when her wedding day finally came around. She was more than just metal and wood, gears and a motor. She was his life, his memories, a symbol of everything he had worked towards. But he knew there was no other way. "Do you want to take her for a final drive?" Ms. Van Dor said. She had arrived in Burlham by train, cream trousers and a tweed jacket paired with ankle boots and a headscarf. "I'm happy to sit and have a coffee somewhere if you need a little more time. I'm sure this can't be easy." Eric shook his head. "It's fine. We've said our goodbyes." And they had. He had taken her out yesterday for the whole morning, not even bothering to plan a route. He had simply taken whichever turning he fancied each time they met a junction. When he came back to Burlham, it was through the back way, arriving by the cemetery. Parking up on the gravel driveway, he cut the engine and stepped outside.
"Hey."
The headstone was still shiny and new, not yet faded by weather and time, and yet it felt like a lifetime ago since he had been forced to say goodbye. A spray of flowers had fallen onto its side.
"I'm sorry I don't come here that often."
His eyes glanced briefly at the words, mother, wife, daughter, and sister, before turning away and refocusing on the flowers.
"It's just not that easy, you know. I didn't know if you'd, well, you know."
Each sentence was punctured by silence. Seeking forgiveness wasn't something Eric was comfortable doing in any environment, but seeking forgiveness from his dead wife was even harder.
"I'll make an effort now. I'll try to come more. Bring Abby. And Mabel, too. She looks just like you. I wish you could have had a chance to meet her. I wish you were doing this with me."
He blinked, trying to halt the stinging in his eyes. Eric wasn't a religious man and had no intention of changing his views now, but on the minuscule off-chance that Susie actually was listening, he knew there would be no point trying to hide anything.
"I know about the books," he said, "and Lydia's baby."
He shook his head and sighed.
"Oh, you could have told me. You could have trusted me. Why did you think you had to worry about it all on your own? That's what I was there for. We were supposed to be a team. We were always supposed to be a team."
Somewhere in the distance a car horn beeped. Eric turned his head to the road. Sally was parked up in the exact same position, just like she had been all those years ago when he had visited his mother's grave. The only real difference then was that Susie had been there.
"I wish you were here to tell me I'm doing the right thing, because I'm terrified without you. I'm terrified I'm going to mess everything up. For Abby, for your mum, for Mabel. I just wish there was some way you could let me know that I'm doing this right. that I'm doing the right thing.
Once more, Eric lifted his eyes to the headstone. Susie Laurel Sibley, adored and adoring, you will be forever in our hearts. If ever he were in need of a sign, Eric thought as the tears tumbled down his cheeks and splashed on the ground by his feet, it would be now. He moved his eyes from the gravestone and scanned the rest of the cemetery. It didn't have to be a big sign. A small one would do, like a bird or a flower or a song drifting in from somewhere. He waited in silence, straining his ears and eyes for anything, before leaning over, straightening the flowers, and then kissing the top of the headstone.
I'll be back soon, he said.
After that, he had driven Sally home and shut her in the garage ready for the next morning.
If you could take good care of her, he said to Mrs. Van Door as he handed over the keys. She's not just a car.
And then, because he didn't want a grown woman to see him crying like a baby at the loss of a heap of metal, he turned and walked back into the house. After numerous conversations with Hank, Eric decided that trying to get all the women of his house around one table at the same time was not going to be a good idea, if it were even possible at all. Jerry did agree, however, to pass Yvette a small, in size only, token at his next dance class. Everything had gone through as planned, faster than planned. Katrina had got the job and was champing at the bit to leave. Abby's suspension felt like it was over before it had even started, and Eric was in limbo, waiting to see if it had all been worth the sacrifice. The following Thursday evening he waited, pacing up and down the length of the kitchen. Katrina had headed out into town after giving him some vital information the day before, and both Abby and Mabel had been in bed for hours, leaving only Lulu for company.
It'll be worth it, girl,
Eric said, not even stopping his pacing to reach down and stroke her.
I know it will. It will, as long as she takes it. As long as she sees it, just don't let her throw it away. Please don't let her throw it away.
The phone call came through at 10:20. Eric fumbled with the screen as he struggled to answer it.
Did he give it to her?
He said, the moment his thumb landed on the button.
Did she open it? Did she see what it was?
He gave it to her, Hank replied.
And
she opened it.
Eric clenched his fist and thumped the air. So she'll come, he said. She'll meet me for breakfast tomorrow.
No, not exactly. Eric's free hand went limp at his side.
What do you mean? She opened it, right?
She did.
And she saw what was in it?
Apparently so.
Then why won't she meet me for breakfast?
Hank didn't respond. Eric could hear his breath, each inhalation and exhalation rattling down the line.
I don't understand. What did Jerry say? What did she say to him? Hank?
Hank! The shrill of the doorbell cut him short.
I'll let you get that then, Hank said,
and while Eric couldn't see, he was almost certain he had spoken with a smile. I couldn't even believe it. I cried in front of my whole class. Can you believe it? I cried. Goodness knows what they think of me now.
A fair few of them have seen you naked, Eric reminded her, so I can't imagine you've gone down in their esteem too much.
She coughed as she swallowed her drink. A moment later her smile was gone. She was sitting opposite Eric, drinking her second glass of the wine she had brought with her as a peace offering. So far, Eric had stuck only to juice. I take it this means what I think it means, she asked, her face laced with pity. Though Eric noticed with a peculiar sense of optimism, it was the first time in what felt like an eternity that pity was caused by some other reason than Susie's passing.
It was ridiculous keeping her, Eric said. Cars are meant to be driven, not locked away in a garage.
But I thought it was for Abby, Abby's inheritance. Eric laughed at his own words.
What's she going to want more, a car or a family? There really wasn't any choice, was there?
Yvette reached across and took his hand. For what it's worth, I think you made the right decision. But you didn't have to do this. You didn't have to get me the ring back. Eric glanced down at Yvette's hands.
In the spirit of honesty, I think it only fair to tell you Katrina was involved too. She set up a payment plan. It's only a bit a month, but now she's got this job starting next month. She wants to try to pay it back. Plus, the job works out perfectly.
They have 2 months of rehearsals before they go on the road, so she can stay here until then." Yvette frowned, the creases on her forehead deepening at the name. "That's all very well, Eric, but I can't come back. I can't. I meant what I said about not being able to live under the same roof as her. You've got to understand that, don't you?" "I do." "Maybe when everything with the fostering is sorted and she's moved out, maybe I could move back in then," she said. It was Eric's turn to frown. "Actually, I was thinking maybe not." "Pardon?" "I was thinking that maybe you wouldn't move back in here at all." The colour drained away from Yvette's cheeks. "Eric, I know I caused a fuss. If Mabel's moving in, we're going to need the extra room for her. But you have to understand. And we can't not have a spare room, otherwise where would Tom and Lydia stay when they visit? I can always sleep on. And as the money from the car was a bit more than expected, and we're not exactly strapped for cash at the minute, I thought that perhaps it might be time to get that garage conversion done, give you a bit of space of your own. But Yvette's chin quivered as she stopped mid-sentence. "What?" "And as we don't need the garage space for Sally anymore, I thought you might like to turn it into a dance studio and save you spending half your money on renting." Her whole body trembled. Wine sloshed up the side of her glass. "You mean it? You really mean it?" "Of course I do," Eric said. "I want my bloody house back." She laughed. It was a good laugh, full of love and gratitude and hope for the future, and they both felt it. They had turned a corner. In true Yvette style, she swept up to her feet in dramatic fashion and wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. "If you don't mind, I'm just going to give Lydia a quick ring. She'll be thrilled." Epilogue. Eric leaned back into the sofa. For the first time in a long time, a feeling close to contentment stirred inside him. There was still a long way to go, but he could see it now, a future that was more than just survival, a future where he would raise his girls to be part of something great, to be something great. 5 minutes later, Yvette appeared back in the room. "Everything good?" Eric asked. "Everything's good," she said. "To be honest, my relationship with Lydia is the one really good thing that's come out of this mess. And Mabel, of course." "Of course. Do you want to stay for another drink?" Eric asked. "Mabel's due for another feed in half an hour." "You know what? That sounds brilliant." Eric rose and took her glass. "Talking of Lydia, you know, I only learnt a couple of weeks ago that Lydia's first name is really Stephanie. I'd never had a clue before." "Stephanie?" "She told me when I saw her. Stephanie Lydia." Yvette squinted up at Eric, looking at him in a way that indicated he may have had one too many. "Stephanie Lydia? She's having you on, I'm afraid." She put the glass to her lips and took a sip. "What a ridiculous notion. Stephanie Lydia. My girls would have ended up with the same initials then. Goodness me, what a funny idea. I wonder why she told you that." This has been Peas, Carrots and 6 More Feet, the Peas and Carrots series, Book 3, written by Hannah Lynn, narrated by Rafe Beckley. Copyright 2019 by Hannah Lynn. Production copyright by Hannah Lynn.